Oh gosh, you guys. Medication works. Oh my goodness. Oh, you knew how much better I felt just by those two little. Y'all don't understand. I wish that I could have you. I do this so that you try to understand, so that you can know that there's a whole.
Say I'm black, y'all.
Okay, so I'm JP, your spiritual DJ, and that
I'm OG Patrice. Don't look down the family. Don't look down. For fuck's sake. I'm not inspirational. Hello? Okay. Can you hear me now? You said it's clear now, you can hear me? That's weird because I can't hear me. Excuse me. It's exceptionally odd that I cannot hear me. Give me one more second. Let me get it all together. Got it. Okay. How's that? So if I can't hear, then I can't do theme songs because I can't hear the music playing. And that just really freaking stinks. And now I got to figure out what's going on my phone. All right, guys, give me a 5 in the chat if you can hear my voice. My phone's going off, but that doesn't mean anything. I am going to have to leave the stream and come back. This is a nuisance, you guys. Why is it acting this way? Okay. I see a 5. Hey, Jamoke Fuller. Thank you so much for letting me know that you can hear my voice. Now, let's just see if I'm going to be able to even try this. No. Definitely not. Somewhere something is trying to eat up my camera. All right, guys. Hang tight. I'm going to do this so you don't have to worry about me for just a minute. Citizens, how's your spirit? Mine, ambitious. With your help, I'm determined to create a different village. So I need your support. We get to set the standard and the ground rules. Right now, there are no days of appreciation in our village. I would like to start with a foundational day for military fathers. So, send me videos of you and your military dad shouting out how important it was to you to grow up in a military family, and we're going to set a new standard in the coming months. Peace and blessings. Keep your spirit up. See you in the streams. Can you hear me, guys? All right. Can you hear me now? I got my city doing front flips. Can you hear me, guys? When every father mayor rapper jump ship.
It drives me.
All right.
I
guess that's why they call it where I clean up the streets on my city doing
Can you hear me, guys?
I'm really having a goofy moment and it's driving me insane. Hey, Jessica, we're so glad to see you. Thank you. So truly, since I can't hear, we're not going to do theme songs. We're just going to go ahead and have this conversation. Hey, what is going on? Some things, okay, what we're going to do. So can you guys see that? It's not. There's only one camera connected. So what's happening? What's mirroring this camera connected? See that? Nutso. Absolutely nutso. All right, you guys. So we're going to do this small scale and a little bit more intimate. Give me a 5 in the chat so I can just be sure one more time that you're hearing me. Great. Thank you, Just Do It. Peace, Ma. Thank you so much. Okay, listen. Something hinky is going on, and I don't really care about it. It's if you guys can hear me, then that's fine. I want to have this conversation, and then I want us to move on with it. So here's the thing. I am a female content creator, and I come out here in good faith and good effort to give a perspective on the Black community that I know some Black folks may not actually be aware of, right? Our people, I've said this time and again, hey, Rashawn, so glad to see you. Thank you so much for stopping in. Hey, 333 Saints, you're a new name. Thank you so much. Guys, there's no theme songs tonight, none of the other stuff, which is probably a good thing because with people out there doing stuff like this, we want to make sure that this video just gets to stay as it is, right? So no theme songs tonight. We're just going to have a conversation. I'm going to drop the link. And because you guys didn't hear me before, it is now 7:40. I am offering the opportunity for King to come up and say, hey, you know what? It wasn't a hit job on a Black woman. I just thought I was, trying to make good YouTube and make it make sense, right? So here's the link. 20 minutes will be 8 o'clock. 10 after that will be 8:10. So 8:10. Man, it took me 10 minutes to fix my sound issues. But anyway, I'm going to give it till 8:10. Until 8:10, I'm just going to sit here and have a conversation about what it is to be what I saw and how I felt. And fine. If you want to talk about if you don't want to go about feelings, let's talk about what it is to have toxic behavior and what it does to a so-called garden. Okay, but thank you. Oh, you guys are so fantastic. Please throw up some hearts and love in the chat. Rashawn, you already know what your emojis are. Send up as many hearts as you want to, fella. I could really use them right now. So as I was saying, or let me go back because apparently my sound was messed up and you guys probably didn't hear anything at all. Hey, Georgie. Very nice to see you. I'm pretty sure that we don't always agree on sides, so I appreciate you coming in to hear me out. And anyone else, oh my God, you guys are so absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, you guys. Anyway, don't make me cry, you guys. Don't, because I want this to just not be about girl feelings or any of that other stuff. I want to make it clear that you cannot attack anyone and think that they're just going to accept it. You know, especially when people are giving to you out of love, willing to share their time and input out of love, out of an appreciation for what it is that you're trying to do or what you say that you're about. You know, you can't, when you come into certain sectors of social media, then you're expected to move and behave in that way. When you don't, someone's going to call you out for it. And hey, I'm just one little brown girl from Tennessee, but trust and believe I'm willing to be the one to do it. I've told people time and time again that I will die on this hill for Black men. What I want you to understand is I will die on this hill for Black children to understand that you do not have to live the struggle love life that you are right now, messing around with the wrong people. I intend to show you exactly what it is. I put that video up there, but we're going to have a conversation about toxic people. I see Rico is in the back. Rico, I really don't want you to come here as a pawn or a gambit or anything else. I really and truly appreciate you. All right.
Good evening, JP.
Peace and blessings.
First and foremost, I don't even know what you're talking about. I came here to offer my apology for not showing up yesterday as I promised you for Veterans Day. But I apologize 50% and I assign 50% blame for me not showing up from the previous night. Which Definitely is why I did not show up, because I was still toe up to the flow up the next day. That's what I'm here for. I don't even know what the hell you even talking about. I ain't nobody's pawn. I ain't never been that way. Ain't never gonna be that way. But I'm just sitting there saying is, I felt like, you know, from that previous show that you had my ass up half the night, and I was just like, oh my God, I was so exhausted. I was so tired. I was still drunk the next morning.
I saw that in the chat.
And everything else. So I was like, okay, I needed to reach out to you because I said, I don't want her to think like, you know, she asked me to come. And I'm better today because I didn't start drinking till much later. The problem was that Wednesday, I started much earlier.
I told you, you brought the islands back with you.
Yeah, well, I did. You know, I just got back from the island Tuesday. And I've been there partying, and I come back and I jumped in. Salute to the chat, everybody that's in here, so on and so forth. And I look back at it again, like I said, that was my evil twin, Rocco, not Rico.
We enjoyed him.
As I tell everybody,
a stoner and a drinker have a great time after hours.
I tell everybody, ain't a damn thing my evil twin won't say when he drinking that he won't say when he ain't.
There you go.
That's fact. I don't take nothing I said back because I spoke my truth and I spoke from the heart. But my thing was more importantly than anything, and I'm upset, was me not making your show yesterday as I had promised. But girl, I was hurting. and so I'm here to say it. You know, it was like, that's why I didn't come. So I felt tonight, I know you started at, you know, around 9:30. I felt obligated to show up in the present and to, you know, apologize for not making that commitment, because I'm big about, you know, when you give your word, keeping your commitments.
I really do.
Very big on that. And, you know, I don't have a problem. Like, look, I was fucked up. And so I wasn't, you know, I had to work. But then when I got off, I was just like, let me just lay down for 15 minutes. And then, you know, that just bled into, I was like, oh God, I was so tired. And
you should go back and look at it. There are some real stories in there about JP that
believe it or not, I did. I always do that. Because here's the thing, anytime I'm ever like I don't do chats when I'm cammed up, because I can't do the two together.
Right.
So I end up having to watch it after the fact. They're like, okay, how much of an ass did I make of myself? What did I say? You know, so I kind of look back, you know, I don't too much, you know, I don't put a filter. I know I curse too much. I know I'm too salty. I apologize for that. But I still, you know, believe in the studies that say people that curse more are less stressed and fucking smarter. So
gotta get that fucking in
that, right? But I don't think I say anything that's. I try not to say anything that's not. And I love General Bison, Victor Freeze, my guy.
Mm-hmm.
I love that young guy.
He was adorable. He was fantastic.
I love the way he pushed me. He challenged me. And so I had a wonderful time.
Yeah.
I had a wonderful time interacting with you, so on and so forth. And I wasn't trying to be a clown. That's never my intent. No, I'm saying that's never my intent. But I know sometimes when I get a little fucked up, like my father, my grandfather, we get a little clownish. It's
yes.
but that's our community. We put our guard down and we become our authentic selves. That's it.
Okay, so I'll tell you a story about my dad since you didn't get to see last night, and this was not in there.
Maybe I watched the video back though, so I watched the whole thing. And so I watched
the Veterans Day video.
Oh no, I didn't.
Yeah, so which pretty much either way it would have been the same. You just would have been you'd have been up here laughing at me in my face. Technically, I am who I am, but my dad, didn't really get to have a whole lot of times where he could just let loose and be stress free, right? So, as a little girl, I can only remember 2 times seeing my dad in the sauce, and my God, he was just the happiest, giggliest. I was like, who is this? Who's that girly dude? That's my dad. Like it just laid out with him and his best friend. It was absolutely incredible. It was funny to me, but the night that you've chosen to come up and apologize, I've chosen to address King and using me as his so-called sacrificial lamb.
I'm completely unaware. I'm completely, totally unaware. There's always something going on in the undercurrents. I'm not privy to everything. I try not to pick sides. I see things what I see from a distance, and I try to, same as I told you, I try to take an objective, fair perspective. I'm supportive of everybody. And I know it's kind of weird though, because sometimes I get kind of a vibe like, people look at me a certain way because I'm like, I'm not going to take a side. I'm not going to take your side. And if you feel a certain kind of way because I'm not going to take a side, I'm like, I'll be there to be protected to what I think is right, but I'm not going to take a side about anything that I don't know what it's about. I just think that would be fair, and that would just be stupid. I wish all the bullshit would end, but it is what it is.
In this case,
deal with their own way.
On a personal level, Rico, it's over for me. This is also just what I do. I've also done a video on Anton Daniels. I've done a video on Umar Johnson. I've done the lead attorney, in essence, Kwame Brown. So it's not like this is out of my space. I took Monday night. I went on into the chat on that platform, and then I spoke as I normally do to everybody on the panel and the rocks and flowers in the garden. And I said, how I always say peace and blessings, gentlemen of the panel, E Black and so and so. Apparently that was offensive to someone up there, but King said it was him. So I said, okay, fine. King called me out on it and decided to pull me up to have smoke, so to speak, about it. But there's this thing. He said that I was a hypocrite because he said I told him that I
video.
Right.
Well, I saw that video.
Right. So now here's the thing. I
thought everything was addressed after that.
No, I addressed E Black. He put a challenge to me and E Black to go onto my platform.
Y'all did a video, right?
Right. But you see, I did not address the fact that King used me as a target so that he could take a soft hit at me and a bigger hit at E Black, and he missed both of us. Because I don't care about the rest of it. You came for me and let me out. You put me out there. You called me your sacrificial lamb. A Black woman, when you claim to protect flowers, make it make sense. I'm not asking you to defend that man. I'm telling you what I want to ask you.
No, I'm not going to defend any. I'm just, to me, I just looked at and I saw those 2 videos, and I thought at that point, both perspectives, that was that video Monday, you and E Black discussed, I think right before I came on.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm like, I guess I'm perplexed. Like, okay, so when does this stuff ever end?
It's done as far as, like I said, as a person, that's one thing. As a professional who says you can move in a better way on YouTube, stop poisoning my people, especially Black people. Don't use people. Don't take someone's super chat or Cash App and then talk crap about them. It's rude. Don't bring people up on your platform and ask them to provide you what you say is valuable content and then attack them for clicks and views. It's atrocious. Especially when you claim to protect flowers and claim to hold them in high regard.
And I can understand that perspective. I can understand it and I can see it, But what I would say, JP, is that even if I was in the space where you feel you are, right?
Mm-hmm.
It just, and that's why I said I will never, people, I'm like, I will never do a YouTube page because I just watch all the shit that y'all go through. It's like, ain't no way. Nope. And my thing is, I get to the space where I start to question, like when we had the conversation that we had Wednesday, it's like, I'm not only will I not get a page, I'm almost to the point where I'm like, look, I'm about to stop watching this shit because I'm not getting any value out of it from anybody if this is all that's coming.
Yes.
If this is all that's coming. And what I'm sitting there saying is I'm speaking, again, as I've always said, as an audience member.
Yes.
And I think too often everybody that has a channel becomes so focused, whether it's you, whether it's Daryl, whether it's King, whether it's the LaP, whether it's the TLA, and I'm just naming everybody. They become fucking KS. I look at all of them and I'm like, they're becoming so focused on promoting what they're trying to put out, which is, it's fine to a point, but the value is starting to get lost. So even if I pick the fight with you today or tomorrow, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to fight with me back. So even if your focus is seriously, genuinely, authentically true about value that you're trying to promote and you're trying to put into it, you're going to have people that's going to, you could be the bear. People are always poking the fucking bear. The bear don't have to bite everybody's head off. And I'm not saying that everybody that poked the bear don't deserve to have their head bit off.
Mm-hmm.
But the bear sometimes just has to be smarter and wiser and just, because is that going to give growth to you and your channel?
Yes, it already has, Rico.
I mean,
it
might put a shock value.
No, Rico, let me explain it to you because I
and again, I'm not over here. I'm not
right.
I'm talking to you about YouTube in general. I'm not talking to you about any particular beef or any particular channel. I'm saying because even when this one's over, it'll be another one, and it'll be another one, and it'll be another. Because, like you said, you made it about the TLA, you made it about several. So you will probably get little cronies that'll come over here. So it's like they're going to be.
Actually, I never have.
Well, I'm saying maybe you can in the future.
Okay, so there's a couple of things. One, when I say that it's not about the monetization for me, I truly mean that. When I say that this has already benefited me, I'm not talking about the few watchers that I got or the new citizens that came along. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about, he presented the challenge to me. Go back to your channel, promote your channel, do whatever you can, blah, 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 blah. All right. I have been working a business plan since 2017 to figure out how to put myself on YouTube after a year, after all the things that I had been through. Mm-hmm. So I have been slowly doing this. I showed the other night where I came from the start of my little videos to where I am today. I did that from July to now. Right? So when you come to me, peace and blessings, Chicago Rilla, I truly appreciate you being here. When you come to me and you say, hey, I got this challenge for you, flex your muscle. Okay, I'm going to flex my muscle. The only place that I missed in my business plan was Discord.
Okay.
I put it out on Facebook, YouTube,
Keep talking. I need
Twitter.
to plug my laptop in. I'm listening to you.
Yes, I put it out on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. I rocked my socks off putting out information and understanding, leaving groundwork details behind that any petty content creator who just steals from people would be able to use. Why? Because I told Vic the other night, you might know how to play dominoes. You may know how many dominoes there are. You might know what I have in my hand, but you cannot play my game. So I played my game. And I held 40 something people here talking to E-Black for, I don't know, close to an hour or more. And then after that, after he was gone, you and I continued to rock this platform with 20 to 30 people for another hour or so. You understand, Rico? I don't need anything over there. It's not what I'm there for. It's not what I'm on YouTube for. I've already achieved every goal I have ever set in my life, including YouTube, Rico. I want to tell you, because I know you probably haven't watched all of my videos. In the very beginning sets of my videos, right? I understand that.
I'm scattered all over the place.
Well, that and I have just a bunch of long form videos at the moment. But thanks to this situation, I now know how to edit short videos and get them into 25, 30 minutes or less. Okay, you asked me to flex. I flexed. Okay, so now here we are. But in the beginning set of videos, I explained several things. One, I learned a long time ago that as a young Black girl, when I went to Germany, I would be a representative of my family, my country, my Black community, and anything else that people thought they knew about Black folks. So I had to move different. I learned a long time ago how to play people's game without taking my people down. But in this case, I was assaulted over some clicks and views. Fine, but you can't keep doing this to other people. I'm a content creator. I can take the hit. What about all of the people who show you love, who just do it because they see something in you? You told them that you were a good person who was about pouring love and moving in love and respect and kindness, and then this is what you do. You tell someone, hey, your little $20, you should have sent $200. This is what you do. That is not okay. You are part of the poison in the community. And when I say I stand for a different village, and I will do different in order to make sure that happens, that's what this platform is about, Rico. So I'm not moving any different than I normally would.
No. I don't think you are, and nor do I think you should. What I think, remember, that's why I'm here, JP, because I value what I think your content is. Now, if I could offer a perspective, as to just looking at it, because what I would say, and same thing I would tell Daryl, you guys both can put a little bit more effort into avoiding the conflict, because we know that they exist. I'm not saying it's your fault.
Would y'all stop acting like the moment that I moved my mouth and tried to talk to you, I was licking my lips and getting ready to drink some tea.
I didn't want you to sit there and give me a defense before I finished. But what I'm saying is, and again, like I told him the other night, I'm not saying I disagree with you. I'm not saying I disagree with your passion or your position. But what I've had to learn as an old warrior, you know how they say you got to pick your battles. You can't. I wake up in the morning, I got 15 fucking battles, and I have to say, okay, which of these 3 motherfuckers I'm going to do? Because I can't do them all. I just can't. Because what'll happen is I'll end up fighting the more meaningless battles, and the more substantive battles will go untended to. So strategically, I have to discern which battles are worthy of fighting and which battles are worthy of ignoring and letting go. That's where I think you, Daryl, and I'm gonna talk to him too. I'm like, you can't be triggered to fight every fight. Even though they might all need to be fought, they all don't need to be fought by you. Leave some of them motherfuckers to somebody else. Let somebody else fight some of them. Some of them just not. It just and because what happens is sometimes your enemy in the art of war, your enemy will, you know how they say, they'll send skirmishes all throughout because they're trying to distract you. So I'll send a skirmish over here because I want you to send 30-40% of your forces all the way over there where we ain't doing shit because I'm trying to divide and conquer. And if you can't control yourself, but to fight every fight, you played right into my hand. You played into every battle, every slight, every insult, everything. If you're building a community of a particular like-minded people and structure, and okay, well, I went over to this particular space, that particular space, this, that, whatever. Get what you can get. It goes sour. You move on. If it just didn't, all right, hey, we agree to disagree. Sorry. And again, like I said, I do not think I haven't heard you ever say anything that I would have taken offense to. I think sometimes you're too overly passionate, and something you need to just step back from and like, come on, JP, just nothing need to be said. Period. So when you come off with you needed, that just didn't need to be said.
And the other thing,
let me finish. I'm not even saying that the thought was wrong. I'm just saying it just didn't need to be said. I feel where you were coming from, but as was said, wasn't your place, wasn't my place. I never spoke of it. Not that I never thought of it. I never spoke of it because it's not my place. It, as a man, it wasn't my place, but I might have thought the exact same thing you thought. I might have thought 100% what you thought, but I knew it was not my place to say it.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question.
And that's all I'm saying.
Do you know what it is that he says that was disrespectful towards him?
I don't care. I think that if you
let's put it aside.
If you had never spoke,
let's put it aside because I've got something else for you to.
I know I've done it before. I spoke out of turn, and I got checked for it because I should have never spoke out of turn. And then when I sat there and said like, well, it wouldn't be like, yeah, but you should have never said nothing. And I've had to be chastised for that. And I'm telling you, I've gotten my ass whooped before, not physically, but just like. You out of place being in check, and I got my little heels nipped for that very thing. And when I look back, and I was like, fuck, I should have just been there. Go ahead.
I can take the hit. I went up there and let him say what it was that he needed to say to me. Had it just been about saying it to me, I wouldn't be here right now. But here's why: it was a marketing challenge. Right? Yeah. Okay, so part of YouTube marketing is knowing your analytics. My behind the scenes analytics have me connected to King. King connected me to King. King told me to take a 4 horsemen and connect that 4 horsemen to myself. I was told to do that. Yes. Right. So I did that. I used all of the things that I know to do what was asked of me in the challenge. And so now, no matter what, for some period of time, we'll be connected. Even if I never speak on him again, that's the way that it works. I haven't talked about the lead attorney in months, and still his watchers are connected to me. My watch out.
Though, right?
Exactly. So if you asked me to rise to the occasion and do this thing, I did all the way through. It is over for me as a person, but as a professional in the lane that I am in, it is my job to shine a light on toxicity, to shine a light on the thing that's poisoning my community.
But can I ask you a question? And let's stick to the topic, right? Because again, I came over here. I had no fucking idea. You almost blindsided me. I'm like, whoa, what the fuck are you talking about?
Which is why I asked.
I'm over here to apologize for my ass not showing up yesterday. 100%. Ain't nobody sent me over here. I came over here for no reason other than you asked me if I would do your Veterans Day show, and I did not appear. And I feel terrible about not fulfilling that obligation.
I appreciate that.
That was my sole purpose for coming to say, JP, I'm sorry. You know you had me fucked up all night the night before. You know it, because they can go to the video and we're playing the songs and all that. We'll play some music tonight, whatever, right? Like my wife was popping pains the other night. She gonna be popping them motherfuckers tonight, okay?
No,
so, but what I'm just sitting here saying is it was, so that's why I'm here. I'm here for no other reason, primarily. And of course, I wanted to see you and I wanted to talk to you, and I just, not about anything. I enjoyed our conversation. The other thing that I just thought I was just too fucked up.
You were fantastic.
God, that was fun, but Jesus Christ. So I was like, oh, okay, don't drink all day today until late, and then I can keep my faculties together. So all I would say is this, okay? Considering everything, and I know how you feel, what I want to ask you is, because I don't know how long you were going before I came on. How long? Maybe 30 minutes, whatever?
Really, probably only about 5 or 10, because 10 of them were silent. My mic wasn't working. So.
Okay, great. Hopefully you didn't do too much. Because what I want you to do is, I just want you, and I'm not telling you not to do anything. Do whatever you want to do. I don't care. I don't have anything to do with it. All I want you to think about, JP, going forward, the same thing I would tell Daryl is, ask yourself before, like, and again, I hate the fact that I can't catch him before he get hot and bothered and do his thing, is ask yourself before you do a video, what benefit are you getting out of it? Other than getting that shit off your chest. Because, like I was the other night, I'm like, and to be honest with you, I got a lot of stuff off my chest, but I'll be honest with you, I'm sober right now. I'm not fucked up yet. I'm going to go get me a shot of Casamigos in 1942 and some more shit, and I will repeat every motherfucking thing I said Wednesday night.
Oh, gosh.
I repeat it all. Because
I need my push-ups on my CashApps. I know that much. I'll tell you now. This is a sign.
Get your CashApp before you get your push-ups.
I'm about to say, under normal circumstances, I don't press nobody for money, especially in this situation. I'm talking about this, but you, sir, you tried to get my whole channel taken down. So no. Listen.
When I do my push-up, don't tell me my belly can't hit the floor.
I'm gonna tell you to get your butt out the air.
That too, right? But what I'm saying is. At the end of the day, in all seriousness, I want you and all of you guys, before you put a video, because I think that's what I see is problematic to me in the YouTube industry. People get upset and they just put out a video, and I'm like, you just can't pull that shit back, and you can't clean it up. And that even go back to the person we were talking about Wednesday night. Mm-hmm. They put out a video, and I'm like, okay, remember I told you it's out there forever. Yep. You don't get to pull it back. So then you're trying to clean it up. Like, the perfect example I get to, if I work in corporate America, and they say, okay, when I get ready to write and send an email to a colleague, right? You know what they tell you to do, JP? You write the email, you read it, you delete that motherfucker. You write it again, especially if you upset.
Oh yeah.
You write that email 3 fucking times minimum. I've been so mad, I've written emails a dozen times before I hit send. You never send an email on first blush, because what you will say in that first email will get your ass fired. You have to calm yourself down. And I'm trying to tell you, like, when you do a video, just like, don't just post it. Look at that shit. Think what you need to clean. Read it back to yourself. That's why I hate doing these lives, because sometimes it's like, shit, I'm going to finish this up. I'm going to turn it off. You don't post it. I'm like, damn, JP, could you run it by me so I can read it first? Because that's what professional communication and news organizations do. They edit. They don't just put the product out. They look at it and see how everybody looks. What do they say? They just don't do that because once it's out there in the ether, it's there forever.
Except that there are live shows, and this is how it runs. But this is
live. They see it, but it's not published, so it's not repeated.
No. This is live and published. And when you go to my YouTube page, all you have to do is click on past live streams, and you can see everything that I've ever published that's still up on YouTube. When I was learning how to download and move things from StreamYard to YouTube, I mistakenly moved a couple, but I still had them, and they're going back up. They're my very first videos. But most of my stuff is still up there. I only have one video that's locked away, and that's because I promised someone who was on the platform that things that she said that night would be vaulted, because like you, she was in the sauce. But we were celebrating my birthday, I believe, what was it? I think it was my birthday. No, me making 100 subscribers.
Okay.
And so I had a little celebration, and we talked for a while. It was like a 4-hour stream. We talked about all kinds of stuff. But because it was a young lady and she was tipsy, I was like, you know what? I'm going to respect you. When this is all said and done, we're going to vault it. You know that there are people here, but no one else ever has to see it. Right. Sure. And then the young lady and I had a falling out because she said something that was absolutely disrespectful to what I stand for.
But if you gave her your word, you got to stick with it.
Exactly. And I still to this day have not unlocked that. Yeah. So no matter what I feel about how you treated me, I'm a woman of my word. Yeah. Standing on my principles, I have to address what I see as an assault on me as a Black woman.
And I'm not telling you that whatever you feel about whatever happened, not to speak on. I just say
maybe vault it.
Give it the thought, and don't speak on it when it's fresh. So if you feel strongly about something, if I feel strongly about something Friday, you could say something that pissed me. I'm like, just wait till Monday and see if I still feel the same way. Now, if I do, then you're going to get the business. Okay. But oftentimes what will happen is I might still feel strongly enough to put something out, but not with the same level of fire, vitriol, and so forth then. Because a lot of times I'll get mad at my wife.
Yes.
And in the heat of the moment, you will say some things that you wish you could take back later. And once we put it out on the internet, there's no taking it back.
Yes. Have you ever seen?
That's what I think content creators need to seriously start. You guys got to start being better than that. I've seen too many content creators, from the most amateurish to the most professional, put things out, and I'm just like, that's just not cool.
Yeah, I would suggest that you guys go and check out Coffee Talking Tech. After last night's stream, I was disappointed. I have to admit that in order to move forward in the story. He's a very jolly white gentleman here in the YouTube space.
I'm listening. I'm gonna get fresh in my drink up. I'm listening.
He just reached about 1,000. How many? I don't know. Coffee Talking Tech. If you're around, feel free to pull up. But he's over 1,000 subscribers now, but it hasn't been very long. He's really great at it. And he shares on another live stream. He shares with another guy named J.A. tips and tools of the trade to being a YouTuber coming up new, what he's learning and that kind of stuff. And so after being disappointed and after feeling icky still behind the situation, I went over there, and he's just a man of pure joy. And the people who I actually spend time rocking with and kicking it with, like the people who I feel like were my tribe from YouTube get-go, they were also in the stream, and I didn't even know it because we do the same thing that happens with my stream. They come in, they speak, and then they leave it running, or they'll hear something about my name, and then they'll or one of them we'll hear one another's name, and then we'll come back to see what's going on. And so when we all kind of at the same time ended up in the chat, and because he's such a loving spirit, we all just kind of super chatted him to death. Because I needed to feel that joy and happiness. And I was so disappointed that I had to leave my people in order to do it. But I was so thankful to see my people in the stream. Right. But Yeah, no. So there are some of us in the world who are meant to go out and expand a nation. And we have to do it with grace. And I've been an ambassador since I was an 11-year-old girl.
Mm-hmm.
So to be called a hypocrite and told that I had not moved according to who I was. No, hold on. Listen. That was fine. I'll go up on your platform and I will explain to you what a true woman of grace does, how I move, and I will accept that I may have made a mistake and apologize for that. Now, that aside, your approach, your approach was the exact thing that happens in our community on a regular basis. Not talking about just YouTube, amongst our men and our women. This is what happens. Hey, I love you. I think you're great, but I'm gonna pop you this one time. Oh no. But no, I seriously love you. I really, really, really want to walk with you. Hit you this one more time. Well, when do you leave? How do you leave? I am showing you how you leave and how you make sure you let it be known that that is a pit viper. I don't have a court of law that I can go to on YouTube, but I can shine a light on the terror, the toxicity that is. Stay there if you want to. I don't care.
But see, JP, see how you're getting warm again.
Because I care about the thing.
Which I get it.
Yes.
Which I get it. I'm not disagreeing with that. But again, you're getting warm about it again. And I'll say this, right? Again, I'm not here to offer a defense for anybody. Okay. If his perception, like it could have been my perception, was that like you said one thing, you doing something else, and if in my mind I deem or view someone who says one thing and do something else as a hypocrite, and I use that terminology, yeah, it might have come off as offensive, but that's my belief and my terminology. Does it mean it was correct? No, but that was what his belief was. And I understand that certain words can trigger us and be like, how dare you? Like when people hate being called a liar, right? Mm-hmm. But if you tell me something and I can't substantiate as it's true and it's unbelievable to me, I'm gonna call you a fucking liar until you can prove otherwise. Mm-hmm. Some people will just get their ass and their back torn out about being called a liar. Like that's the worst thing in the world. Like I called you the B word. You a liar. How dare you coming like? Because I don't believe you being fucking truthful. You know, that's my perception. Are you lying? Maybe. To me right now, yeah. Until you can prove or validate to me that you're telling the truth, my perception is you're being deceitful, you're being untruthful, you are a liar. Mm-hmm. I don't know why people get bent out of shape about it, but they do. People hate to be called a liar. Usually people that are lying. You know, I just know that to be a truth. So that terminology that he may have used, I mean, come on. I'm like, that was his perception. Mm-hmm. That was his perception and his belief in the moment. Mm-hmm. Okay. Again, you guys discussed that. You guys
we did. Hold on. So as you said, one, because I gotta go potty, so I need a pause, but I need to say this before I forget. You know how it is when you go through a door, you forget everything. Okay. So I went back in order to make the premiere video that I made for tonight's stream. Mm-hmm. I had to rewatch my interaction with King that night,
which is good.
I had to assess it. Mm-hmm. Again, we're talking pretty much a week later. Mm-hmm. And as I was making the video, I'm editing it and chopping it apart, right? And so I'm seeing it and I'm thinking, okay, I've edited it. I've looked at it in real time. I've been in it in real time. I've looked at it all the way through again with my fella. Mm-hmm. And now I've edited it to put it out as a premiere. In each of those situations, picked apart, put together after taking the time to cleanse my whole spirit, mm-hmm. I still felt as though I was assaulted. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. Not about what was said to me, except I'm sorry I used you as a sacrificial lamb. You led me to the slaughter for clicks and views. You said it, not me. I'm going to tell you what, everybody, there's 13 people in here right now. I'm going to go find this video really quick. Just hang tight with me, Rico.
Go to the ladies' room. Come back.
Okay.
I'll be waiting on you.
You chat with the people while I go twinkle.
Okay. Yeah. Anybody have anything to say in the chat? Again, like I said, I'm just here.
Address the Chicago Gorilla for me. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. You can't sell a person's character and not expect them to address it. Chicago, I agree with that 100%. Yeah, if anybody came after my character, I would feel a need to speak on it. Remember, you and I, we had our disagreement, and you came up because you thought there was something. Well, I did say, I said what was my perception. Let's be honest here. I saw some things. My perception of what you said was one thing. You came out and you addressed it, and you had every right to. What I'm saying is that even if someone speaks on my character, your character, or anyone else, it doesn't necessarily mean that what they say about our character is a true. It doesn't mean it's true. It means that's the perception of it. So when I said what I said about you, that was what in my head I saw. You strongly disagreed with it, and you told me so. And I told you how I still saw it. Now, in those instances, obviously you know yourself better than I know you. So you know Chicago better than I know Chicago. I only know a perception of him. You know the real person. But that's all we're dealing with. I'm not dealing with, unless I get to know the real person, all I have to go on is the perception. Vice versa, I'm pretty sure you have a perception of me, but you don't know the real me. So your perception of me is rightly or wrongly, correct or incorrect, is the same as I had of you. And that's how all of us do. We look at something, we have a perception of everything we see in life. We think we know what it is. Most of the time we don't. But with the limited information that we have, that's all we go on. That's all we go on. So I understand how JP feels about the situation and so on and so forth. I'm just a little bit taken aback because they had an opportunity to discuss it. It's like you said, when you cammed up and you called, and like I said, you and I, whether we came to an agreement or not, I definitely appreciate you coming and you calling me out and you addressing me as to how you felt about it. And I understood it, and I told you how I felt about it and my perspective of it. But then at that point, I don't think we've had anything else left to say about each other. Because at that point, that conversation, you called up and you was like, hey, Elder, you just did this and this. And I was like, I listened to it. I said what I had to say, so on and so forth. And from that point on, I think we both walked away with a clearer understanding. And I don't necessarily, my perspective, I have had a changed perspective about you because of that. Not like totally, but somewhat. And I hope at least I said enough to you that at least you understood where I was coming from. It wasn't totally malicious. It wasn't even malicious at all. I just looked at some things, and to me, that's how it kind of landed with me.
Thank you very much, Rico. I was just trying to catch up in the chat while you finished up.
No. I was just trying to speak to Chicago's question that you left posted up, and I hope I gave some sort of clarity towards it. Probably not, but this shit is so nuanced, and that's the problem in the YouTube world. People are always looking for everything to be black and white, and there is no black. There's very little black and white into it. So when I see like all the conversation, people are going, a woman got to be this, a man got to be. I'm like, just shut the fuck up. It's not even. What frustrates me, JP, is, and I always tell them, it's like, Y'all say a woman, if I lined up 100 or 1,000 black women, I expect 1,000 different fucking answers. And vice versa if men. It's like they give no space to people's individuality. They give no space to it.
So what Chicago Rilla is saying, and then guys, I will explain. I will explain to everyone else.
Right.
And then Alex, hello to everyone who just came in. My Vivid Life, Juana Washington, anybody who else thought that I had missed, I truly apologize for that. Please make sure you guys go ahead and take a moment while you're getting comfortable in the chat to like this and then share with your people. I want to do this really quick. Shout out to the channel benefactors, Mr. Stewart, Shalay Hadessa, Rashawn Dave, Portia Marie, Blind Guy, his wife, their life, and I'm Observer. You guys make sure that this channel keeps rolling. We get little bits of things going every day. I get to do the super chat loves to other people and show some love and return for the things that people have shown me along the way. And so, shoot, I didn't upload it. But anyway, I'll get back to that. Rilla made a point here, though.
I just wanted to ask you if you could. Yeah, I was going to say, can you pull up his previous?
Further down. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Let me just find it
again.
Because I think that was very prolific. Okay, there. Okay,
is that it? Yes.
Yes, please. Okay, first Chicago. Let me say it and not explain. Let me say this. Okay, 100%. You're right. And for speaking on that, what you said, the difference is, whatever perception you address it directly, as most people in this space. We're going to use first without speaking. So I apologize for that. So you definitely corrected the OG that I should have tried to reach out to you first to say what I said, and I apologize for that. So I'm saying here on YouTube, you're right. So again, I don't sit there and say that as an old head that we know everything and we do get shit wrong. I will caveat it this way. Just like I'm telling JP, I'll tell you, King, and everybody else on the YouTube. You motherfuckers are not the most receptive to criticism.
Okay, people. I'm sorry.
Right. So I'm sorry. Did I say a bad word?
No, you're okay. But we do try only because YouTube will put
clean up. Okay. I will say, you content creators are not the most receptive. So oftentimes, when your audience is trying to speak to you, if you're living in an echo chamber where someone's trying to be objective, clear, concise, and I see it all throughout. So it's not just, it could be here on JP's channel, it could be on King's channel, it's certainly on the Lapeef channel and everywhere else. And it's a little bit unfair to say, come to me and talk to me if you're not being receptive to being talked to. That's all I would say. I should have at least tried, and I didn't. And for that, I'm wrong. So the bottom line is, I don't know if you were receptive. I never even tried. So I'm wrong. But I'll be honest with you, at the end of the day, based on my interactions with multiple channels throughout the YouTube space, whether it's the TLA, the Kevin Sims, everybody's about the bag, the money, the hustle, this, that, whatever. So I'm like, I'm sorry. I don't believe, not you, Chicago, most content creators, maybe you're the exception, wouldn't have gave me the time of day to hear what my concerns or my comments or my complaints is. So it's unfair to say, come and talk to me first before you speak on another space, if it's going to fall on deaf ears or you content creators are going to ignore it. So if you're not willing to open up a space to hear from people, it's unfair to say, oh, well, you got to do this before you do this. I didn't do it. I didn't even attempt to do it. So I was wrong for that, as you said, sir. So I would sit there and say this, before I ever speak on you again, I will reach out to you. I hope it doesn't fall on a deaf ear. I hope it doesn't. And I hope not only if I try to reach out to you, sir, to speak to you, it doesn't fall on a deaf ear. I hope anybody else in your community that tries to speak out to you, that you also don't turn a deaf ear on them as well.
I just need to address this as a something happening in the background. I don't know if you noticed it or not. Chicago Rilla attempted to come up.
Oh.
And then for some reason it dropped out, Rilla. I don't know if you meant to do that. I'm not sure or not. Yeah, I thank you. Okay. I appreciate that you don't want to support anything. I understand. Rilla has seemingly been willing to have the conversations. Yeah, Rilla's been willing to. Hold on.
Okay.
Let's just. Okay, so Rilla's been willing to have the conversations with anyone. I've seen Rilla in my chat several times, and I wanted a different perspective. I thought he was a regular watcher, but I wasn't sure. And originally I reached out to Darrell to ask him because I have a problem with reaching out and asking people for help. But then I was like, you know what? No, I know I've seen him on Instagram, so let me just try there. I reached out to him. He shot me his information, and we had a conversation. And that's where I'm going to leave that. But just to say that there are content creators that you can reach out to behind the scenes, but approach does matter. That's one of the things that happened with the E-Black and Darrell situation. That's why I addressed Darrell as a content creator. You can't be reaching out to other people and doing something like that, or and vice versa. You know, can you see it from the other side? And so I sat in the space that Rico is sitting in, talking to me now, trying to get me to see King's side of it, and I do. I mentioned earlier Game of Thrones, and Wanda Washington mentioned Ned Stark. Did you watch Game of Thrones, Rico? Okay,
so, all eight seasons. I love it.
Wait. No. Now here's where we decide whether or not you're a super fan.
Okay.
Did you read the books? Shame on you. Go down there with the rest of the people. I'm not gonna lie. Go down there with the rest of the people.
I am not going to lie. I did not read the books, but God, the series was so good.
Yes. Okay. So
I'm not gonna lie. I want to, but I'm not going to.
I appreciate that. I'm proud of you. Hey, Rilla, thank you so much for coming up. How's your spirit, fella?
Hey, Chicago.
Rilla? All right. Your sound is having an issue, so I'm going to leave you there. Just chime in when you're good, or click your cam or something. Okay. So anyway, Game of Thrones. I am a Game of Thrones junkie. When I was going through some of the darkest phases of my working my way out of my depression, I had Game of Thrones. It would just be on when I was asleep. It was on when I was awake. It was just on. I know all of the characters very well, but I also read the books twice. Some of them I read 3 times. Because I like the stories of kings and queens. One of the things that my mother put me onto, I love you, Mama, is historical romance novels. And these particular ones dealt with a woman who was strong in her voice, but she had to have a man who would cover her, and how that man would move. And so, yeah, that kind of thing, and how kings and queens move, and all of the stuff in the Victorian era. It's just all amazing to me. So anyway, I understand kings and queens, but with Game of Thrones and all the stuff with Kevin Samuels and everything else, if I were being petty and in my personal mean spirit about it, I would have put up Robin Aaron, Joffrey, and King. Robin Aaron.
Stop.
No, sir. Robin Aaron, the little boy from The Vale.
Oh, the one that got the little goofy little one got killed.
Okay. The one with the moon door?
Yeah.
Him, Joffrey, the bad king,
Joffrey.
Robin. And then King. Yeah, the 3 boy kings. I do things in 3s.
The third boy king in that would have been I'm
talking about YouTube
Robert and Baratheon.
No, sir, you're not understanding. What I'm saying is my petty spirit, understanding Game of Thrones.
Okay.
And feeling some type of way about King. Right. If I were moving in my petty spirit and putting my creativity to that use in my pettiness, I would have put up King, Robin Aaron, and Joffrey. 3 boy kings.
But let me ask you this, JP. That would have been purely
petty.
purely for no other
Okay.
reason. And
Indeed.
again, like you said, when I
Rilla's
go
back.
back to again,
There he is.
hey,
Okay.
you here?
Uh-oh.
Hello?
There you go. Hey, fella.
Can you hear me? Oh,
Yeah,
can you?
Yeah,
a
we
little bit of
can now.
echo. There you go.
You got a little
Hold
back
on one
feed.
second. I have no idea how to fix this. Hold on one second, y'all. JP, I'm
We can
sorry.
go
I'm
ahead
a
and
drop.
finish it.
You're good. Just fix
You
it and
said
come
what?
back. Just
Hold
I
on
think
one
that's
second.
better. Did you turn it down?
I'm struggle streaming.
No, you're okay. And I struggle stream all the time. Go ahead.
Okay, is that better or no?
Oh, that's
Yes,
great.
you're good.
That's better?
That's great,
Yes.
sir.
Okay. JP.
Oh, and yep, he really
You can't
struggled
win.
streaming.
You can't win tonight. You can't win tonight.
But
yeah,
ahead.
so I just wanted to say that Tyrion was my guy. I loved him. Just the genius behind it. And again, like I said, what I was saying was when I came in, I'm not here to defend anybody. I don't even know what the hell's going on. It's just, to me, I'll be honest with you, I'm just exhausted from all the moving parts and all of the garbage. I like a more cleaner, focused space where I thought, like, and again, it's the crazy part about it is when we go back to our conversation we had Wednesday night, and I know maybe when I look back at the videos, like, damn, I came off kind of like I was real anti-Anton, and I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a fan of his under no stretch of the imagination. Make no mistake about it. It's not. It's just. It's the anti the bullshit. It's anti the kind of like. And then I guess maybe in the same vein where how you feel like you're mad about like. And I was like, I'm the same way. It's like so that's why I sit there and say, JP, when you get your backup about how you're fighting against what's the toxicity in the community. I'm like, I feel the same way, but I think we need to learn how to fight it better. Or in other words, I look at the nonsense that's going on between two of the horsemen, and I'm like, you guys got too many fucking common enemies to be battling against each other, which is what. Yeah, Gendry. That's my guy, right? Okay, thank you, Black Titan.
Yes, thank you, Black Titan.
Who is the real heir of the throne? The real bastard child of Robert Baratheon. Okay, I'm that much of a fan. But it's like it gets to a point where it's like, okay, yes, you, him, me, this guy, but it's like, I got mad because in over in another space, I'm literally at this age fighting in a group about people who are in everyday language. I'm fighting with people of color who are defending Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there like, are you fucking kidding me? It's 2021. Why am I fighting with black people about a 17, 18-year-old white boy who went to a Black Lives Matter protest and shot and killed 2 fucking people? And they want him to get away with it. I'm like, this motherfucker is the same with the people that was January 6th down at the Capitol. He ain't nothing but a fucking white ring militia. He went to Kenosha to shooting at black people.
Yes, thank you.
That's what he went to Kenosha to do. It didn't turn out that way. But when he got that fucking AR-15 and crossed state lines, what did he think he was going to go shoot? People that look like me and you. And I'm sitting in a page arguing with people that look like me and you to say that he had the right to fucking do it. I'm like, I'm sick and tired of you motherfuckers. We have bigger enemy. I don't hate white people. I love white people.
Yes.
But I'm like, why are we arguing with each other about that when this shit? And I get mad because I'll be honest with you. I sit back and look at it. Probably your page is one of the few which always ends up getting the least amount of traction. And I'm like, I'm not a black militant. I told Daryl, I'm like, Daryl, okay, I got a Hispanic wife. I'm not no fucking black militant. But why are we not talking about more substantive things? We don't even have more substantive conversations in the YouTube space. Most of the channels that pop talk about real love and hip hop bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Everybody talk about Kevin Samuels. I'm like, he talk about trash.
Or beef.
TLA, talk about trash. All these fucking, because if you're going to talk about trash, it's a fucking grift. Mm-hmm. It's for the fucking money. Fine. Mm-hmm. I ain't mad at you doing it. But don't tell me that that's not what it is if that's all the fuck you talking about. You're not talking about governmental policy. You're not talking about black empowerment. You're not talking about any of that. You're talking about shit. And that's fine. But don't look at my face and blow smoke up my fucking back or up my ass and tell me you're talking about substantive stuff and I should follow you and donate to your fucking Cash App or your Patreon. Fuck you.
Right. So
let me go back to the conversation we had Wednesday as to why I sat there and said, I don't have nothing against that guy, but ain't a goddamn thing that he's out there preaching that I can't get for free.
Right. And so I want to explain it to you because I know that you're new here and some of the people in the chat are new here. Guys, thank you so much for coming over. Make sure that you hit the like button, do the share, subscribe thing. Moderators, I truly appreciate you being here. Please, do your thing and share all of the right stuff so we do all the right things. It's okay. I really do understand. Listen, there are a few groups who get a whole lot of grace from me. Veterans, little people, kids, children, and
people with disabilities.
Okay.
People with disabilities, all sorts of disabilities.
Rico, listen to me. Yes, ma'am. And that's where we're going next, because that's how I got here, and I wanted to explain it to you. There are people with disabilities who can be mean just because they're mean. So, yes, the overall majority of the people with disabilities, but I want to make sure that if I see people with disabilities who are doing bad things, I'm gunning for them too. I'm never going to gun for little kids, and I'm not going to gun for a vet unless you're not really a vet. If you got stolen valor going on, we got something to talk about. I'm going to send all the vets that I know to your page, and I'm not going to hold back. If you understand that,
yes, ma'am.
If you were to come after children, I'm coming for you. If I feel as though you're selling poison to my community, I'm coming after you. And here's the reason why. How I got to this point in my life, and I'm making it the shortest version possible. All of the videos that talk about this part of my journey as a person and coming into YouTube have been timestamped by Rashawn. Shout out to you, Rashawn. Thank you so much. So you can go back and get it all there. But basically in 2018, after my cousin was killed in a traffic stop in Memphis, Tennessee, that September, I thought about self-deletion. Chicago, you may want to hold on just a second. And no one else can see you, Rilla, so go ahead and cam up and give me a thumbs up, please.
What's
I know you heard me. Hold on a second, Rico. I'm sorry. Give me something so that I know that you hear me. Something in the chat, at least, Rico. Rilla. I meant to stop saying that anyway. I considered suicide in 2018.
Okay, thank you.
And I went into the hospital for 5 days. On the other side of that, I had to sit down, what they call lying flat these days, and take a real assessment of my life. Now, I've always done this since I had gastric bypass surgery in 2007, because I was changing my life then so that I could be a better woman and mother for my sons. And in this situation, I needed to figure out what to do next. I achieved every goal I ever put in front of me. And I didn't think that I was going to live to be the age that I was because my mother died so early. So I was wrestling with all of those things. And all I could do was watch YouTube and watch TV and stuff. And I looked at it and I was like, the more that my people consume this stuff, because it was happening to me, I wasn't getting out of anything. What was taking me out of it was music. And it took out the music that I chose. And in the disability community, they call it spoons. And I had to determine how many spoons I had each day, whether I could get up and function because I have a chronic body pain issue, whether or not I can get up and function each day. You understand what I'm saying? So in all of those things, gentlemen, I'm going to bring you up just so that I know that I'm not ignoring you and you know that I'm not ignoring you. I apologize. But anyway, so in all of that time, what I was doing was just trying to find my way out, right? And watching YouTube and thinking people were Kevin Samuels. I went into YouTube thinking, okay, I need to be able to communicate with my 3 sons. They're older men now, and I need to make sure that they understand how to move in the world so that what's happening to me doesn't happen to them. And so I started out with Abba and Preach. And then I saw mediocre tutorials and reviews. And that took me down the rabbit hole to Kevin Samuels, Lapeef, blah, 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 end up at Conversations with King. But at the end of the day, what I saw was my people are consuming this poison, and this is what it's doing to us. Mm-hmm. I am healed, even though I have been diagnosed with a mental health disorder. And I fully will tell you that I do have dissociative identity disorder. There are moments when I am so overwhelmed by the anxiety that I separate from my space and I'm like, oh, this is a movie. What is happening? But at the same time, I can tell you, I sit comfortably in my joy every day. You see it when you see me cam up. It's why I do, even when I hurt. My joy comes from all the way inside of me, the way that my pain does, because I am loved everywhere. I have someone who loves me just for the woman that I am, someone who loves me naked. I have sons who call me a superhero, and not because I forced them to, but because they know that I poured everything that I could into them. And when I see that my people are doing this stuff, these things that I shine a light on every day that I cam up, I do my best to give my people something to eat, something that they can nourish themselves with and move forward. Not just, yeah, I'm going to give you a little bit of pain. I bring you in with goofiness and smiles and songs, and then I take you down the rabbit hole into the things that we need to talk about, and then I bring you back out with some joy and love, and I ask you to keep your spirit up as you move forward, divesting yourself of self-hate. That's it. So me doing this is all of those things, is who I am, is what I'm about. But please understand, the one thing I said back in those videos, and the reason why I did all of this diatribe, is because when my mother passed away, I was 21, and I had just had my first child. And at my mother's funeral, outside of me, my sisters and my dad, I was like, this ain't gonna be a whole lot of people, because we had just been this little nuclear family moving all over the country, right? I'd say probably 200 people showed up to my mother's funeral. And I'd say at least 10 to 15 of them got up there and they just said, let me tell you what DP did for me. Let me tell you how DP did this in my life. DP, she gave me an opportunity to do X. And I didn't have a lot of things to take away from my mother's existence because she didn't tell her story. But that I had. And that damn love, I have been doing that my whole life. In the military community, when I was in college, there you can tell in any walk of my life, I have touched somebody. So I can take the hits on YouTube because it don't mean nothing to me. I've achieved everything I've ever wanted to in life. There were 200 people at her funeral who could say that she was a wonderful woman. When I die, every goddamn YouTube person that I have touched and the people who just watched me, my sons will be able to know that what you believe in your mother was true. That's it, damn it. That's legacy. That's it. And I need my people to start fighting for that. I apologize, gentlemen, but I had to get it out there. And now you all can, I'm sorry.
Money. Go ahead, Chicago.
No, you can't ask me to follow up after that, man. You crazy? You can't bring me on the platform and say, all right, JP just poured the soda out. Go ahead, brother, close yours.
I know. I didn't want to go. So I'll give you.
Listen, y'all, I've been holding this
Simon, your turn, Simon.
I've been holding this for a week and an hour and a half. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, y'all, really, seriously.
Don't be sorry. No, don't be sorry. That's your platform. We're on your platform. We respect your platform. Okay. I have total grace. I have total grace for you. And I really feel you. And I really see where you're coming from on a real level. You know, I sort of chimed in because of my own sort of thought processes, but when you started talking, that was just something else. And we I don't know, you know, I just got to bring it back down to something else. In terms of, I really wish I could just like go through the screen and just give you a hug. Do you get what I'm saying? Because
thank you. I am surrounded by 3 wonderful Black men. Understand? I want every Black woman to understand
look,
you can have that.
There are not many intelligent Black women on these streets that we can reach out to and just have a conversation with. And sometimes we take it out of context and we just sort of throw our own egos out at it. And that's the only thing that I've sort of been sort of throwing out there. Although I have my own sort of thought processes about, you know, like how things are in this day and age. You know, I've you know, we've been on other platforms before and I've tried to encourage you to smile. My nigga walked off, but look, it's not that simple. To be fair, like shit happens, you know, and God brings us together. Like, I had no idea that I'd be on this platform with you, like this evening, from my perspective, being here at this point in time, and Chicago being on here, and my man, because I got on here because he was talking about KS and stuff, and I was like, shit.
So how do you feel about
another
him?
Perspective.
Okay, well, wait. Let's deal with.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Simon? You're from across the pond, I assume, right? From your accent.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm just, I like it, and I just want to know where
we've been on another platform before. Yeah.
Me and you.
Yeah.
All right, Saucy. Now,
okay, I don't remember. So you know, I drink a little too much.
Cool.
So
don't worry about that.
I apologize if I don't forget. You know, I don't think I'm that memorable in the first place. So if anybody tell me they remember me, I'm like, are you sure it was me? Because I'm a nobody. Yeah. That's how I just kind of think of myself.
You're not nobody. No one's a nobody.
Well, you know, I just don't think that much of myself. So again,
I don't know. I think we need to like hold ourselves a bit more accountable. But that's just my perspective.
Yeah, I try to, you know, and I try to learn from everybody. So that's why I was just asking, you know, your accent. That was only because of the accent. Minus that, I would have never given any thought. I know Chicago's from Chicago here in the U.S. And I know also JP's here from the U.S. So
I have a vested interest. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think if we're all part of the diaspora,
yes,
I don't care. You know, I don't care where we are in the world. I think we should have a vested interest in each other.
Yes, and so
yeah, and I believe that as well. I really do, and I think we all should.
In this conversation, we're talking about a diaspora conversation anyway. And the way that I describe them is the nuclear family is the weekend barbecue family, and the diaspora is the family reunion barbecue family. So there are some things that we need to talk about that are just us, and some things that are bigger than that. So being up here tonight, though, is a diaspora conversation because King's part of the diaspora. We'll go that way. Now,
I think, I mean, Chicago knows more about like barbecue stuff.
All right, now, Rilla, was there something you'd like to address?
I
I appreciate you coming up and waiting for my little sob story. Thank you.
No.
I mean,
Listen, JP, you're good, man. I've seen you on multiple platforms, and then thank you for alluding to our conversation, at least getting it on the record that you know, um, people are able to, like, we're all real human beings, man. Like, nobody out here is a celebrity off this stuff.
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, not in that truest sense. I mean, even if you bring up Kevin Samuels, he put his pants leg on one at a time like everybody else, right? So I don't maneuver where I am. You know, when I come home, my girl still sees me. You know what I'm saying? As the
Right.
person, you know, she not phased by this YouTube stuff. You know, I get a little bit more recognition when I'm in the city, but she not phased if we out and somebody recognizes me. She's like, oh, that's dope. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But that's it. So what I really kind of wanted to speak to, you know, when you had left for a minute, JP, and you put my comment up, I really wanted to make clear to Rico what I was saying. It was, and I did not come up to address anything dealing with anybody else or any other platform. And I am not here as a representative of La Peef Network. I am here as my own man. So let's be clear on that first.
I'd
So I
like to
do
let you all. I'll make it clear now that like I said, I spoke to Rilla earlier. I let him know that I was considering having this conversation, and I hope you don't mind me saying this, Rilla. He suggested to me that we need to, that if I provide value, I should stay there. And he also said that he went into the lion's den, and it reminded me that I'm not Daniel, right? I am a sheep. I'm a sheep. And
Well,
that was the part for me that made me decide. It had nothing to do with Rilla. It was just
wow.
that was the thing that turned my brain.
Dang, I didn't know.
Yeah,
I didn't
he
know that's
didn't.
how you felt when I said that. The thing being is because this YouTube stuff is becoming a space. Forgive the way I'm gonna say this, for weirdos. You know, and I say it that way because I am who I say I am. I was no different when I was talking to you on that phone, JP, than how I present myself when I'm on the platform. I'm the exact same way. When I say I'm out here doing work and I'm connecting with these young bloods, that's what my passion is. That's what you're always going to hear me defer back to. So when people speak on my name, I'm gonna have to say something. OG, with all due respect, you're my youngest uncle. You're around his age, and I say OG respectfully because it's not that you're that much older than me, but I give deference because you are older than me. I'm not a hard man to reach. We were in the same Facebook group. I think it's funny because I had a chance to go back and look on our interactions. I was like, man, maybe I missed something. And I looked back on a lot of our interaction. There was a few times where we disagreed, but there were more times where we agreed more than we disagreed. And so it just struck me as odd that, you know, to see you on a platform addressing me in a way. And I was like, dang, like we could have had that conversation and squared everything away. So even that night when we spoke, it wasn't that I came away with a different understanding. The understanding that I came away with was, okay, that's where you stand when it comes to me, and that's fine, right? But here's where I stand. But as a man, I would address you first. And I say that to everybody, right? The reason why you hear so many conversations about, I hate when people do this. Oh, I talk to, like, when people try and one up it and make it seem like I'm calling people or this. That's not what's happening, fam. Like, you know, everybody's exchanging numbers behind the scenes. We're all having conversations behind the scenes, and none of this stuff really ever needs to be brought up. And the reason why I do that stuff is because I'm in a city where young bloods will see a conversation on Instagram. They'll see a comment on Instagram and they get so emotional and they go by the block and shoot it all up. And they don't care who's there, mother, woman, children. They don't care. They shoot it up, being emotional. So what I'm trying to show them in real time is this is how you move as a man. If I got an issue with you, then I deal with you directly. Right? That's how I move. I'm sorry, JP. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's fine. I want to say this while Rilla's saying that so it can be made clear how women defend their name versus how men move. I cannot go directly at you because I understand and respect that, right? So I deferred in that moment. I was wrong. You said I was wrong. I apologize. we can move forward. The only thing that happened after that was me saying, listen, you don't have to send people to my page. I appreciate that. I'm not about the clicks and views. I'm about getting the information out no matter how long it takes, because I'm focused on that one little boy who was 1 day old and his father was killed. That's it. As long as I keep him in the front of my mind, nothing else matters. As long as I let him know how you move as a young man and what to expect out of a woman. And so that's what I did up there. And coming back here, where I knew that I had people around me to protect me, and saying, hey, listen, this is what happened to me. Now, what do you do about that as those who say that they protect me? That's how a woman moves. That's how a woman who understands that she cannot fight a man, cannot take him down, moves. And so I wanted that to be made clear by my presence and my example. That's
JP,
it.
Can you pause for a moment? Because I think what really was speaking to, I don't even think it was speaking to you. I think it was speaking to me. And Chicago, I just want to be crystal clear. You are fucking 100,000% spot on correct. And I thought I tried to convey that when I was reading your chat, and I know I wasn't interacting with you. But I want to say again to you, as I said in the chat, and I'll say again publicly, I apologize for not reaching out to you to try to at least say to you what I thought. I should have, I didn't. So as what you said, correct. I could have, and because I thought in the group, we've had some interactions through the page. And I thought the same way. Like most of the time, I thought we were like on the same thing. But then sometimes I watch you on the show, and while I felt like you were a square, not square, but just like a solid guy, I just felt like sometimes I know how the show goes. It goes in a certain direction, and I know like everybody sort of fits in a certain space. Like I fucks with Kay. That's my square, her position. I don't know her personally, but I know her views and I align with her views. And I know how the views of your other colleagues are and so on and so forth. So, in the group, I felt like sometimes I would express something and you would interact with me in the group, but I never did came up on the page or so on and so forth, because I felt like all the people that called in, they all aligned a certain way. It looked like to me they were shopping for their callers. And I didn't feel like I fit within the callers they shop with. But nonetheless, I should have reached out to you, and I was clearly wrong for that. I was wrong for that. I'm willing to say that I should have at least attempted to reach out to you. And if you hadn't responded to me, then what I would have did was fine. But I never did do that. And because I never did give you the opportunity, then I was wrong. And I'm willing to admit that. You understand what I'm saying? Because like you said, it's like, fam, you could have reached out to me, and no matter whether we would have seen eye to eye or not, I would have given you an opportunity, and I didn't do that. So I was wrong for that. But I still looked at it the way I did. But the fact of the matter is, I didn't give you a chance to address it before I went public on another platform. And that was wrong. That was, and
I
will admit to where I was wrong.
Yeah, and I hear you, and I appreciate it, and I just think it's important, in these spaces, because I think what's happening now, people are seeing what they're seeing. And Tawana's I wasn't saying Tawana. I think that's the name, Wana Washington. They were saying that YouTube represents reality. My comment in talking about YouTube being a weird space now, what you see some content creators, what I'm speaking to specifically, and I want to be clear, I'm not saying that everybody in the YouTube space is weird. I'm just saying people are seeing what they see. So when JP makes an observation about certain content creators, and she questions the motives for why they're creating the way that they're creating, or why they're moving in certain directions, or she notices a change in the messaging and the tone and the direction that they're at it. Like, a lot of people are seeing that come from content creators. Like, you know what I'm saying? So people's eyes are not lying to them. And what I'm saying is, a lot of questions, I mean, not a lot of questions, but just conversations that I have from time to time is just like, that's not what I'm here for.
But can I ask you a question though, as a content creator, and the same thing. This is the question that, and like I said, because I don't have a page, Chicago,
Me neither.
and I don't want one.
Me neither.
I know you called me out about that, right? But not only do I not have a page, I'm also not a panelist, so I'm a little bit better than that. Okay, so I'm just an audience member. I'm just an observer. So in addition to what you said, which is spot on, do you feel like panelists and content creators have a responsibility
Absolutely.
to the message that they put out?
Absolutely.
Because remember, as what I said and told you, it's like it's not enough to say, "Oh, well," I'm like, but we have to, because that's JP's. That's the premise behind her whole.
Here's the difference, Rico.
Okay.
When you go and you show up on somebody else's panel, you're a guest in their house. I don't own the platform. If I wanted to get out my message and strictly control my narrative, I would create the platform for me to do that. Then I could strictly 100% control who I'm associated with, who I bring up, how I regulate how they talk. I could mute mics. I could drop people in. I could bring them up. I could take them out. Right. But I think what happens is in this space, and it's interesting how much deference we give to people who have visibility or voice, and how much, we got to do some serious soul searching, because we put certain people on these platforms and we pedestalize them, and then their word is golden. We don't check and adjust for ourselves. We don't validate what they say, and we just take what they say as gold.
Yes. Exactly.
I allow honestly, for me, I give my kids certain space to, like, don't believe me. Go check for yourself. My grandma used to tell me, "Oh, you don't think fat meat greasy." Right? You're gonna find out though. Right? So go check it for yourself. And the thing of it is, with this YouTube space, as soon as we see somebody that's visible, we think that gives us automatic access to them as if we know them.
Okay, last question. I'm gonna let you go. So even with what you said, and I agree 1,000% with what you said. 1,000% with what you said. But let me ask you this. So as a panelist, because you don't control the narrative, but you realize you are part of a narrative. Because if you're a panelist, you're part of a narrative, whether you agree with it or not.
Yeah, I can't say I agree with that, but go ahead.
I'm not saying you do, but I'm just saying,
I think I understand what you're saying.
So
go ahead.
You've had previous panelists and recent panelists that have stepped away for whatever reason, which I have no idea.
Well, wait a minute. Are we talking about YouTube or Lapeef? Because I want to be clear. I'm not here to talk about Lapeef.
No, I'm just saying YouTube.
Okay, so go ahead.
Panelists walk away from channels for whatever reason. So what I'm saying is, do you feel any obligation for any YouTube channel that you're a part of? If you started the Rico channel, if I sat there and said, okay, we're gonna start slapping up women tomorrow, where do you draw the line? You, Derek, yourself?
No. I'm responsible. No. I'm responsible for me.
Okay.
I'm responsible for me.
So even if you're on a reckless platform, and I'm not talking about any platform.
No. So let me tell you how I look at it.
Yes, sir.
I look at this YouTube stuff. When I lived in Atlanta for 20 years, I had an opportunity to move in and out of a lot of spaces, like in entertainment, right? And so I look at YouTube, this particular space, I look at it like the record business, right? So, how Russell Simmons moved, how Kevin Liles moved, how Rick Rubin moved, how Leroy Cohen's moved over there at Def Jam. Would I say LL Cool J, Method Man, would I say Public Enemy is responsible for every decision that was made at the top? Right? They were on the label. Public Enemy wasn't there talking about girls, this, that, and the third. They were responsible for their message. They wasn't responsible for everything that Def Jam did. They were responsible and accountable to the message that they were trying to get out. The platform is the vehicle. The platform is the platform. right? The only thing you could do is remain 10 toes down and on your square in terms of who you are. Now, if there's a question about me and it's like, yo, Willa, you was this way one day and then, you was this way another day, then I can, I could withstand that criticism and take that into consideration. Oftentimes I have, and I've made adjustments as a result, right? But I refuse to take accountability for another person's actions or responsibilities, even if I share the same platform with them.
Okay.
But you can understand how your audience can get confused.
Hold on.
Listen,
that's what I'm just saying.
The audience is the audience is the audience. People pick and choose what they want to watch, what they want to listen to, who they want to rock with all day. That's not what I'm accountable for. What I'm accountable for is staying consistent with my messaging and what my purpose is and what I'm trying to do.
Right. I'm not talking about them choosing. I'm saying the confusion sometimes.
I have no control over people's confusion.
Right. I get that. Sir. I'm with you 1,000%. But if I'm just a consumer of information and I log in, and if I look at some things, and I think you are a solid brother, but I can get confused between, as you said, a platform or a message, because this YouTube thing is new. It's just messy. There are no clear delineations between everything. You agree?
Yes, I agree. I would add the caveat.
That's all I'm just saying. The confusion.
No, but here's the to button it up, and I think JP wanted to cut in. I don't want to monopolize your platform or take away from what you were talking about. So thank you for allowing me grace to speak in this moment. I appreciate it. But here's the thing, Rico, and this is what we gotta get people to understand. You're accountable for you, right? How you interpret okay, say everybody's favorite YouTuber, right? The Average at Best. Everybody loves Average at Best right now, right? That's a joke.
Yeah.
So my point is, what he's responsible for and accountable for is the message that he's presenting. Right now, he vibes with his tribe. How that lands is how it lands. The people that don't rock with him, don't rock with him. This, I'm just telling you what I'm learning. Okay. I can't get caught up in people's confusion. I can't get caught up in people associating me with this and that and this and like if you're gonna take me to the woodshed, take me to task on what I do.
Fair.
Take me to task on what I do. Take me to task on the words that come out of my mouth. So when people say, "Oh well, really, man, you don't consistently protect women," and just what? Okay, you have the right to feel that way, right? And so we can have that conversation. I'm not a hard person to reach. Anybody that reaches out to me on IG, anybody that reaches out to me on Facebook, they will tell you I respond back. And I give out my real. I don't do Google numbers or none of that. I give out my real number and have real conversations in real time.
Yeah, vice versa.
No, I love you, brother. I will never, ever
no, Rico,
write your name without reaching out to you directly.
No, bro,
I just won't do that because you were right. You were right about that, and that's the one thing that just keeps grating at me.
You got to show these shorties how to move.
Yeah, I didn't. And that
we got to show these shorties how to move.
Wait. Speaking of, since you brought up the music analogy, and I wanna ask you this question because you said, all right, pick apart my message or my actions. Back in the day, when you found out that a record label was moving shady against Black folks, right? Let's say for instance, I don't know, we'll call it Label Q, right? Label Q has a bunch of Black performers on there, but Label Q makes Black performers walk all the way to such and such, pays Black performers less than it pays everybody else, so on and so forth, right? Now you're an artist on Label Q, and everybody is saying, hey, this ain't right. You can't keep doing this to Black folks. And all of the other artists are starting to defect from Label Q. Why do you stay? How long do you stay?
No. Thank you. I'm glad you brought that up. So, again, as I had a conversation the other day, somebody was asking that same question. Here's why. If not me, then who? Who will be able to give different perspectives and different balances in that space to the people that are so that means because Leo Cohen was robbing people on their contracts or whatever, Public Enemy should have left Def Jam. We shouldn't have never got It Takes a Nation of Millions to hold us back. We shouldn't have never got Fear of a Black Planet, right? You move in the space that you in. If you can withstand it and if you can deal with it, you move in the space that you in. Because to me, and I've said this to multiple times to many of people, that to me the message is bigger. The message is bigger.
It is bigger, and sorry, I had to.
Sorry,
I had
Simon.
to.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, the music industry. I was in the music industry, so I have some sort of game in this. Um, the mob at what they sort of incited the music industry from inception, from the 1940s, and a lot of the people that got involved, black people, especially, um, that were deferred from the slave trade, um, were given rights as free people for the first time, and allowed to be in the limelight for the first time. So they sort of bought into those contracts, and they weren't actual contracts that we know in this day and age. And people need to understand that what we know in this day and age is not what people knew in that day and age, because it is a completely different thing. Like, people couldn't read or write, you know. We take things for granted, and we sort of juxtaposition things and go, okay, just because this happened then, and how are we here now? And it's like, why can't we just decompose ourselves and go, okay, like, we were not there. We didn't have these privileges. We didn't have these, dishwashers. Do you get what I'm saying? It's just like, it's crazy, like how people just go, they take things like, let's say, like, oh, we had this and then now we're here. It's nuts. So there's a lot to debunk and unpack, and we need to have some civil conversations, like real civil conversations, not just, I think like the YouTube game is just the beginning.
Yeah, I do too. I have, and that's the whole thing. I have reached out to other content creators who I think share my perspective. And we're going to start to have those conversations, but I believe that it has to be had in a controlled environment. So there'll be conversations had on Discord, there'll be conversations had on Facebook, and then we will bring forth the discussion to be had on YouTube with a full-blown debate style. We have to learn how to talk to each other, how to respect each other, and how to move as people. And if anything I can take away from this last week, and I can say thank you to King for, brother, you can cut this and put it up as many times as you want to. You made me flex my muscle and get my game up. I appreciate you for that. No, I mean that. I would have waited a long time to get there. I would have set my own standard, my own pace, my own speed. And content creators understand that if you do that, you risk an opportunity or a chance. But you gave me that chance by pushing me, by challenging me. And I accept that and I appreciate that.
JP, can I say something? Okay,
Yes.
But then again, let me say this first. Okay, so to you music lovers, Chicago and Simon, look up the documentary, The Lion Sleeps Tonight. Look up the documentary, The Lion Sleeps Tonight. It's an old song. We all know it. The lion sleeps tonight. It's a documentary about the song. about the song. When we talk about theft of song rights, they did a documentary about that song, which was hugely, wildly popular, and all the white people benefited from it, and the black people in Africa who made the song didn't get shit.
Well, Disney had to pay that back, right?
Huh?
Disney had to pay a settlement on that song.
No, they didn't pay it to the black people.
I'm schooled in that. Like, that's classic.
Watch the documentary, The Lion Sleeps Tonight. It will give you the full history of it.
Okay. I'm gonna give a little bit of pushback and to all three of you gentlemen in that regard. Yes, I need for you all to go and look up Otis Redding. Before there was a prince and a slave on my face. Yes, sir. Before there was a prince and a slave on my face, there was Otis Redding, his ranch and his plane. That brother owned the rights to his own music, and he helped other black folks get theirs. When I say I know my black folks and who it is that I look to for my role models and guidance in this game, it's the ones who did it right and still managed to succeed. So
that's your homework, young boys, not mine. That's your homework.
I mean, we could talk Sam Cook then. We could talk Sam Cook.
Something like when we have these conversations, perhaps we could just drop each other emails and just drop the data.
But it's I love it because it's good. It's good because we should be, like I said,
I'm up for that.
Teach one, and that's
I'm
good.
up for that. Let's exchange email addresses and drop the data because and then we can come back to it.
Here's the deal, guys. My email and my Facebook are here. If you're on either one of those, feel free to leave me the information there.
I'll put my email and phone number in the private chat.
I'll put it all back to everybody else. If you have a something that you want to shout out at this point, please feel free to do so. It's not that I'm not willing to shout out a content creator or anything like that. It's just I forget. We're running a whole bunch of stuff, and I do extra as one person. So, but I've been able to delegate a lot of things as I've grown in this way and learned some things. So,
wait. Just OG, real quick. I remember this. Yeah, I just looked it up now. Disney settled the lawsuit for $1.6 million to the family of Solomon Linda. Yeah, this is in 2006.
Yeah,
the original composer. It was original a Zulu tune.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he ain't the original composer in 2006.
No, they paid him in
the
2006.
Family. They paid the family of Solomon Linda. That's who composed the song originally.
Okay.
Thank you, Rilla boy. See, now normally I would have been able to.
I know that was the jam. Right?
All right, Simone, that's gonna be you.
Simone.
But that's okay though. But that's if that's correct or not correct, I don't know. But I'm just saying is that if you read it more than the link, Rilla, which you might be 100% correct about, and I'm gonna say you're 100% correct about, so I'm not gonna dispel it. But watch the documentary. It tells how the whole story came about,
right?
How it became so popularized, how it made so much money,
right?
And if they're paying them in 2006, that means that song is from the fucking 50s.
Well,
yeah, but we need to get on track with this. Like,
so what I'm
legacy
saying is,
well, listen, but this is, and the reason why I bring that up, and the reason, and I wasn't trying to correct you, OG, but I think the information in this space is important, especially for younger people that listen, right? And then you're listening to how these record labels are, and this is why I have no sympathy, no pity for anybody talking about they're not getting paid by their record label today. The barriers of entry to get in the record business or to put your record out and make your money, go on tour, sell merch, capitalize and monetize your talent is endless now. So there's no reason why people should be signing these hopeless contracts or getting robbed and pillaged by the industry now.
Well, let me ask you this, Chicago. You're the record guy, right? Because I'm not.
No. I'm low on the totem pole. That's Simon. Simon's the record guy.
Okay, well, both of you gentlemen, because I have no idea. But I know it was in the news because I just read the news. This young lady, Summer Walker, explain to me what the hell they talking about with her getting 15 cents. Because I don't know.
That's her fault.
I'm not. I said I don't know.
No, I'm telling you, anybody signing a record deal in this day and age.
All I'm saying is
wait, Simon, am I lying?
No, you're not lying.
You're getting 15.
Chicago kills me. No, you get these 360 deals and they just get locked in. Like you just got to look at
they want
TLC for Christ's sake.
Okay, but what about the desperation?
Ain't too hard to beg.
Well, here's the thing,
Yep.
JP. See, that's the other thing, right? It's not desperation for people to sign these deals right now. Summer Walker was a writer before she was an artist, right? But what happens is people want to step out in the limelight. So here's one for you, JP. Do you remember Saida Garrett?
I remember the
I
name.
think so, yeah.
Saida Garrett. She was signed with Quincy Jones. She was a very dope writer. She's one of many writers that decided to get out there and thought they would do better as an artist and learned that your talent as a writer doesn't translate all the time, right?
Okay.
And so my point being with Summer, let me bring it back to Summer Walker. Summer Walker signing a deal that gets her 15 cents on the dollar in the 21st century is asinine. That's why I said I have no pity and no sympathy for anybody signing those type of deals. I remember there was a group in Atlanta. They had a very organic movement. Like when I worked for Adidas, then I would see them wearing Sambas, and next thing I know, you got the whole Southwest Atlanta and Riverdale, College Park, East Point coming in to buy Sambas, and they was doing what they call what do you call it, white boy swag or something like that. It was like they looked like preppy kids. It was a whole movement where they dressed like preppy kids, and all these black kids on the south side of Atlanta were dressing like them. Right. So now here comes the record. They're putting their music out. They're hitting the mixtape scene. They're out in the strip clubs. They're on their local radio. They're killing it. Right. Now here comes the big labels knocking. Jive came knocking. Def Jam came knocking. And I remember talking with their manager, and he was like, yeah, we're entertaining this deal, that deal, da 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 da. And I'm like, why? Y'all getting show money. Y'all selling merch. You're on the radio. What do you need the label for? And they thought they were ready to go national. And what happened was they dropped that first album. And it tanked. It didn't do what the label thought they should. And they were upside down in that deal. They signed a deal when they didn't need to. You were killing the game independently. So I don't understand for like a Summer Walker, and she's heavily connected in Atlanta. I don't know why she would sign a deal. And even more so, the deal that I think she locked into, if I remember correctly, is with the father of her child, the producer, London on the Track. That's who she locked in. That's the father of her child. That's who she's locked in the deal with.
I just don't know. I just know it's all over the news. The 15 cents on the dollar, and I think it's like for the next 2 or 3 albums or some shit.
Yeah,
well, she get. I'm sorry, JP. Just real quick. 15 cents on the dollar for an artist is actually good. By Simon, correct me if I'm wrong. That's actually pretty good by industry label. You know that business mind. That's pretty good. It's usually less than less than it's usually way less than that. But then again, she might be in the 360, and that may be what it translates to, 15 cents.
So she don't get any money off of the promotion and all the other
No, it's all tied in now. That's how. Listen, who came up with that? Leo Cohen came up with that 360 when he went over there to Warner. Leo Cohen coined the 360 deal as a way. So you had artists like T.I. over at Atlantic. Atlantic was making money off his music and royalties and stuff like that. He was killing them with the tours. Well, I don't think streaming was a big deal then, but he was killing them with tour money and merch. Remember, that's how artists used to make their money. That was the money that the record label couldn't touch.
But
now they get
huge now, right?
Nah, they get like less than a penny.
So
streaming ain't nothing.
Making money off of
tours and merch.
I don't know. I'm not. That's why I'm asking.
It's tours and merch. That's why these festivals are big. That's why you have Travis Porter doing Astro World. That's why you have her doing the Lights Out Festival. That's why you have One Music Fest in Atlanta. Afro Punk. All these different festivals. So I forget what y'all got in the UK.
For touring.
Mm-hmm.
But it's always been that way.
Always.
Think about Motown. They were always touring artists. They were always touring artists.
So live. You make money off live. You don't make money off like records and all that sort of
stuff. It's the same way on YouTube. Part of the reason that I'm a live streamer and not a editor, putter upper, writer thingy is because you get almost double the views in a way doing live streams. Because a lot of people leave a window open when they come up here. there's a whole host of ways to make more money doing live streams than there are to do putting up short videos. The smart way is to do what JR does, which is what I intend to do, which is to do the live stream and then go back and cut the shorts out and then put them up. And if you're really smart about it, you leave a link in the description to the full video. People can get to you a host of ways. You have to know how to use the game. The game has changed. There are a lot of people out here who are like, yeah, no, marketing this. You, if I pay you, you show up, you do the work. That's all you're supposed to be grateful for. That is no longer the way that the majority of the world is moving. It's moving towards internal, external customer. You want to keep your employee as happy as possible so they'll stay, and you want to keep the other one the same. You want to keep your customers loyal. That's the best of both worlds. It doesn't always happen that way.
That's a fact.
That's the best of both worlds.
So I'm just trying to figure it out. Like I said, I'm not even remotely invested in it, but it's just like,
Why are you off
what
game,
the fuck?
Chicago? Help me.
As a viewer, it strikes me as very odd.
Well, here's the other thing, JP, for what you're talking about with marketing too, and this is what I try to focus on. You know, be it music or YouTube, what's the key and the glue that binds it all together is value. If the audience isn't finding value in what you're doing, they're out.
Yeah.
And that's what keeps getting lost in the sauce. People are not adding value. They're chasing likes. They're chasing views. They're chasing super chats. They're chasing validation. They're chasing #1 records, whatever that is for them. And that's what I keep going back to. Like, in OG, I heard you when you said, hey, it's not enough for you to say it. You got to be about it. The thing that keeps me grounded is outside of YouTube, once I clock out and the work that I really put in when I'm out here in these streets, that's the thing that keeps me grounded. That's the thing that keeps me validated, right? That's the thing that affords me the opportunity to come back with real life experience and add value to the audience. And I've always said to the platform that I contribute to, I've always said the moment I'm not adding value, yo fam, I didn't ask for YouTube. I didn't ask to jump on the panel. I didn't ask for none of that. I was asked and I accepted because I saw the opportunity.
If you want to know the truth, like, I was a heavy consumer of that channel. I was a heavy consumer of even the TLA, but I stopped watching it, and it's because I felt like the direction of the channel went away from
I get that
your view.
I get that
because it went away, and I'm not, no slight. I'm trying to be as neutral as possible. It went away from your view, so it's just like there's no value to me.
And Rico,
TLA, it was like there's no value to it.
Hold on, Rilla. I would like to chime in.
That's as a consumer. That's just a consumer tip to you to pass along. Like, look, if the value,
I'm pretty sure they hear it. They hear it all the time. I get it. I'm not trying to account for them.
I want to say this. I want to say that this is one of those things that I think that I may have made Villa aware during our conversation. When you look at platform YouTube, you have to. I know you're just a watcher, but this is also for content creators who may not understand it, or panelists. If you go up on a platform frequently, or when you look at that type of platform where they've got several panelists, understand that each one of those people up there, if they are open, they allow other people to be behind them saying, hey, I think you're fantastic. Someone's feeding their ego constantly with how great they are, not anybody else, just them. So on the platform, and I'm not saying this is what's happening here, but on the platform, they stand firm in who they are because they stand firm in who they are, or they stand firm in whatever it is that their cheerleaders say, right? So there are some men who move as a tribe of one, but can come together and make things get done. Or there are those men who have to have cheerleaders behind them.
Sure.
I don't know. Look, I don't know. Look, look, where this is all new to all of us, right? We're all fantastic people. You have to sort of just take your own accord. You have your own platform. You have your own personalities. You have your own spectrum. You have your own audience. Do not look at other people's platforms and try to sort of relate yourself to that. It's not going to work. Like just do you. Like you're very good at what you do. You can draw from other people and their, or like what they do, their personalities, how it's worked for them, and gain everything from what they've put in. But you can't sort of just have this thing where you're comparing yourself all the time. It makes no sense. Like when I come onto your platform, I'm looking at your platform, looking at you and what you're talking about and going, look, this woman is bringing me this. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like she's putting these points across, and that's what I'm gaining. I didn't tune into your platform because I tuned into the Lapeef. No, like that was nothing to do with it. It's just like, and this guy over here, like I don't even remember his name, but it's just like that's the point. He's putting a point across where I don't give a crap what his name is. Your personality, you're giving me something. Look, I'm a guy, I'm a viewer, but at the same time, I'm a consumer. Like I've come from a media background. Yes. Why do I tune into Good Morning Britain? Because these people are just giving me information that I need and want to be part of. Gain that. Like, don't be part of this whole whatever's going on. If you're the person, that's the proprietor. You own a business.
Yes.
If I walk into your shop and you own a cafe, what are you going to talk? Are you going to talk to me about
I'm not going to talk to you about the cafe
person next
across
door's
the way.
doing?
No.
Right.
I'm going to talk to you about the community current events. I'm going to try to get you to have another croissant. And hey, sweetheart, I know you really like that pie. You want some whipped cream on top of that? That's what I am. But I also am going to talk to you about what's going on in the community. So when I see Simon acting like he ain't got no good sense over there roughhousing with them boys when he know better at his age, I'm going to say something. That's also my job. But that's neither here nor there in this conversation. Like I said, the whole point was to bring awareness to get women to see and understand from a woman who says this is how you should move. If you're about family, if you're about community, any of those things, when you feel injured, you don't go directly at a man. You don't try to fight him mano a mano, because that is not what it is. You can't. At the end of the day, you're not that strong. You have to figure out how to move better. That's it.
But JP, the value is what, like, for example, Simon in Chicago, why we tune into your channel is because we see something different that we didn't see in the other spaces.
I understand that, but hold on, hold on, no.
Go ahead.
How did you come to find me? Each one of you. How did you find out about me?
I found you from an existing channel.
Thank you. How did you find me, Simon? You didn't just come up over here because I was just magically in a thumbnail looking adorable with my crown and horn on. Right. So you cannot say,
However, what the interest was, yes. So in other words, when I was in Lapeef,
Chicago, I know how you feel.
When I saw King, I saw you. So they're all connected. But what happened is,
on a real level, I am actually proactively seeking out intelligent Black women that speak out in our community, because I that's just what I do, and that's why I operate like that, because I know that I've got about like 40 years left, so I'm doing that on purpose.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Wait, but Simon, you said you got how many years left?
About 40.
Estimate.
You 60?
About 40.
He said about 40.
About 23.
I said, God, dog, I got to increase my water intake. That brother's 60.
On a side note, how many of you do know someone who's over the age of 100? That's who's up here. Anybody?
Not personally, no.
Does anyone in the chat know anybody who's over the age of 100? In the meantime, shout out to Dennis Sperling. He's got a picture posted of one of the gentlemen
Dennis
from.
Sperling is special.
Yes, he is. But hold on. So one, he's all about the military. So I shouted him out yesterday. But
That's
two,
the
he put up
attorney, right?
yes. Two, he put up a picture of one of the gentlemen from the Tuskegee Airmen.
Nice.
He's
Yeah, peace to Dennis Sterling.
He's either 102 or 103. Right now, I also know that my children's great grandmother, she'll be 104, I believe it is, this January. So I have seen generational families move.
Wow.
I have been around
That's
families.
special.
Thank you. I've been around families who tried to be foundational. And so I'm not just speaking from the top of my dome. I didn't get my education inside of just the United States. When I was 11, I said we moved abroad to Germany. I was there from 11 to 16. We went back from 11 to 14. We went back when I was 16. I graduated from high school so that I could go back. I was there until I met and married my children's father. So all that to say, you name a couple of children from Memphis, Tennessee today who you could drop in Germany and tell them to be good examples of the Black community. I was going to wait, but why? So having said that, I'm trying to leave something for those who are trying, for those who are like, this music is poison. I understand that this isn't working for me. And I appreciate each of you gentlemen for trying to stand in that space as well. I don't ever want to see my people fail. And really, that's one of the things that I want to talk to you about on a different platform, or on a different time, with more time to talk about it. I heard you say, I want all Black people to succeed, and I wanted to ask you at what cost, because that's the question that I ask myself. But I don't want to take up too much time with it now. But go ahead.
No, I think you got my number. Just we'll pencil it in. You name the date and I'll show it, because I think that is something to unpack. And I think the reality of it, the desire to see that happen, and I'm an eternal optimist, right? So, but I'm not naive, but I am an eternal optimist. So I'll always hold that view. I'm rooting for everybody Black. Everybody Black. I'm rooting for everybody Black. Now, when you say at what cost, the assumption that I would make is that, are we saying, does that come at cost where people are operating in lack of integrity, they're compromising their character, they're sacrificing morals? Then the obvious answer is no. But for people sacrificing, I agree. But for people, but the true definition of success is when you could, I would imagine, is the individual that can see, when I lay my head down at night, I'm good. Right? Yeah. I've wronged no man. When I tell people I can go, the earth is my turf and I move how I want to move, and there's no smut on my name, I don't have to look over my shoulder when I go into another city because I've done somebody wrong, or I owe them money, or, I talk slick about them behind their back. I don't move like that. The energy that I understand, the energy that I put out into the universe comes right back to me. That's why I'm very mindful about how I speak, how I carry myself, and how I move. But we can have that conversation another day. Just let me know when, and I'll show up for that. But here's another thing that I think is important. See, your voice, and this is why I told you, the very same thing that you asked me about staying signed to a record label is the very reason why I said, if you think you can add value in that particular space, your voice is needed in that particular space. That's why everything that you just said. So it's a matter of, for me, like, I go to these different platforms and I chew the meat and spit out the bones.
Yeah.
I chew the meat and spit out the bones. And that's the other thing that I try and tell these young bloods to do, is like, you got to learn to discern and not get so worked up over everything. You can judge a person by their, not by their intent, but just by their actions and words and stuff like that. But you also, like, I'll give you an example. There's a content creator, Sinful to P.
Yes.
Listen, people get confused. I listened to this brother pray the other morning. I said, my Lord. This a real life pimp.
Yeah.
praying,
Mhm.
and would usher you in to the present. There's a lot to unpack on Sinful to People. My point being is that, and you gotta be able to chew the meat, spit out the bone, because even when you listen to him break stuff down from a pimp's perspective, there's wisdom to be gained and learned. And I'm not saying it's all good. Sometimes you learn what not to do in those spaces.
Yes.
You know what I
I'm gonna.
mean?
Yes, thank you. I'm gonna
Yeah.
say this, and then I'm gonna let Rico go because I gotta take a
Mhm.
pause for the calls. Rilla, you may have heard this before. If not, I'm gonna say it again. I'm from Memphis, and if you don't know the acronym for Memphis, it's making easy money, pimping hoes in style. Most of the old pimps moved to Chicago when the
Yep.
Great Migration
Yep.
happened. So
Yep.
you know what I'm talking
We
about.
country cousins. Yep.
Right. My daddy got us out of Memphis because he was worried. I loved pimps, but not because I wanted to be a hoe. I wanted to be a pimp. So anyway, y'all go ahead and unpack that, and I'm gonna go.
Oh my gosh, that's a whole nother show, JP. Oh my God.
Okay, really.
57. Yes, sir.
Let me just say this. I can't. It's tough following her.
Oh my
She just say something. They be like, "Damn, okay, all right." I didn't see that coming. I will say this, and believe me, brother, I rock with you. And again, let me say it one more time for anybody that came late. I apologize for the way that I did not give you, I did not give you grace, and did not attempt to reach out to you earlier before I spoke about you.
Oh, gee, we're good. I
No,
promise.
I just want to say it because I don't know who did not hear it, and I hope this is being recorded. It goes up, whatever. It's like, yeah, because when I think back on it, I don't have a lot of regret about what I said, but the fact of the matter, like you said, I didn't take the proper action the way I should have, and I need to acknowledge that. I spoke about you before I spoke to you, and that was wrong. So I want that to be addressed and say, look, that's not the way you deal with people. You speak to them before you speak about them. Give
Sure.
them an opportunity to address you. And I didn't do that as a man, and I fell short there. So I want to say that publicly.
Oh, gee, we are good. I promise.
It has to be. If I make an offense publicly, I need to make an apology publicly. I can't do it in the dark. I can't offend you publicly and then apologize to you privately. That's bullshit. No, I need to apologize publicly. So with that being said, the only thing I would say to you is, and I love what you said about your position about, I need to be here to speak. But I also believe that every space does not deserve our voice. So if you're a voice of reason, if you're a voice of, positivity, if you're a voice of this, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't be there, but I always try to weigh where my voice leads credence to. So if I'm in a space that's just what I think is just really a detrimental space, I'm not. What they say is.
Can I share some insight with you?
Yeah, go ahead.
That may help you out, and it may help a lot of other people out, because this question seems to come up a lot. I'm a man without ego. I didn't say I don't have one now, but I'm a man without ego, right? And the reason why I say that is this: what you don't see are the number of messages that I get. What you don't see are the young bloods that reach out to me and say, "Hey, caught you here," or man, I loved your perspective. And I'm not saying I'm balancing reason. What I'm saying is I just offer a different perspective. And I said the message is bigger. I look at how the message lands. See, if I were to move based on what people are telling me, what they don't have is the behind the scenes access and information that I see in terms of who I impact. What people are telling me to move around for is based on they don't like the optics of what they're seeing, and maybe certain things don't land with them, and that's fine. I can take that. But the messages that I'm getting, nah, I'm making. Listen, if I wasn't making the impact, if I wasn't getting those messages, I may have considered it. Maybe, I don't know. But when I see that I'm making impact, the Lord's work is being done. I can't move. I can't move right now. When it's my time to move, I promise I will move around, do what I need to do. But for what I'm doing right now, it's way more important than people's opinions of me. like honestly, it's way more important than my perceived ego and how that looks to everybody else, how I'm being presented. That's why I keep saying, I keep going back to the same thing. These young bloods. I'm not even talking about my legacy, my children. I understand when you're on these platforms and people see your face, man, they're gonna connect you with certain things. But I'm just telling you behind the scenes, the messages that I get from young bloods that's like, yo, you know what? You a square, you a neutron, you a L7. Man, I'm one of those too. Yeah. I'm a nerd. I'm in it, but not of it. Just like how JP said, you know, making easy money, pimping hoes in style. Yeah. So if we really start talking about being on the blade and putting them in the you know, females on the track and all, if somebody really start talking that pimp talk to JP, she'd understand it.
Yes.
Right. But she can also break down complex intellectual things as well. And there's an audience out there for that. And when you're connecting and making impact in the lives of those people, man, you can't turn around and leave them folks stranded, man.
Well, I mean, I do.
No.
Go ahead.
Okay. This is what we're going to do, right?
Wait, can I give you my favorite song?
Well, we're not going nowhere yet. Chill out, homie. Dang.
Yeah, you can get it. Go ahead. Give it, Chicago.
Hey, Rico.
I want to know what it is.
Nah, man. I saw. Hey, look, wait. She asked you for a theme song the other day. You gave her the playlist.
Right. Look. Oh, Chicago, you remember that shit, right?
She was like,
get in her ass.
She said, we're gonna end this in 5 minutes, and then 30 minutes later, wait, girl, go up top, scroll down one more.
Exactly. Hold on a second,
Thank
guys.
you, Chicago. I didn't know you stayed with her, but you're right.
Stay with me just 1 second. I'm gonna fix something, and then
I'm just messing with you. I don't have a theme song.
But I got it.
You better have. You gonna have one for you get your ass off here tonight.
I said, yeah, don't you know it? You know how this thing goes. But since he won't cam up, he gonna get out of it anyway. You're gonna have to come on when we schedule this thing and have a theme song and cam up so that you can jam with JPAM. That's the only other thing that I ask. Okay.
That's fair, and I appreciate you giving me grace for not camming up.
No, I understand.
I got on a face mask. I gotta get my booty rest.
Okay. Ooh, honey.
It's a joke, JP.
No, you're not. You know you ain't got
I don't have no bug
mask that you wear when you sleep. What's that Vader mask that you have?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Sleep apnea. What's it called? My ex had one.
I think it's for sleep apnea. But yeah,
somebody tell me what that mask is called. It opens your airways so that you can breathe if you snore. But if you
that's like Darth Vader, man. Christ.
Oh no, it did it again. Hang on. You guys are talking and I can't hear you, but I'm gonna fix it. Just hang on. I see it. This thingy is so disrespectful.
How did you do that?
Is that the one?
Get your theme song together.
They did it again. There we go. Hi. I'm back.
Ta-da.
Ta-da! Stop! Okay, look.
That's brilliant.
Y'all are funny.
That is my little tick. I can't keep myself from doing it. In my head, I say, "Don't do it."
What you drinking, Chicago?
What happens?
I know you're drinking something.
I try. It just keep going.
It's just working.
Water.
Come on.
Like we all do. We gotta go out then.
I saw you on that Makers the other night. I said, I'm not going down there.
Star Trek.
What you drinking, Simon? This morning.
I'm drinking water. What
time is it there?
Water.
What time is it there? Because you're across the pond, right?
Yeah.
Is it morning or night?
Morning.
Morning-ish?
Yeah.
Okay,
We're looking at about 5 a.m.
Ooh, shit. Okay, good job.
I'm up. I'm working.
Okay. That's it, Miss Parker. Sir. Sorry, that's it, Miss Parker. Sleep apnea. Okay, y'all so adorable. I appreciate y'all. Y'all didn't even know I couldn't hear y'all this whole time. But go ahead. I want to say this though. I got a challenge. I got a question, and a challenge question. Okay. One, If either of you gentlemen who have been around the record business knows how a tiny little YouTuber can get a license or something where I won't get a copyright claim, I'm not getting strikes, so I'm fine. I can edit it out. But I'm a DJ, but I'm just not a DJ. So if you know how I can get a license or I can keep from getting hit playing popular music, let me know. The other thing I want to know, just a second, I'm gonna get them both out because y'all all like to talk. The other thing is, tell me if I were to go back, I don't feel protected in my spirit, but I do believe that the message needs to be there. I believe that there are other people who try to put the message there, but they're still in their ego, so to speak. So how do I go back safely? I'm still not going on to this particular platform that I was talking about, but the other spaces, if I don't feel, if I feel shaky in my spirit.
Stay where you are.
Dang it, it did it again. Go ahead.
Stay where you are. The space where you are is where you belong, JP. You don't have to be in other spaces. They will find you. Now, did I have to go the roundabout way to find your space? Sure. So will others. But stay true to your message. Your message is valid. Your message is authentic. Your message is genuine. If you start to go out to seek subscribers, they will find you. Because there are a lot of YouTube viewers like myself. Again, I'm just a consumer. And yeah, obviously you end up at you start out at the most popular places, but you tire of them. Simon, maybe even you, Rilla. You eventually it gets to a point where it's like, okay, you want to end up in an authentic place where you're like, okay, I can just hear some real people without all the bullshit. And you end up in a space like this. Just stay authentic. Don't feel like you have to go out there and seek for it. It may be slow, it may grow slow, but it's better that it grow authentic. And you have real viewers who believe in your belief, whether they stick, stay, whatever. I'll be more genuine to your message than if you just if I come here tomorrow and you doing some circus shit, then I'm gonna be like, okay, she done went over to the rest of them, and that's what happens. It does. People lose their audience when they start becoming too performative. I've seen that at some of the channels that brought me here. Read between the lines. I ended up here, and I haven't completely left them, but I know that they're performative. I go over there for entertainment. I don't necessarily look to seek value from there because they're performative. So when black women, okay, right? And Rilla, I be in a group fighting with them. It's like, come on. I'm so exhausted of that. I'm so exhausted of those spaces where I have to sit there and fight against stupid shit every day. So I'm looking for a space where, like, I'm not looking for it, but if I end up in a space where it's genuine, it's authentic, it's true, and you just don't have a bunch of the echo chamber of garbage, it's a more genuine place to be. So what do you want? Do you want a space of performativeness? Then go out and buy you a bunch of fucking clown suits and a bunch of other stupid stuff and do all the other garbage that the rest of them are doing. Or you can have a true, genuine, authentic space that will grow on its own. I don't have nothing else to offer other than that.
So let me answer the first part of your question. I don't know that I'll be much assistance there, but there's no real backdoor way to get around it without paying that licensing fee, and it's expensive. It's expensive, and I think it's the same fee that, like, say,
Just 1
like
second.
club. Go ahead.
I don't know if Chicago got locked off there. But what I'd say is
Hold on, Simon. I don't know if JP can hear. She said, I think she said 1 second.
back. Cool.
Okay. I think so. My headphones are going in and out. So keep going. I'll have to rewind it if I miss something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think there's no real way around it. You'd have to pay. Yeah, hopefully she can rewind it and get it. She'd have to pay, and this is for anybody else. You'd have to pay that licensing fee. You got to pay like you weigh. There's no real way around it. They have those bots and the algorithms. It'll pick stuff up in a minute, and if you are not authorized, it will strike you. It will take your stuff down, and next thing you know, you shadow banned. And then the second part, and I wish he was here to hear this, because I don't think you should go into spaces where you don't feel safe and you don't feel protected and you don't feel comfortable going into those spaces. Like men are built for war. We're built for war. That's why when I was challenged, or when I kept getting the invitation to show up in the space and I felt the need to defend my name and my integrity of my character, whatever, I had no problem with showing up to that space and taking whatever criticism came as a result of that. I had no problem. I wanted to make sure that the rules of engagement were in place, but I had no particular fear or concern. And so I don't think it's wise for any woman in particular to go into a space where they don't feel safe or protected. But again, this is YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Because once we log off, fam, and we go to our real life, Rico gonna hit and misses banging those pots, and he's gonna go to bed. He's gonna wake up well rested, ready to go back to work, get it in, come home, do it all over again. However, at the same time, I was gonna ask JP, because I think this is important too. Who pours into you? So if you're constantly pouring out, you can't pour from an empty cup. So you have to have those moments where, or at least have a cipher where people are pouring into you. So my suggestion would be, because the thing of it is, for me, Rico, is that I do think her voice needs to be heard on a larger scale. When I think about a lot of independent artists, I'd be like, dang, like they would be so much more like, I think the world should hear some of the music that I hear a lot of times, right? And they don't get to hear it because they're not on that larger stage or that apparatus. So I do find value in being able to have your voice on a bigger platform at times. But you have to you have to navigate those spaces carefully. So I think one way to handle that is to build yourself up in the community that accepts you for who you are. I think Bolo is super dope. I think TJ Mosaic, I think she's super dope. And there's a few others, that I think are, not necessarily larger content. El Wapo, I think he's dope. But, there are others, Uncle Stu, Blind Guy, his wife, their life. Like these content creators have a whole community where they're constantly pouring into each other. And so when you're partaking of that and you're contributing in that space and then getting built up, then it empowers you and gives you more strength to be able to go into certain spaces and share your message comfortably. And I don't know if you can hear me now, JP, but she dropped out again. And Simon, I'll let you have at it, brother. But I would just say, if you're not, if you're not comfortable, if you don't feel protected, man, you definitely should not be in that space. You got to get built up to go into certain spaces like that and be able to withstand the onslaught.
But I just want to say this, Chicago, you've been spot on with everything you said about those other content creators, which I'm familiar with, like at least half of them. And you were spot on. Man, shit, you just salute to you, sir.
No, salute to you, OG.
I give it to you, Simon, but salute to you, Chicago. I just wanted to say that you knocked it out the park with that.
Yeah, no. What I was about to say was I really get where Chicago is coming from. From a media perspective, and I'm quite controversial, but at the same time, it's like what we've got to realize is that YouTube, like, is going to be television in like 5 years' time. So, like, the personalities that are coming up right now, you might sort of not sort of take it into sort of full perspective in terms of your character and what you're putting out, and what you're saying to the people and the masses, or your viewing audience. But I've been in media since day dot, and it's not, we have like the whole primetime TV people turning around and going on YouTube or going on Facebook and going on. So they're looking at us, like Kevin Samuels, for example. Do you get what I mean? It's like he's now interviewing who, and people are sort of looking at him and going, why? Why is that? There's a whole juxtaposition going on. We can't take that lightly. We have that force field where we can turn around and go, okay, we're going to take responsibility. But the fact of the matter is, are we taking responsibility for it? Are we just talking about it? Why are we talking about it? Why can't we just turn it around? There's a lot of going on there. But all these things, like, we're just tuning in and we're just getting to grips with, like, just being on air and having conversations and getting ready for that position. And I don't really think is right now. And like, even me, when I sort of go on someone's channel, they have assumptions about things. It's just like this, that, and the other. And we're talking about why we sort of talk about black people. It's not about black people. At the end of the day, it's like, we just got to get our shit together and create black media. That's what the whole narrative is supposed to be about. Like, and we're all going to take our own hits, but we're here. And from my perspective, it's like, it's for our generation, our children, and what we've had to sort of, live through and deal with. Possibly this may be the outcome and narrative for us to sort of put forward to the next generation, because we don't know what that's going to be when we're gone. And I feel very passionate about that. I don't really give two craps about 2 likes. To give, I might fling up a channel. I don't know. Do you get what I mean? I would hope that if I was to do that, it would be in the same sort of support network as the original 7. But that doesn't exist anymore because they broke up and they had all their own narratives. Do you get what I mean? I would hope that I can have some black men that will come to me and go, look, Simon, let's have a conversation. Because that's what it's about. But I don't know if that's going to happen or not. Until then, I will tune in and support as much as I can, and give as much energy as I can. And I'm as real as that. Maybe I'm ranting on too much. I'm not in with this flowers and sauces and spicy stuff. But it is what it is. People have their own narratives.
Yeah, again, for me, I think, in that regard, it's a chew the meat, spit the bone situation. I think Rico was saying,
Right.
if I want to be entertained, I go into certain spaces. If I want to find value, I go into certain spaces. And for me, I think we're all wired kind of that same way. But one thing that I try and do, again, and just using Sinful to P as an example, I try and extract, nuggets out of everything. Right. And sometimes that's not always conducive. It's not always good. It doesn't always happen. Sometimes it's strictly entertainment. And I think what Rico was saying, if that's the case, man, get your clown costume and, have at it.
Yeah, sometimes you got to stand outside of, Wimpy's and put on that,
Okay.
Hey, man, I love
costumes,
Universal Circus. I love Universal Circus.
But one thing I try to be mindful about, though, is I try to be careful about not giving a voice to like for example, okay, and I know Simon, you're across the water, right? And I'm just going to use this England, U.S.
Okay,
So
wait. Can you hear me?
yeah, we can hear you.
It's a bit
I
noisy.
can.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Yeah, I know. So I'm gonna use the U.S. and England, and the only reason I say it because like in the U.S., unlike England, we got a shitload of problems over here.
You don't know that though.
Well, no.
Just to say that you don't know that.
I'm not saying that you guys don't have problems. I'm saying we got a shitload of problems. I don't know what your problems are in England, but I know
Exactly.
what our problems.
That's what I'm just saying. Like when you're saying we've got a shitload of problems, you don't know that we've got a shitload of problems as well, because it's just not portrayed in the news the same way.
Right. So I won't say you guys won't, because you guys might got just as many as we got. I only know what we have. And the only thing I want to say is that, like, sometimes here in the U.S. and even in the YouTube spaces, is that sometimes the problem I have with it is we give voices to spaces that shouldn't have a voice. So whether it be a channel, so like here in the U.S., right, we got all this anti-vax bullshit.
In the background,
I don't know. So we have all this anti-vax bullshit going on. So we're struggling with that. And I'm not a pro-vax or whatever. No matter what side of the coin you're on, if you give a voice to something, so I'm really sensitive about spaces I go to give a voice to. Like I'm not like I have a Hispanic wife. I'm pro-black, but I'm also inclusive. So I give my voice to pro-black spaces, but I also don't. I don't give it to radical spaces where people are just like, oh no, you got to be this. I'm like, no. You have an obligation to. You have a responsibility to who you're giving a voice to. You can't go out there. I'm not going to go out there and give a voice to the Ku Klux Klan in America. People that want to string us up. It's like, come on, you have a responsibility to who you give a voice to. So when you decide to give a voice, or you decide that, okay, I'm going to lend my support to this cause. We just had
Are you speaking to me specifically, or are you speaking to
I'm speaking to the panel. So what I'm saying is we just had the big concert and 8 people died. And it's all about, I tell everybody, it's about responsibility. If you have a voice, if you can speak to the public, you have to speak responsibly. You just can't speak recklessly. I can't go, I can do what the fuck I want, boom, 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 and a whole bunch of people die and go, well, I ain't got nothing to do with it. That's bullshit. We have to be responsible for the things that we say out of our mouths. We have to be responsible for about the impact of our words. Do you not agree that and you guys are in the record business, that as an artist, we have to be responsible. We just can't say what we want. So again,
are you speaking to me, or are you speaking to the panel?
Just to the panel.
So everyone's in the record industry.
Well, no, everybody, not just the record industry. I'm sorry, I just brought you guys up because that was your expertise.
Okay, so I missed the majority of it. I apologize, and I feel some spirit. What I would tell my sons, I would call it testosterone in your chest, just a little bit. So I'm bringing the energy back over this way a little bit. I don't want to. Apparently, something came up while I couldn't hear, and I'm not even going. No. I'm talking about the chat over here too, not just up here, but in the chat as well. I appreciate you all giving me grace to figure things out. But look, again, a flex, because the universe loves you, girl. Now I know I can use my Bluetooth headphones and my microphone over here, because y'all seem to hear me just fine, and I can wear my earrings and my little crown and my horn if I want to.
This is
welcome,
amazing.
Simon. We hear you well.
Yeah, you're amazing. Like this is the thing. Like I didn't even want to bring this up. Like, I'm probably sort of like looking at dropping my sort of channel around Christmas. I've learned so much about women over the last 10 years that has just not been explained. And I think that's the thing. Like, there's just a real narrative that goes on, and people are going here and there. I really appreciate women now. Like, in my younger years, I really didn't get it. Well, now I really appreciate women. I'd love women to be around me all day long. Specifically black women. I'm not talking about any woman. I'm talking about black women. Like, because I struggled with it. Like, I grew up around sort of like, I had five sisters. I had 5 sisters. And they were all from, they all had their own thing going on. Do you get what I'm saying? They all had their own boyfriends. They're, you know, I'm uncle. Yeah. I might as well be a great grandfather. Do you get what I'm saying? And the whole thing, you know, the whole thing that I sort of came in with this whole thing with this whole conversation, like during the lockdown, during COVID and stuff, and I had no one to sort of speak to, and my sisters had no one to speak to, and in terms of blackness and black people, so it's just really interesting from my perspective. It wasn't nothing too deep, but as things have gone on and conversations have continued, and seeing people's perspective, this is where people turn around and have this narrative where, oh, you're over there, I'm over here. It's sort of gone, no. If you take it, actually, it's funny, right? So we've got this 2020 to 2021 day and age where we're having this conversation, we're on YouTube, we're talking, we're able to actually have this conversation, and taking it back to narratives that people put on bar. So it's like, oh, what is it like in the 1950s? How were our parents then? Why aren't we not getting on now? Like, you know, like now, why are these girls out here and they're all, you know, twerking and doing all this stuff? Why is it the women that sort of provoked everything to make men become simps and all this sort of stuff? And there's a whole host of conversation that will take about 3 years of conversation. And fair dues, you know. I mean, I agree with some of it. I don't agree with some of it. And I think everyone's got their own perspective.
Well, so here's the thing. I said that I want to do different in order to get a different result. So I understand how everybody got to wherever they are in this walk in life, right? What I want to do here is say, okay, we've had all the traumas, we've had all of the stuff. We're building a brand new community. You can put a voice in on what the next world looks like. What do you want it to look like? Be optimistic and say, if I were raising a little black child today, I would want the world to do this for them. I would want to make sure that I put down these things foundational as a parent, as a member of a community, as a member of a nation. We're leaving breadcrumbs. Shout out to an artist named Jamila Woods. She got a song called Breadcrumbs, is actually in reference to I think her grandfather having
she's
Alzheimer's.
From where?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. But here, she's from where? Go ahead, give it up. Don't, you can say it. Go ahead, JP.
Chicago. Oh, yeah,
she's from Chicago. All right.
JP,
I'm sure she got a Memphis grandmama somewhere, but hold on. But so what I'm saying is, I understand, Rico, you said, okay, you're not going to agree with one side or the other. Simon, you're from across the pond. Rilla is the cousin that will drive me crazy if I let him. We all have the opportunity now to say, we all have the opportunity now to say, damn everything that came before, lay waste to the past. I am going to move forward from here. When I feel something that feels like an injury, I'm going to address it in the moment and move on. But right here, I am putting down breadcrumbs, not with my injuries, but with my truth, living in this moment and setting something forward. That's what my goal is, and I'm asking you to come back and figure out how to do that and help me push it forward. That's it.
The problem for me is this.
You're old. I mean, my bad.
Yes, I am. Okay, but we're living in 2021, correct? Yes, and I'm going to tell you from an old ass man perspective. We're living in 2021, and I'm constantly hearing, and before this whole male-female dynamic, I think about it to the idiot that we just got rid of, and it's funny because he always talked about taking things back to the past. So when I hear, and this is what I'm hearing in 2021, black men say, we want traditional wives. We want traditional women. So when I hear traditional women, what era are we talking about? Someone tell me, what era are we talking about traditional women? What are they talking about? The 1950s? 1940s? What era are we talking about traditional womanhood where the woman is home, the kids? Because
No.
Let me finish.
You asked the question. Okay.
I hear 2021 men asking for traditional women. They don't want them of the 70s, 80s, 90s because they just think they're just all terrible. So they're talking about the 19... And I say to myself, it's like, okay, so if the black woman has to be traditional to the 1950s, are the black men willing to be traditional to the 1950s? Because let me tell you what it was like. The black men in the 1950s, we were called fucking boys. We rode the back of the bus. Yeah, in America. In America. Maybe not used to across that side of the pond. Okay. But in America. So all I'm saying is we can't ask of our women to ask them to relegate themselves to a period of time that we're not willing to go to. It's factually and it's true, and we can't. We're too.
Whoa! Sorry, sir.
Go ahead, son.
Sorry. Look. No.
What's tradition?
Sorry. Like, look, I was married for 10 years. My wife was submissive without.
I said tradition.
Without any of this YouTube stuff.
Okay.
Nothing. There was none of this narrative.
Okay.
No one had to tell her anything. That was just how she was.
Thank you.
But Rico,
I didn't have to tell her that. I didn't even know that existed. Like, it was just like, she was just like that.
No, she wasn't just like that. Hush your mouth, Rico. She wasn't just like that. It's getting late and I need to pack a new bowl so I can be more pleasant. But I'm just saying, she wasn't just like that.
Yes,
someone taught her, someone taught her that is how a young woman moves.
But no one.
Right. So, like, when I met her, I didn't really think about it.
Okay, but wait, let me address the other thing that Rico said that
Victor
just... Hold on. Are you going to let me...
Okay.
I struggled in here like 15 times for 20 minutes with my own doggone sound. I even had to be extra nice to Chicago because I've been messing up. So now, what I was saying is we're not talking about going back... Say again?
Sorry. It's not a conversation. She was just like that.
We're not talking about going back to a particular time in history. We're talking about
you don't need to go that back in time. Like she was just like that.
We're talking about going back to your femininity. Okay. Our women are not in their femininity. They're so used to being out here fighting in the world like men, that they don't know how to come home and move like women. So either you learn to have a dual mindset, which is very difficult, or you need to be able to say, you know what, I'm going to accept a man's cover. What do I have to do to be able to do that? Or you move alone in this world and you take the hits as they come.
Can I ask Simon one question? Can I ask you one question, Simon?
Go ahead.
Did you?
Why you keep coming for Simon? But go ahead.
No. Because he gave the perfect example. The perfect example he gave, she was just like that. No.
I want to make a record about that.
No. She was just like it. You did, Simon. You did not demand her to be that way, did you?
No.
She.
Do you know what? I'll tell you something.
Exactly.
Like I was quite successful from a very young age, and I got really sick and tired with the girls I was dealing with in my country, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I really just thought I didn't know what was going to happen.
Okay.
Yeah. So and suddenly someone just walked into my life, and I don't know if it was about me actually being on my game or being at a point in time in my life where I was at that point, but this person just walked into my life and she was just there. And suddenly, within 3 months, we were just married. And
you didn't demand it. You didn't browbeat her. You did not whip her into shape. She was the.
I didn't need to do anything. Nah, she was just there. Like I was just doing my thing. I was just on my thing.
Thank you.
Like I was just on my thing. I wasn't even thinking about women. I was just on my thing.
Thank you.
Suddenly, she walked in. I saw her, and she was I was just like, that's it. And it was just like, within 3 months we were married. It was just like, boom.
Thank you.
Let me say this, gentlemen.
Thank you,
we don't just magically be whatever it is. When you all say things, those of us who are thinkers and are out here understand that you have to move as an ally, not a partner, not a friend, an ally. When you say, hey, that thing that injures me, it made me feel some type of way, we show up and we don't move that way anymore because we respect you. Because we see you as another person, as an adult in this world whom we want to figure out how to be with. It's not like we just magically showed up that great girl. We have to go back and be like, he said that didn't work for him. Why did he say that didn't work for him? Is it something that I have to do? I'm going to give you an example of what helped me. Abba and Preach had a video about women who push men in jest, and how that's a microaggression, because when they do it in play, it eventually turns into something. When they're angry, they feel they can do it too because they're used to being able to do it. So you have to stop that. I, being a woman who wouldn't put my hands on a man, never even thought to tell my sons what to look for, to say don't do or don't allow.
But JP,
where are you
right now? Arizona.
But JP, my question is this. When you sit there and you speak of the video, and I totally concur with that. It's what I don't believe a man does is I don't believe a man makes a woman. Okay, a woman makes herself. So in other words, when I met my wife, I wanted her to be the full version of herself. If she was not the woman I wanted, I'm not gonna marry her. Period. Full stop. I don't want her to be the woman that I want her to be. I want her to be the woman that she is in the full version of herself, not who she thinks I want. And my thing is, I don't want to marry a JP that I molded. I want to marry a JP who she is, and if she's not what I want, I don't want to marry her. I need my spouse to be the full version of who she is. Because when we go to battle, when we go to war, whatever we have to do, I need you to be who the fuck you are, not who I want you to be. That's important to me.
I think that's why these conversations are important. They're really important, and they're really
when I
they
met
really
my wife,
do.
right, I'm not.
They really do
myself.
progress, like
Right.
us. Whether like it's very incremental.
Did you alter yourself in any manner for your wife?
Sorry.
Did you alter or modify yourself in any way when you met your wife?
Oh.
Not one fucking percent.
You're not telling the truth. You're neither of you are
No,
telling the truth. Hold on,
what?
pause. Wait, let me say it. Let me make my argument first.
Go ahead.
Let me make my argument first.
Make your argument.
Okay. When you met her and you were like, "Oh, she looks like the one," right? And if she said to you the same thing that I just said, if you did something that injured me and I said, "Ow, oh, that's that funny with me," and I told you that, would you go back and look at yourself and say, well, is that the same thing that I said? Is that something that I really need to do? Is it really an issue? And if you stopped doing it, you did alter yourself. That's all I'm saying.
I'm gonna make some
You're not looking at those
adjustments, but I'm not
small
changing
things.
that.
That's right. Adjustments. I'm not saying
I'm making
changes,
adjustments.
but you make adjustments because this person fits for you, but you're like, I need to just slide myself in
But
just a
here's
little
the
bit
thing.
more.
But here's the thing, JP.
Pause.
Simon is still the full version of himself. So in other words, I don't want my wife to shrink. In other words, if she's 100% of who she is, I don't want her to be 90% or 80% satisfied. No, be the full 100% of who you are. And either I can deal with the full 100% or I can't. Because if I can't deal with the fullness of JP, then you too much fucking woman for me. But the whole point is because I can't. In other words, y'all was fucking with me about my wife banging the pots Wednesday night, right? Okay. She knew who she married.
I've been very privileged
She knew who
to
she
actually
married.
meet someone that I can just rock with.
Yeah.
And as I said, that's why I tuned into a lot of this stuff because
Yeah.
I know a lot of people that just have some really messed up sort of relationships and stuff like that. But like to meet someone where you're just like boom and it works and you don't have to sort of think too tough about stuff. It just lays off a lot of pressures in your life, like, and you just get on with stuff, like, and you're able to build, and that's what allows you to create. And probably that's something I wasn't really expecting to get into this conversation with today, but that's why I relate to why I tune into these channels and stuff. You know, like my wife is just like, it's like she's not the most amazing person, but it's just like
You meet her
I
where
don't
she
have
is.
arguments with her. I don't need to sort of think about stuff. Like when we sort of met, it's not like love. It's just like
See,
we
okay,
just acknowledge
I want to address
that
that.
it's just like a part. Like we just rock with each other. It's just like whatever. Do
You
get what I
meet
mean?
her
It's not
where
like,
she
Was it
is.
always that way? Was it always that way?
yeah, from bang, because it's just like where she came from and where I came from.
You meet
Like
them where they are.
like at the point in time we met, it was just like weird.
How many years now? Married.
It's about 12.
Woo,
Wow.
see?
Congratulations to you.
I'm 10.
No, it's not congratulations. It's not nice. It's just like
Okay,
It's what
that's
it
it.
is.
Let's talk. Okay, see? No, there is something out there entirely different. And that's what I want my
you see,
people
this
to
is the
understand.
womanese language. You like women want to sort of go, oh, I want to be happy and like have
No.
fun, fulfilled, sort of fantasy, festive all day long. Is that no? It's just no.
I'm not saying that that's it.
What
I
are you
have
saying
gone
it is
through-
then?
Okay, listen. And I've had 3 true relationships with men in my life. You know, I'm
Yeah.
46. I married when I was 19, 20, right? And I had a relationship with a gentleman who was murdered in 2014, and in the relationship that I am in now. Thank you. And of those 3 relationships, I grew as a woman in each one of them. And in this relationship, I sit in this spot and I shine the way that I do, because healed as I am, when I met him, I still had some issues. He still had some issues, but we heal each other. We don't combat each other. I am not out here when he is down. I'm all right. You don't feel good. What's your favorite meal? Let me get that going. Let me make you a bath. Let me make sure that you're taken care of. I know that you work extra hard so that I don't have to, because I can't do this thing. I knew that though when I was a military wife. And bruh, you get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to go to whatever it is. I'm getting up at 4:30 to make sure you got breakfast and a clean uniform ready to go. That is what a wife and an ally in this world is. And that is what you get when you truly love and have found the person who fits for you. But that means that you have to stop moving in your trauma and what you have. The reason that they say that once you've been a victim of trauma, you're likely to be victimized again, is because you didn't learn to recognize the signs of trauma and get away from it. Not cope with it, but get away from it. That's the difference. I got away from all the trauma, all the terrible shit, all the BS. I had to lie flat. I had to look at myself. I had to assess what I felt, not why I felt it, not where it came from, but what I felt. And then once I dealt with me feeling this thing, I knew where to put it. I wasn't sucking up all my emotions and holding them inside of me and then just getting bigger and meaner and none of that stuff. Right? I express my emotions, but once they're expressed, they're done. That's healthy. Everything else is trauma and coping mechanisms. And that's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. When you say, yeah, nah, when I met my wife, it's trauma. It's two people who were struggling in one way or another somewhere in their lives who were like, oh, okay, well, I'm struggling in this thing, but I can struggle with you and it's better than being alone, versus I'm healed in this world. I want to pour love into someone else. And then there's this person who's like, you know what? I need some love poured into me, and I'm willing to do for you while you pour into me. That is what they're talking about when they say, I'm looking for a traditional love. I'm looking for a traditional woman. I'm looking for that thing that Big Ma and Grandpa had. That's the reason why Grandpa was willing to go out there and die at the end and leave her with everything. Now, don't get me wrong. Back then it was even trauma and struggle and could have been handled differently. But I'm saying to you that there's a different way. But we have to stop promoting the trauma. We have to stop promoting the struggle.
From the greater broader audience, I do agree with you. I do agree that there are people out there and they need to sort of acknowledge that, but personally, I no. There's it depends, I mean, people go through stuff. I've gone through my personal stuff. I'm not going to go through like stuff right now, but I get where you're coming from. I'd really love to be like sat on the sofa right now next to you and just be chopping it out, because we would have endless conversations about stuff and it would be brilliant. And it would just be like amazing. We'd just be like just having a glass of wine and some cheese and on the chalkboard and just banging it out. But to the wider audience, no, it's not that straightforward. And maybe we can go at this another time, because I don't want to take up too much of your time. I've been on the platform for a while, and I respect everyone that's on here, and potentially we can keep this up. And I think that's the main thing, to have consistency. Chicago Villa, and you know yourself, JB.
Thank you.
And my man in the corner, I always do that. I'm not being funny, really. I just do that on purpose so that people can actually acknowledge who the fuck you are. I love you guys.
Thank you.
And I respect you guys for respecting me out of anything. And I'm gonna try to bring so much more to you guys as much as possible. And I have no disrespect to any platformer out here that I was introduced to for some strange dynamic. But in particular, you've taught me so much today, and I appreciate that. But I've got to take care of my daughter right now.
I think you've been
so
super solid,
take care.
Simon, and thank you for coming up. And I really appreciate your time, and I really appreciated the opportunity to talk to you. You've been great.
Thank you very much.
You've been
Take care.
awesome. All
What
right.
Dad said.
Okay.
Go ahead, Rilla.
No, I was just gonna say peace to Simon, but Rico leaning. We see you leaning, Unc leaning, boy. Unc, they
Amy,
roasting
moving
you in the
forward.
chat too, Unc. They roasting you.
He gonna be looking down into the screen before too long.
See,
trying
but
to
I
look
never
at you,
do.
Rilla.
I can't do the whole chat and.
Oh man, it'd be
I
fun.
can't.
They be wilding in the chat. I like jumping.
Oh,
in
they
there,
are
looking
so.
But
Yeah.
I like it better not doing the chat because I think me personally, I think the whole chat is a distraction.
Yeah, no, it'd be
So
fun. You
I
just got to get in
think-
there and have fun with them.
Just go ahead and just let them tear my ass up. And you
Yeah, they
believe
definitely
it or
do that.
not, I'll watch the whole stream tomorrow. Just so I can see
Thank
the
you.
shit they talked about in the chat because I can't do it at the same time. And I
Oh,
don't want
also-
to take away from the live by interacting with people in the chat. I'm like, you got some shit to say? Come on, like you did. Come on, cam up and fucking roast me live.
The
I'm
chat
good.
is a test of your mettle, though, as a
Really?
content creator, because they can go way off the rails no matter what you're talking about. And I'll say this to any content creator who's still watching: let the chat be the chat. If you can ignore as much of it as you can, do so. YouTube also monitors how many chats are happening, how many people are chatting, or how often someone is posting a chat during your live stream. So I don't care if they in there, as long as they're not like doing anything that's actually harmful, just let them run their mouth.
Well, you know who handles that best? Star. I don't know if you remember
Really?
Star from Hot 97. Man, his chat is freaking dick, but he don't care. He let them wild out and dumb out in the chat. So when you say let the chat be the chat, I mean, he called them his troll babies, man. Them jokers it'd be straight anarchy in there. It's worse than the Facebook group, Rico.
Really?
They way worse than Star's chat.
Really?
Yeah, I think he runs a really good show though. But
I
to
think-
your point.
What's so
have
crazy
to watch.
is I have to stay out of the Facebook group because I have never in my life. I was like, the Facebook group is so bad. I mean, like, I had like four fucking sign-ins, and I'm like, is one of my logins snitching on the other three? Because all of them were banned. I was like, how the fuck all four of them get banned for like?
See, I don't know how y'all do that. I've never been in Facebook jail, but this is the other thing. What I had to learn with moving in these social media spaces, and especially for people that don't use their real picture, you have no idea what they look like.
And
Man, you will find yourself, and they don't use their real name, and you will find yourself in there arguing with a 12-year-old because it's just entertainment for them.
Yeah, it is. They triggered you because I spent like today, I said I got to get out of this fucking page because I'm gonna end up in Facebook jail again because I'm arguing with people about the young boy in Kenosha,
Rittenhouse,
and I'm just like, I gotta stop doing this shit because I just got mad because I'm like I can't even post. I just come back from the DR and Haiti. I'm like, I can't even post on my personal page because I done got banned arguing with these fuckers over here about this shit with Rittenhouse and and the Ahmaud Arbery case, because those things are that they trigger me, and of course I say something out of the left, but I'm actually arguing with my people about this, and I just find that hard to believe. Why am I arguing about them about this situation? It's just deep, and then it just affects my own personal Facebook page. And I'm like, this shit is
Yeah,
crazy.
nah, I refuse to get it. See, even when I'm in that post,
I get baited into it.
Nah, I refuse to go there. I refuse online, offline. I refuse to go into them type of conversations.
Yeah, because you can't win. It's a lose-lose.
See, I've been in social media, technically on the internet, since the AOL days. Shut up! Don't you say nothing about my age. I did it, okay?
Shout
so
out
way
to
back
Prodigy.
then, there you go, Prodigy. Way back then, I was in chat rooms I was a stay-at-home mother. I was in chat rooms having conversations about religion and blah, 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 blah. So I've seen these same behaviors in people all this time. It's just growing and growing and getting worse and worse and worse. But like I said, I put my head down and I raised my children. I looked up and my kids ain't had nobody to marry and the world was falling apart. And I'm like, dear God, where did all the parents go? That was my first thought. Where did all the parents go? And then I was like, oh. And I looked around and I saw our people and I was like, oh. And then we're in here and we're arguing about did men do it or did women do it or...
But we should be able to.
Crap.
But shouldn't we be able to have these discussions without them being so vitriolic?
Yes.
And I just don't know where I came into the space where I'm like, look, I didn't come to the space and help create it. It was already there when I landed in the space. So I'll be honest with you, really, like in the group. And I'm far more active on the page. I mean, I'll make comments about, matter of fact, I remember I posted K once before. I was like, what the fuck? I must got the little P plus. Because she was like, oh, they're only like 2 hours. I'm like, no, I watched the stream. They should be like 6 hours. It's like these long streams, right? So I'm like, I must got the plus channel or some shit because every video I watch is like 6 hours. They're just so long. And I think they're good, but they're just too long. So I just kind of like started ignoring the videos for a while. But the group is just, no matter what you think about the videos, the page is like, and like I said, I'm a powder puff guy. Right there. You got the powder puff girls. I always say, I'm a powder puff guy. I've been indoctrinated. I rocks with them because I was the one that made the post about Kim. Because I found it was just hard to me to understand. I was like, well, damn. When the white woman made a post about black women, the vitriol was just unbelievable. However, when I watched, another panelist come on later that was also not black, and I was like, why the disparity? And I just couldn't understand it because I made the post. I was like, well, when the white woman said something in defense of black women, it was 1,000 comments, over 1,000 comments that went on how dare she speak out in defense of black women. And I'm like, well, damn, why can't the white woman say something in defense of black women without 1,000 negative posts, but when someone else says something, it's okay? The hypocrisy of it to me, and that's kind of what like sucked me into the powder puff club.
Well, Rico,
it just really did.
Well, wait, we'll all do. The audience may not know everything that you're talking about with the Powerpuff Girls and the Facebook group,
right?
And I don't know if JP want to have that discussion.
And I know you
on her
coined
platform.
it. I know you.
Nah,
coined
I just was a casual observer.
It's a cartoon, and I knew who the Powerpuff Girls were. I was like, oh yeah, I know the Powerpuff Girls. I know who they are. So you coined it, and I didn't even think it was bad. It was just,
Nah, they
it
some
was
vicious bullies.
comical. It was funny, and I laughed at it. And I was with it on. That was when I was really fucking with you, Chicago, because it was funny. It was funny. I was like, oh yeah, I get exactly what he's talking about. It's funny. I knew who they were. I could tell this, that, whatever, and I knew what you were saying. But then all of a sudden, you could just see like battle lines being drawn, and that was the
Okay.
difference. That's it.
So let's talk algorithm.
Hmm.
And this is something, and your timeline is a reflection of the algorithm. But I want to say this: what you came in looking for, then they put in some ads, and then they put in some other things, and they look to see where you clicked next.
Who you
And
talking
when
to?
you click, I'm talking to people in general, but you
Oh, okay.
specifically, so you know.
All right.
Um, every time you click on something, they track it and they're like, okay, we was interested in that. Let me send them here. Let me send them here. Let me send them here. That's why you get the content. And then where you go from there, they'll send you more of the things that take you down the rabbit hole. We are the algorithm. I say it all the time. So if we want to make sure that we have more positive content, we have to push more positive content. We have to seek out more positive content. We have to seek more black creators and promote more black creators. YouTube recently admitted that their algorithm is biased against black creators, although they use content creators of color, kick rocks. It's biased against creators of color, and also there's a lot of not copyright theft, plagiarism, basically. But it's hard, it's hard to copyright intellectual property. So people, all of those things are happening, especially to smaller YouTubers who are creating things from their heart, from their own creativity, but other people are picking it up. TikTok had a huge thing about it where black creators weren't dancing anymore on TikTok because they were being stolen and white content creators were being pushed ahead of us. So that's what we're talking about. That's what I want to do. The conversations that we're having now, but staying on track and saying, hey, how do we make sure that this is how we move better? I apologize. Go ahead, Rizzo.
So so
JP,
I'll go ahead.
Yes.
JP, can I ask you something?
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with Fanbase?
Mm-hmm.
Are you on there?
Mm-mm.
Why not?
Because I'm just now at the point where I feel like I'm strong enough in my voice to explore new spaces.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
What's
I
fan
need.
base, Derek? Just so you can
So
educate us.
fan base is so Isaac Hayes' son, who is an amazing, I mean, my goodness, he's doing an amazing job with his father's estate. He created fan base as a place for particularly for people of color and content creators to monetize off of their creation from day one. So it does have the functionality of an Instagram, of a Clubhouse, yeah, I would say, or TikTok. It has all these different functionalities to it, but it's a social media platform where you can go and sign up, and you can make money off your content creation from day one. And when he did the seeding round, I had got a notification from him on IG when he did the first round, and I kind of played myself. And then he went on the Breakfast Club, and I almost missed out on that one. So I invested early. So not only did I invest, I have a presence on there as well. So I would highly encourage people to at least take a look at the app and at the platform, and then get over there, set your stuff up, and get to making your money. I don't want to keep. I don't think we have to be in a space where we keep begging these platforms. Hey, can you treat us fair? Can you play by the rules? And they're never gonna do that. They're always gonna like we control the cool, right? So they're always gonna take our cool. What do they say? They want our rhythm, but none of our blues. That stuff is always gonna happen. So JP, I think we honestly need a tipping point. I don't think we need a mass movement. I think we need a tipping point of 10%, and that'll shift the tide.
Do you think that we walk all the way away, or just
No, no, and he doesn't even say that. He just says, because it's the same as if I got a Facebook account, I got an IG account, right? I got a YouTube account, I got a Twitter account. So it's not just adding to. I mean, people got Clubhouse account. I don't do Clubhouse, but I think I think for me, I look at it as like that. I can say like I own fan base, right? So I can say that as a shareholder, I can say that, and so I think it's more about empowerment and being able to monetize off that content from day one.
right? Okay, well, I
Can I
appreciate
piggyback a
that
bit off
information.
what
Hold
Rilla
on,
said?
I'm going I'm gonna give you your flower right now. Sit down and be quiet.
I've been quiet the whole time.
Shout out to What the Funk, who has been harassing me since he started following, since he became a citizen, to tell me, get your behind on Clubhouse. You know about Fanbase. Get over on Fanbase. But again, I admit to my mental health issues, and I needed to feel like I wouldn't explode on people, because I know that those are Clubhouse can be more volatile than YouTube or the others, because everybody's a damn avatar basically. So I wanted to make sure that I had myself together. I had tested my mettle in what I was trying to do before I branched out too far into new spaces. But go ahead, What the Funk, because you told me you were right, and yes, sir.
No, wait. I am not the kind of person that's like, oh, I was right. All I was wanting to say is that I think Rilla is onto a
Rubbing it on our ass.
No. Rilla's actually onto a point. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the movie Office Space, but black people have always been the entertainment for the world, and I think that in actuality, we actually all, as a group, need to take a step back from entertaining and kind of focus more on what's around us and kind of build our own entertainment, if that makes sense. So, for example, instead of us begging, hey, Facebook and YouTube, like the Grammys, okay, y'all clearly don't recognize us. Clearly, you guys don't give us a fair shake. So what we're going to do is all of us as a group, we're going to let the world entertain itself and then let you see how boring that is. While you all are doing that for one whole year, we're going to figure out our own infrastructure. We're going to figure out our own NBA basketball league. We're going to figure out our own music. We're going to figure out our own YouTube. We're going to figure out our own Black Hollywood, because we're done asking for you to represent us. And clearly, when entertainment has their hands on our image, they use it against us. So we clearly need to take a step back and also stay on code for people who try to make their money keeping things the way that it used to be. Like, no. For one whole year, we are not entertaining the masses. We are building our own infrastructure because we need a brand new culture. We cannot allow Hollywood and entertainment and the people who are the gatekeepers of this machine to keep pulling us and putting us right back in where we've been. We've been in this cycle for over 30 years. But if for 1 year we just said, okay, we take a step back and we completely stop doing and actually start planning our own entertainment. And then that way, when we come back 1 year later and say, okay, now this is what we have. Now, if you guys want to see if you want to see black people in sports, now you have to make sure that the money is coming to the black community, because now we have control over it. We have to get our own entertainment and step away from the machine that's already been built, because it's clearly not working for us.
But you know what one of the problem will always be for that, What the Funk?
That black
You
people
really
won't
know
stay
what the
on code.
primary problem will be always in that scenario? And I agree with you 100%. But you know what the primary downfall will be?
What's that?
One of us.
Exactly. That's why
It will
it has to be a
always
massive
be
thing that
one
we
of
all
us.
stay on code. And
It will.
instead of us protesting and we have to, all the smoke that we have for people who do
I'll-
us wrong, we have to have smoke for our same people who are going against the grain. We
But
have
I'll
to
tell you
hold
the
our
perfect.
own.
But the
Go ahead.
perfect example, some of the very same people that always fuck us and sell us out
Our
will
leaders.
be some of the people that we hold with the highest esteem. So I look
Which is
at the
why we have to
example
stop.
when,
We have to take all of that out.
because
Our
I look
leaders
at,
suck. Our
because look,
pastors suck.
and
The
it's
people in
not
the
even
black
just the
communities
pastor. Excuse me, not just the
people,
pastor, even our fucking entertainers that we look up to. Because
yeah,
when we
the
look at the
whole thing needs to
bullshit,
come back.
when we look
It's
at the
not
bullshit
good.
that Colin Kaepernick went through, Jay-Z fucked him.
Jay-Z
That
was a
wasn't a
drug dealer
pastor.
and made money from
But I'm
selling
saying that wasn't a
crack cocaine
pastor.
to his own people, and now has been
We
put
don't
on a
know that.
pedestal
Wait, what the fuck? We
to
don't know that.
be the
We don't know that.
leader of the black community.
Allegedly.
Stop the cap.
Allegedly, we
Look,
don't
look,
know
look.
that.
All I'm saying was,
Okay,
it
well,
wasn't a
okay, fine. If you want to
pastor.
say allegedly, then he at least built his image off that. So if you built your image off something that you allegedly now not want to walk back, like, no, that's not how alchemy works.
Look. All I'm
He
gonna call
sold
him
the
is,
dream of the
all
drug.
I'm going to label him as is an entertainer that the vast majority of us looked up to. He's a valid entertainer. And what I'm saying
you can't say that, because in the 90s we didn't see him as just an
no.
entertainer.
But
young black kids
Right.
in the hood,
Right.
myself included, like
Right.
we were very lacking in leaders that we could
Right,
look
but
up
what
to.
I'm
And what we
saying
listened
is
to was verbal people who could verbally inspire us. The
right.
people
But what I'm
because we
saying
weren't getting it
is
from church, so we got it from hip hop.
I'm
But
specifically
at the same
looking
time,
at
he's planting seeds that
right. But I'm
leads to those
specifically
young men
looking at
doing the wrong things.
right. But I'm
One mic,
specifically.
one mic.
I'm
Right,
sorry.
please.
I'm
Sorry, I was
That's
talking.
Nas, sir. How dare you drop a Nas song while we talking about Jay-Z?
I didn't
No,
drop
I
a
literally
Nas
was doing
song.
I literally was doing a clubhouse saying one mic.
I know.
But what I'm saying is, we were talking specifically. We were talking about, Colin Kaepernick and the whole issue about speaking on police brutality, black people, the whole black. So what I'm saying is, when all this is going on, and at that point, people weren't looking to. You had, the leaders of the Black Lives Matters movement. They were all new. Patrice Cullors and Alicia Garza and all of them, and Colin Kaepernick. So we were talking about the new leaders, and then what happens is what always happened, even back in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. And every time you start to have these black empowerment movements, when we start to come up, it's always one of us. I only use Jay-Z in this scenario because he dampened the whole Colin Kaepernick movement against the NFL, which was very powerful. He dampened it because that was what they looked for. They're always going to look for one of
I
us.
disagree. I disagree. If I may, just really quick, Rico.
Yeah, you can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. I disagree in the sense of I could care less if Jay-Z made a deal, right? Why did everybody else follow him? People are asking me to this day, yo, did you catch the Bears game? Nope. What? Why? Bro, I ain't watched football in about 4 years. I haven't watched football in 5 years. How many of us that say we was riding with Cap and all this, that, and the third, whoop-de-whoop, and we're still watching football? It shouldn't have mattered if Jay-Z brokered a deal, right? Because if our eyeballs aren't on the screen, and if you notice, like Nielsen, like if you look at the way that TVs are set up now, and maybe JP might know a little bit more about this from a media perspective. Seems like you're more dialed into the media stuff, but they don't even have to have those Nielsen boxes in your home anymore. They can get the information that the data that they need right off the TVs, right? So if that's the case, then if our eyeballs aren't on the game, that makes way more of a bigger impact than a Jay-Z brokering a deal for the NFL halftime shows that none of us are going to watch. Now, how much more of an impact or what type of message would we send to the people that sign the checks and cut the money and all this other stuff if they knew that, we bring Jay-Z over and he can't even bring us the eyeballs that we need? Right? You're always going to have those scenarios where somebody is going to make a move against what the people are asking for. The problem or the challenge that I have is, why do we keep going for that instead of standing on our principles?
That's
Right.
That's fair enough. But
Really,
the fact
that's a
of the
great
matter is-
point. But again, you can't give yourself credit for not watching football for 4 years when it was the Bears. I mean, anyone could have stopped.
You want to take shots?
I'm just saying.
He
You
got
want
your
to take
He
shots?
got your ass, Chicago. He
No,
got you. That's
you
what
want to
I'm
take
talking
shots?
about. It's the Bears.
Listen,
Hold on,
I
let me
want to.
find out
Bears.
let me see where you live, bro. Hold on, let me do some research real quick. Let me
In
jump in this
Germany,
chat.
they don't even
I'm in
have
Germany.
a
You
they
ain't got
got
no
a soccer
passport.
team,
I'm
you know.
safe.
Thank you, what the fuck? You got his ass. It's the
Okay,
Bears.
but let me say this. So we had that whole blackout whenever it is. Black folks do it every year. We're not gonna celebrate. We're not gonna support nothing because we're gonna take our money out of the system. I have a thing out there, a video. It's my second video that I ever did, and I have also a link to it on my Buy Me a Coffee. If you're going to take your money out of the system, I'm telling you where to put it. Put it back into your community, into black people. If you are someone who has a particular talent, you don't have to spend your money. Go back to the black community and give your time. If you're a chef, go back and teach 10 little black boys how to cook. Teach them how to start their own truck, how to do whatever it is. You can take your money out of the system, put it in your pocket, and then put your time into somebody who looks like you. And you can, if we 300 strong were able to do that, or 10%, as Rilla said, then we could make a change. But we always go back to, well, blah blah hit, this, so and so did. I don't care. We don't have to worry about so and so. We don't have to tune in. We don't have to show up. But if you're gonna show up, show out, and do it, or stop. Right? Don't show up, show out, or shut the fuck up.
Can I tell you something that I learned in Atlanta?
Ooh, put that on a t-shirt, JP. I love it. Show out, show up, or shut the fuck up. Write that down. Show out.
I already have it. Thank you.
One thing I loved about being in Atlanta was that the economy there, you know, you didn't even realize how not to spend money with black businesses. It was so many different ways. Like when I got back to the crib, I'm struggling to find a quality black doctor, right? While I'm here, right? If you look in my closet right now, and every time I show up on the platform, I make sure I'm always wearing something black on. Always. Everything is black on. I'm making that dollar circulating. The thing of it is, the one thing I do love about being back at the crib is that you talk about controlling the cool. When we had the All-Star game here last year, it was so many different creatives that ate really well. You didn't hear about any incidents happening in the city. There were eight black designers that had, it might have been more than that, but 8 that I know of for certain, that had exclusive sneakers with the top 5 brands. Where else has that happened? And nobody's talking about it. Nobody talked about that. You had 8 black creatives that dropped shoes with New Balance, Adidas, Nike. I think Reebok had a shoe, and I forget the 5th one. Forgive me. Converse, Jordan brand did a sneaker release. Right? Nobody talks about that stuff. There's a whole community here in Chicago, between leaders, Fat Tiger, Joe Fresh Goods, Fashion Geek. These guys are all doing exceptionally well. Right? And there's a whole economy of money that's spent amongst blacks. And that's what it's going to take. It's going to take not recreating Black Wall Street on a massive scale. It's just going to take us in our own communities, again, that tipping point of 10%. That'll shift the tide. To me, that's where our focus should be. Empowering each other, making sure that dollar. So I go out of my way to make sure I'm supporting black restaurants. I don't do that whole, the thing that we do when we get bad service at a restaurant. We go and we get online and we trash them. I don't do that. I reach out to the owner directly. Hey, can I share an observation with you? Right? I send them an email, or I'll go in and speak to them directly, or I'll reach out to them on their social media platforms. And I get much better results. Like, to me, that's the point that I'm making. Like, that's where we got to get to, JP.
I agree with you. I think
Rilla,
that,
as a former bar owner, I want to say, I love that you do that, and I love when customers took that approach. It makes it so much better. I would give them a platform and have them speak with the entire staff. So shout out, respect for you for seeing that that's actually the way more positive way to incorporate and help a business instead of just going on Yelp and blasting it, which is what
I agree. And listen,
love to do.
What the funk? Let me say this: as a black consumer in those spaces, I overtip. I know when we come in. No, I mean, see, some people say they overtip and it'd be like, they give an extra $2 or $3, right? My girl gets super mad at the way I overtip.
30%.
Yeah, 20% is the starting point for
Standard.
me.
I give
Yeah, that's the
30.
standard.
Damn,
Correct.
it's so
give
bad. I give
30.
20% before the service is even over. I'm like,
Correct.
look,
Yes.
you have your
Correct.
money now. Just treat us
Yes.
right.
Correct.
That's it.
Yeah.
You're gonna get 20%
That's
up out
it.
of me regardless.
You'll
Yep.
still get
No,
more.
you
It's
know-
better. I'm giving you your 20% right now.
Correct.
Let me
Up
say
front.
this, just in case people don't know out there in the world, tip on takeout. It's work too. Someone has
Correct.
to take away from the time that they could be earning their tip or whatever you want to call it to
Yep.
go over, get your bag, put all your stuff in there, do whatever it is. So tip on takeout. Now, on
That's
the
another
other
T-shirt.
end of
I'm
that
writing that
spectrum,
down. Shout
Okay, I
out.
haven't
Thank
always
you.
done that.
Tip
I'm
on
guilty.
takeout.
I haven't
Yes.
always done that.
Tip on
yes.
takeout.
Also, in case you all did not know this as consumers and not in the field, you know that food service workers in the front of the house, they get tips. Cooks and chefs do not.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's across the board.
Great
Tips
wage.
and cooks and chefs do not get tips. So don't assume that what you give to your server is going to get to the person in
No.
the back of the house. Okay, so show your love to them in a different kind of way because they're putting in their sweat and they're doing it in 120 degrees.
But it's
Oh yeah,
hard
I
to
learned that at
see them,
Sylvia
though.
Soul Food. I always stated when I ran a restaurant that the service staff always tipped out 30% to the kitchen. They did that in Sylvia Soul Food,
Robots.
and it's a formula that works. It keeps everybody super happy because the
Yeah.
kitchen is the one that's there an hour before the servers get there, and the kitchen's there
Mhm.
1 hour later after the servers leave. So I always had it where
See, if the
servers had to give
service-
out 30% to the
If the server,
kitchen.
yeah, if
Yeah.
the server is smart, they're making sure they tip Expo because the Expo is making sure your
Yeah.
food gets out. Now,
Okay.
Go ahead, JP. I'm sorry, I don't.
No, okay. I'm gonna give y'all a story. I'm gonna let you finish, Rilla, and then I'm gonna let Just Vic have his thing. But I'm a chef, so yeah, I got one for you. Go ahead, Rilla. Finish your thing, and then I'm gonna tell you.
No. I want to hear the story now. Go ahead. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We
Wait,
gotta-
you
we gotta
guys.
have a whole
Oh my
live
God, the
for-
puppy just.
for
Okay.
Black restaurant
Is he-
stories one day.
Right, we should. Okay, so as a chef, I oftentimes had to, run the line and do expo from the chef side, right? Okay, but I was in charge of the menu. So what I would do is if the front of the house staff got on my nerves, or were doing something that would really irritate me, I would create a dish that was hard to pronounce. Like I would do something like we're gonna have porchetta with corn mock choux and sweet potato gaufrettes. In reality, we're having roasted pork with saute or creamed corn and sweet potato fries. But because you got on my nerves and you wouldn't come and pick up the food last night, I'm gonna kick your tail with this menu item today. So that's just a little bit of how JP works. I'm all love until y'all, don't make me have to come after you. So yeah, that's
It's all love till it's time to get petty, right?
exactly.
I get it.
It's not petty's fun though.
Hey, I understand your kitchen humor, so it's okay. I love it.
Y'all love me. Go ahead, Vic. You're on mute, baby. I can't hear you anyway.
What's up? What's up? Can y'all hear me all
There
right?
you go. Yes, sir. How's your spirit, fella?
Hey, I'm doing all right tonight. Flying pretty good. But
You got
I just-
something you want to address, or?
Fam, are you in the Matrix right
I'm-
now? What's going on? Yo, you are literally in the system. Like it looks so
okay. Trying to get out, man. Y'all help me now. Hey,
dope.
look.
No, you are one. This is Neo. You are one with the Matrix. This is
Hey,
our leader.
I see it. I see it. I don't even have to dodge the bullets no more. Okay, but I wanted to comment on a couple of things that y'all was just speaking about the tipping, right? So
Uh-huh.
no matter where I go, I don't care if it's mom and pop or McDonald's. If a black person gives me good service, I tip them every time. Now, you might say, what gotta do if they black? If you get good service, you should tip, right? But I got this thing about limited resources. So it's not that I got an issue with the young white girl who bring me my food. It's just that I gotta have enough for mine. You know what I'm saying? So if I see a homeless person on the street and it's a black homeless person and a white homeless person, and I don't got enough money to go around, you know what it is. So I don't know if that make me pro-black or anti anything else or whatever. But that's what I be on. So I tip and I tip good. And if I get bad service from my people, I don't give them Nathan, but a scolding if anything. But other than that, you know what I mean. But then the next time I come back, they give me better service. I tip and let them see how the game go. But y'all was talking about.
It,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and see, that's the challenge that I find with that mindset sometimes, because when you're in an establishment, when you're in a full service restaurant, and I
Yeah.
get it, we all get bad service, but that person is juggling and I know the common refrain is, that person can go work another job or this and that third. Okay, that's cool. The truth of the matter is those people pay their rent, they pay their car note, they pay their insurance by the money that they make. And then on top of that, to what the Funk's point is, they're not just when they don't receive a sufficient tip amount, it's not just their pockets that's getting hurt. They can't tip the bartender. Well, they still have to tip the bartender. Still coming out of that whatever they bank that night, they still have to tip the bartender, the host stand, and a lot of times that expo, right? And so it becomes it becomes conditional, where we're like, I'll say it like this: if you think about ethnic image, right? When we go into a restaurant as Black people cringe at whether they're gonna have to serve us or not.
Oh, headache.
Yeah, because they don't look at everybody
lying.
shaking. Look at everybody shaking their heads. You know why? Because they don't listen. If somebody that's not your skin color comes in there, they're running to that table because they know regardless of what, they're getting 18 to 20%, regardless of what. And what you consider bad service is subjective. Because the other thing, people think that because you tip that 18, 15%, like 15% most of the time, people think that because you tip that funky little 15% that I'm your slave. No, those people are not. That's not my slave. I'm expecting you to keep the water full. I'm expecting you to get my drinks to me on time. I expect you bring my food and it's hot and so on and so forth. Those are basic and reasonable expectations. People have a lot higher expectations a lot of times. And I think what you illustrated though, because you was like, yo, if I get bad service, then I ain't tipping them Nathan. Right. And but here's the deal. I mean, again, and you're entitled to that, bro. You're entitled. I just think that's I don't think that's a fair message to carry for that industry, man. I really don't. And I've worked in it for years. I worked as a server.
I've worked in that industry as well. I've worked in that industry as well. So I've seen it from both sides.
Them waitresses will follow you
Some
in the
people
parking
don't
lot.
belong.
If you leave them with a 0 tip, you're gonna get followed in the parking lot, sir. Those sisters don't play. If you leave them with a 0,
what's wrong with you, Derek?
personal.
They're getting 20%. I don't care if they spit in my drink. They're getting 20%.
Now I don't want them to drink.
What? I don't want them to. No, I'm saying is
I know what you're saying, Rico.
What I'm saying is I've waited tables.
Yep.
And I've tried to tell people like my food late. I'm like, I'm not fucking cooking it. I'm bringing it to you. What do you want me to do? And you give them 20%, the worst service. I fight with my wife. I'm like, I've had dates I've been on arguing with the waiters. I'm like, let me tell you something. Don't you ever argue with the wait staff under no circumstance.
Not if you ain't got your food yet.
Exactly. So I'm saying exactly. So you know that part, right?
Already.
Yeah, straight right off the grip. So again, as Derek has said, I believe these people make across the country the average wage is what, $2 an hour? Maybe $2.50.
Oh, wait. No. Okay, you talking about just
no, they have supplemental.
It's usually
bullshit
$2.13 on their checks. Yeah, most servers
get
bullshit checks every 2 weeks. Most
correct.
of their money comes from what they make at the end every shift, and then every 2 weeks when you get your government check, it'll be like $30.
Exactly. So what is called tip wages on average, they make $2.25 an hour tips. I mean wage. So you work an 8-hour shift, you make fucking what, $30?
No, 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 no. If you're working an 8-hour shift in a restaurant, you should be walking away with 100. If you're not walking away with
Excuse me.
100,
We're not talking
100,
tips.
then
We're
you're in the
no,
wrong.
no.
You're in the wrong restaurant.
We're talking hourly wage.
No, he's talking about just the $2.13 an hour.
Oh no, no.
You're gonna be
as a
able to
server,
turn
it's
at
always
least a
smart to
table an
do it.
hour.
You can't do
No.
it by hour because sometimes you have ups and downs. It's better to look at it by your shift.
No,
each day.
yes, you can. Yes, you can, because what the funk? When I worked at the bar, they paid us per week, per hour that we worked. So I would go in after 40 hours and get $100 check.
Oh, you wasn't claiming your tips.
So
excuse me.
No, I wasn't claiming my tip, but I'm saying
Yeah,
the
yeah.
check I got
You
from
can't
the
claim nothing cash, baby.
The check I
That's
got
why they
from
want
the
everything on the credit card.
Let me finish. The check I got from the establishment was $100. What I made per night didn't matter. I walked away with $200-$300 a night, but at the end of the week, I got $100 check for 40 hours.
Was this during the AOL Prodigy times? Because
hell no, this was
that
they were
system has
paying
changed.
$2 an hour.
Petty.
No.
They were paying
You getting $100 check
$2.30.
every week. I'm saying that you clearly weren't claiming tips, and I'm saying that after the
No, I'm not
2000s, they
claiming
really
tips.
cracked down on that.
Excuse me. Whether you claim tips or not, they get cut you a check. Excuse me. In the U.S. of A., you claim tips when you file your own personal taxes because you're almost like an independent contractor. The business establishment pays you what's called tip wages. I don't know how they do it in Germany. In the U.S. of A.,
Fam, I'm from America. I've only been here for 7 years. I know.
Yeah, you still get a W-2. You don't get a 1099 from the restaurant. You get a W-2.
You get a W-2
right.
for $2.30 an hour. So if you work an 8-hour shift, that's how much an hour.
Okay.
How much a day?
But one of the things in the
5 days a week.
industry is one of the things in the industry that's happening alongside this whole $15 an hour movement or whatever is paying people an actual wage. And for the last, I would say 10, 15 years or so, it's been a rise in quick service restaurants and so on. And even the more fine dining establishments. I worked at a place called the Barrington in Pittsburgh, North Carolina. Shout out to the Tar Heels. I'm not loyal to a football team. I'm loyal to the town that I'm in that paid me at the moment. But anyway, I was out there and we were actually salaried employees because of the number of hours that we were going to be working. So there's a way to do it, but you have to value the actual industry as a whole. And unfortunately, because everybody has a job in the industry in their early years, or the majority of people, everyone believes that it's all the same. And it's not. One of the reasons that I can run a YouTube channel in the way that I can out the gate is because I had to learn to what Rilla's calling expo. I had to be able to stand at the front of the line with my back to everyone else, be able to call out the order, time when it would come from each of the particular stations, get it all up, make sure that every plate looked correct, put it in the window, call the servers, make sure that it didn't get cold before they got there, make sure that I remembered everybody's such and such and sauce and any extra changes. All of that has to happen, but people don't see that, and so they don't value it. So even though I have a degree and I am worth $30 to $45 an hour, everybody just wants to pay me $15 to $20.
JP,
No.
wait. You
And
gotta
don't
slow
forget
that down because they didn't hear what you.
having to yell for servers to run the food every 30
But
seconds.
wait.
Yeah.
Hold on, real quick. You
Go ahead.
gotta slow that down because they did. I don't think they caught what you said. Like at Expo, you're almost like an octopus, right? And you're having to call for things from from saute, from fry, and you have to call them at different times because they don't all come up at the same time. They don't.
Yeah.
Like I've never expo, but I just used to look at what y'all do back there, and then I'd be like, "Yo, I'm making sure I tip. I'm making
Isn't it
sure
crazy?
I tip out."
And
I
then
think-
on
go
top
ahead.
of that, let me tell you about me, and then I'm gonna let you go, Vic. If you think of about the size of two one-bedroom apartments, right? Put together, the length of that. When I first started doing the expo, I also had to run garde manger, which is the salad station, and dessert. They were at opposite ends of something the length of two apartments put together. I had to do that at 30 something. I am telling you, it is a tough game that no one, people see Kitchen Nightmares and they think, oh, because Gordon Ramsay gets to stand out there and be really pretty and do all that yelling. But the sous chefs that are there standing next to those bad cooks, they're the ones that's doing the heavy lifting and the hard work. My sons would always ask me, are you ever going to go on? No. Because I will thump that white man dead in his throat and not feel bad about it. You're not going to talk to me crazy. I'm too damn old for you to be trying to shit on me because you think you know something about cooking. Here, let me put my foot in your hole. Anyway, side note, go ahead. I'm sorry, babe.
But they don't know nothing about that kitchen work, right?
No.
So I used to work for a dinner on a movie spot, right? So I had did some expediting for a couple places before, but it wasn't like that. So at this dinner in a movie spot, we got 12 theaters, right? 5 of them is IMAX, right? We always got movie premieres. All 12 theaters going 15 to 30 minutes apart. So each one of those theaters holds about 300 people. So every 15 minutes, you're getting about 300 orders. Almost guaranteed somebody's going to order something. So you have maybe 200-300 employees because there's so many customers at one time. So you got teenage runners coming in there, they sneaking off to the bathroom, trying to hunch on each other and all, carrying on, not getting the food out. Then you got servers doing the same thing, skipping out, taking extra smoke breaks, wilding out, not coming to get the food getting cold. You got the kitchen manager in there throwing radios, cussing everybody out, food coming out. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get everything right. And then you're in the middle of all of that, trying to ease the head man's mind. You know what I mean? So and like you say, an octopus, you got to be front and back because you got to make sure the food's going out, but you got to make sure each one of those stations is pumping out the right stuff because they'll start making stuff. I mean, so many tickets is on the floor. I mean, I understand exactly what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. On extreme level. Go ahead.
Now add to that me being a woman.
And
in charge.
So you got a lot of pushback.
All the time. Even when we're talking about around nothing but my people and other women, majority management staff that I hired and put on, I still was the target all the time. Women don't want what they think that they're asking for. I'm telling you, bruh, this game.
My ex used to, she used to work for PF Chang's.
Okay.
And she worked her way up from like sous chef to head chef to GM. And that's one of the things she used to talk to me about all the time is just like being in a male-dominated field, how they didn't respect her. But she knew her stuff. I mean, front to back, she knew her stuff. And yeah, I feel for y'all, JP, because you're right. The only other person that I knew that was tough and can handle themselves like amongst men in the kitchen like that is my homegirl Julie. Beast in the kitchen, didn't take no crap from nobody, would throw a plate at you.
But can y'all forgive me for a minute?
Hey, wait, hey, Unc, what's in that cup, man? What you got in that cup?
Oh, I got gin and tonic.
Oh,
every night.
That's what
every
it
night.
is. Tangerine
tonic. Tangerine tonic.
Wait, hold on. I'm supposed to be getting out of here, but you got all type. I don't know how you do it. Gin is, congratulations.
Oh, that's my thing.
I don't know how
Gin
you
make
do
you
gin.
sin.
That's my
Yes,
thing.
it will.
No, Sean,
I'm
that
doubled
beer
over just
come in.
thinking about drinking gin.
Oh,
what you
Gin
drinking
will
now?
make you sin. Brown will make you get down, though. So I don't know which one's worse.
White will make you fight.
Shout out
Oh, that's right.
Look, I left that
Rum
brown. I left that brown a long time ago. I used to be on that brown Captain Morgan. I used to mess with that Irk and Jerk.
Irk. You can't be drinking that cheap shit.
That Easy Jesus.
I was about to say that Easy
I
Jeezy.
stayed with that Easy Jeezy.
Hey, we call it that Irk. Yeah.
Oh my God, I had to leave that brown on.
Ole Musan.
I used to mess with that brown
Okay, wait.
Bacardi. So
Cool. Okay, I know. Let's make sure that I don't have. I really can't pull nobody's black card because y'all know I was middle class brown girl. But anyway, here are the requirements. Hold on. Boone's Farm, Mad Dog, Spades, Dominoes. Can you hit all 4?
I can do 3 out of 4. I can do everything but the Dominoes. Boone's Farm.
What'd you say, Vic?
What? That Mag Dog will put your ass down.
Yeah, every flavor. Great. Excuse me.
Hey, that Boone's Farm, you can take that and keep
JP,
going. But I don't know about all the rest.
You can't say a motherfucking thing to me unless you drink Night Train.
Mount who?
Night Train.
Nope. My gut can't take that.
I don't know that one, bub.
Yeah.
That's before your time,
Vic.
Okay, he didn't take it back.
That Night Train and that Mad Dog.
Go ahead, Rilla. We ain't hear your
Wait, what was the 4 again?
Boone's Farm, Mad Dog, Spades, Dominoes.
That's what y'all and the rest of the disciples was drinking?
Nah, them GDs definitely wasn't on that.
Hey,
GDs wasn't on that, man. Hey, wait a minute, man. I'm a new time,
mad he
bro.
said
Don't be,
GDs.
Cut that out.
hey, bro, don't be trying to throw
Put
me
that
in
out
there.
there.
Hey, that's the wrong. Hey, that's the wrong disciple, bub.
What the hell was they on then if they wasn't on that?
Man, I don't know.
I was messing with Unc.
Come on now.
Oh, you was talking to Unc.
You talking about the
You ain't old enough.
The original disciples.
Then you ain't old enough. Look. No.
He talking about Jesus' homies.
JP.
You know, he was in Chicago. He
I'm gonna mess with you.
I got
right?
triggered, Vic. I got triggered.
He triggered.
I'm gonna mess with you 100,000%, but I am just angry because y'all kept and Derek, you listen, right? Y'all keep skip. No,
I'm letting them rock. I'm letting them rock.
Because y'all
It's cool,
keep
JP.
skipping because y'all keep going back to the kitchen. And I think that that's a valid aspect of it. You too, JB. Y'all keep going back to the kitchen. But I'm not talking about the kitchen.
What you talking about?
I'm talking about the front, the
Front of the house.
The front of the house.
Oh no, I'm gonna tell you how we get back to the front of the house.
Because
from the expedited position, I'm gonna tell you how we get back to the front of the house. Why they ain't getting no tip.
When we talk about the wages, the back of the house was getting what you were getting, JP. The front of the house was not getting those wages.
Right.
Remember, let me finish. The front of the house only got tip wages. And
what about supplemental income?
That's only tips, which is fine. But all I'm saying is they're flat wages. Okay, so here's what I'm saying, okay? Your mama at the Waffle House. Okay, the Waffle House ain't Big Mama's restaurant. The Waffle House is where little cheap trucker-ass truckers come to go have pancakes and eggs. Right?
Okay.
Right? Because that's just... And he gonna leave $1 tip. That's what your ass gonna get is $1 tip. Because that's what they tip at the Waffle House. They don't tip no $10,
Depends on who's sitting there, but let's just say that's true.
They gonna tip $1. Mama be lucky if she gets $30 tip for the whole fucking day. She gonna bust her ass just as hard as the one at the good restaurant for $30 worth of tip a day. And she gonna get that same fucking tip wage. Is what I'm saying. That's what we're being dismissive about. Because mama at the Waffle House, who gonna make maybe $25 or $30 a day, ain't making $200-300 a day like the woman downtown at the nice restaurant.
Right.
Well, when we do wait staff, it's the shit's not equal. It's like, yeah, you go, they make it, yeah, but everybody don't work at those nice places. Some people work at the Waffle House or at the truck stop or at the other places, and their waitresses making that same, I'll say $2.50 up here. It might be $1.70. It might be $1.25 in Mississippi. I don't know what the fuck Mississippi gives.
Let me say this.
Wage.
In the front of the house, it's the same hustle, Vic. I'm gonna let you in.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna say this: in the front of the house, it's a hard hustle too. But you wanna know what the difference is? There's AC in the front of the house.
I'm
Ain't
not
no air
saying that the
conditioning
about
back
in
that
of
the
the
shit.
damn
house don't
kitchen.
deserve
They
Go
don't know
ahead,
shit
Vic.
about that kitchen.
Go ahead, Vic. You have to wear long sleeve, long pants. Sometimes if you're in a fine
Now,
dining
y'all gonna
restaurant
make
with
me
the
Yeah.
tell
neck
my
collar and
manager
the
happy.
hat,
Yeah.
It's
it's
But
all
y'all
part of the
losing,
same
y'all
135
losing,
engine.
degrees.
but y'all
It's all
losing the
part of the
point.
same
This is
engine.
No,
this
I
One
this is
got you.
not a
steam,
I
one
got you.
band, one
I didn't. You
sound.
didn't. I
One
didn't.
band, one
Yep.
sound.
but
I
this
hear you.
is
Yes.
not a front of the house against the back of the house argument. The back of the house deserve everything that they get. I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is those people that work at the front of the house, they got children, they got they got the same fucking responsibilities and bills as people in the back of the house. But they going home with a lot less fucking money because
Stop there. Stop there. That's a false
what's
narrative.
up?
I got to push back. Now, tell me this. Do you feel sorry for people who have non serving position jobs? Just, I don't know, I work at the gas station. Now, if they're working at that gas station for minimum wage, do you tip them when you go in there and buy your food and buy your snacks or your beer,
No,
whatever you get from the
no,
gas station?
no,
Now, do you feel bad for them because they work in a minimum wage job?
no.
Okay, now let's go back to the restaurant.
Okay,
Those people chose that job.
okay,
Most times, it's very easy to get in a service position. You can do that
okay.
with a terrible record, a
Fair
lack
enough.
of experience. Most of those jobs are easy to get. Now,
Okay.
most of these people who are working in those positions don't understand that they're entry level positions, and they're just hoping that their personality and their ability to serve will be enough to make or entice somebody to give them that big tip.
Okay.
But they understand the situation they're in. Everybody who, I don't know about the whole nation,
I know
but
the
in
whole
Georgia,
argument.
hold on.
Go ahead.
But in Georgia, for sure, if you serve or you work any job whatsoever, you will make minimum wage, even if the job itself is paying you less than minimum wage. If you at the end of whatever pay period don't make the equivalent to what minimum wage is, they have what they call supplemental income. So you might be making $2 an hour and you might have only worked 20 hours, but you're not going to make $40. You're going to make whatever minimum wage is minus $40. And they're going to send you a separate check outside of your regular check from the government called supplemental income, which is why a lot of companies have to pay extra insurance
Right, the
for things
company is
of that
still
nature.
paying for
Where's
that.
that
Right.
at?
Yeah,
That's
no, he's
definitely in
talking
Georgia.
about GA. Yeah, that's in GA.
You said that's where?
In Georgia.
That's definitely in Georgia. I don't know if
Yeah.
that's national.
It don't exist. No, it's not national.
Yeah, they I do know they do that in Georgia, but
it's not national.
Here's the thing, Vic.
It's not national, Vic.
No, I got you, Rico. But here's the thing, because we want to participate. This is the thing, and this is one of the things I look at when you look at full service dining and this argument around tipping and not tipping. That tipping is it's a custom and it's a tradition. Where does that come from?
Fair question.
Right?
Don't know that history.
It started with the elites. It started with the upper echelon. So listen, so you in GA, right? So people want to go to Houston's, people want to go to STK. They want to have an upper echelon experience, but they don't want to pay the upper echelon prices. It's the same as I never understood how dudes that would go to strip clubs in Atlanta and they will blow a bag in the strip club, but would not tip the bartender.
Yeah.
Right.
How? You gonna blow a stack on the stripper, right? But then you go to a restaurant and you cheap on the service there.
Yeah.
Or you cheap at the bar. Right? I don't understand how that works.
No, I don't understand that perspective.
But what I'm saying is okay. If I if we watch any gangster movie, right? Let's say we watching Bronx Tales. If you go back and watch Bronx Tales, I forget who the main gangster was. Watch how many times he just randomly.
Chaz
No, not Cologelo. Not Cologelo. No, I'm talking about Bronx Tales in particular. Who was the one that the guy he wound up having that conversation with?
Robert De Niro was the father that was the bus driver.
Right, he was the father and the bus driver. But I'm talking about the gangster that was on the block. Any of those gangster movies, you can look at them. Watch how many times they just hand out hundreds. Just ain't no questions asked.
Nope.
you get your shine box. You shine my shoe, boom. Here's $100 for you.
Yep.
Right. So even when I listened to you, when I was listening to you earlier, Vic, you was talking from you said limited resources. That means you operating out of scarcity. It's not a problem, not a bad. You entitled to that, bro. It is not me like going at you or nothing like that. But I'm just saying I don't operate from that mindset. I operate from an abundance mindset, and I also operate from the law of reciprocity, the law of attraction, the law of seed time and harvest. Right. So what I put out is coming back to me.
Sure enough.
Now I do agree in making that dollar circulate amongst my people. So I did kind of understand what you were saying there, but I'm gonna put that dollar where it's supposed to go, regardless of what. Right. And I ain't finna be stingy with it.
Listen,
that's the only way we elevate. That's the only way we elevate and motivate.
I want to offer you an analogy, right? So let's say you had this beautiful woman, right? And she took care of you and she did everything that you would want from a woman. But for whatever reason, your relationship went bad and you had to split. So some time passed, you run into a new woman. Now this new woman looks like the old woman, but she don't do none of that new shit, or that old shit, should I say. And she expects you to treat her the way you treated your last girl. She has the same exact demands.
Okay.
Do you give them to her just because she's your girl?
No.
See, and again, I think the premise of that analogy is off, because guess what?
Completely.
When you go to when you go to a golf course, think about the money that's passed around. Think about why people prefer to work at these country clubs, right? There's a whole tradition and custom, and you got to think about the mindset of the people that are in there that are being rendered these services, bro. Like,
go ahead.
I leave money in my hotel room.
I do too.
Derek, here's the perfect example. Okay, you were with the first girl.
Wait, I'm sorry, Rico. Just really quick, let me respond to Rashawn. Listen, it's not that I have money like that, Rashawn, but let's be clear. If you want those services, you should be able to pay for the services that you asking for. If you can't afford those services, you should not be in those spaces. No.
Okay. So let me ask you a question.
But wait, no. Let me.
Go ahead.
Let me address what Rashawn said, and let me read it one more time so I can get it right. Rilla mentioned an abundance mindset, and I say all the time to pour into people. One of the things that reciprocity, whatever you want to call it, even when you don't have. Let me use myself as an example. I said 2 streams ago that in 2018 I was also homeless, right?
Sure.
But I did not have, and I had to put my face somewhere so that I could keep trying to move forward. The universe, you promised me that you would never give me anything that was too hard for me to bear. You promised me that I would have my basic needs met if I show up and I do the work. So as long as I pour out into the world, I receive back, not from the people around me, but from the universe. That's the one difference that people don't carry the message all the way through to. You can't expect that the person you pour into right now is going to be the one to give you your reward. It will be something else somewhere down the line, and you may not know when it's coming, but it's coming. Pour out because you can, because your heart can. And when you empty your heart into someone else, you can receive. That's how you get it back.
Can you pour new wine in the old wineskins?
J. Vic, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
J. Vic.
Yeah, go with it.
All right, so Saturday, I went and I picked up JP. I took her to a 5-star restaurant.
Sure.
Bill was $200. I left $100 tip.
Cool. We're going to Smoky Bones. What's up?
Let me finish. That's. I picked up JP. We went to a 5-star restaurant. Left $100 tip. Boom. Took her ass home. Sunday, I went and picked up Keisha. Sunday, I took her to a different. Excuse me. I took her to a different 5-star restaurant.
Okay.
$200 bill. What kind of tip should I leave? They're both 5-star restaurants, 2 different days, 2 different dates. Should I not leave the
So you
same
went
$100 tip?
one restaurant that left $100 tip.
Should I not? On Saturday, I took JP to restaurant A. I left $100 tip. Sunday, I'm taking Keisha to restaurant B. Should I not leave $100 tip?
If that's how you roll.
It's right. So
see, the idea of gratuity is that it's free and freely given.
Right.
It is not mandatory.
Exactly. And it's not about whether or not it's mandatory. Which that was never the question. The question was the level of expectation. I think Derek said expectation based on service and so on and so forth. So again, it's never mandatory. What tip is mandatory? 0. None. You're not required to give a tip.
That's why you can just walk out.
I can go to a restaurant. I can pay for services. I can walk the fuck out. I can leave. But there is an expectation of 20%. And the expectation is based on just industry standards because of the fact that we know most tip workers are paid well below the minimum wage. The minimum wage is currently, I think the federal minimum wage is $7.25 an hour. Most tip wages are $2.35 an hour. Literally. That's what 40, 50 fucking years later, the wage that these restaurants will pay per hour, because the law says that's all they have to pay.
Right.
That chick can be at a 5-star restaurant. She getting paid $2.35 an hour at the fucking front for bringing your food to your table.
So you mad at the restaurant?
That's all the law requires. Now, what you give her as a tip is up to you.
Why is the pressure not applied to the restaurants to pay them a living wage?
Because the government doesn't, is what we're saying.
But so if we're going to do it differently, then what's the difference?
Well, here's the thing. The reason why that doesn't happen, obviously, is because the business model is skewed towards
bullshit. No, the government.
It is.
No,
and
it is.
the restaurant business and the restaurant business is one of the
right. And the only place that's because lobbyists fucking lobby for that shit for no other reason. The same way. Perfect example. Just Vic. You what do you drive as a vehicle? Let me ask you, what do you drive as a vehicle?
I got a couple of vehicles.
Let's
just say they're nice.
Let's just try to make it personal towards JP, only because that's one of the things that as people. JP. I know, but what I'm saying is when we turn the scope on people, and those are personal questions. No offense, it feels that way to me.
I just meant as vehicle. I was talking about gas price. I wanted to get the gas price. That was the reason why I asked.
Yeah, two moderate sedans.
Okay.
One good on gas, one not so good.
That's all. I wanted to get the gas price. In America, do you realize what's the average price per gallon that you pay for gas?
I don't know. It depends on where you at. What state
because
you at.
But I'm saying Americans, we're fucking lazy about it. So we might sit there and go, "Oh, I can't believe gas is $3.35 a gallon," right? And we fucking we lose our shit over the price of gas. But I just came from the island. They're over there paying $5.50, $5.25 a gallon for gas. I don't even want to tell you what they're paying in Europe. I don't want to tell you what they're paying in Asia, because in America we supplement the cost of a gallon of gas. We do. As a government, you don't pay the price of a gallon of gas that you fucking should be paying. None of us do. So we go to the pump and I can't believe gas is $3.35 a gallon. It should be $8 a gallon, because that's what the fuck they're paying. Because that's what they're paying everywhere else in the world, because their governments doesn't supplement the cost of a gallon of gas like our government does. So when I look at tip wages, it's like it's constantly pushed that we look at things and we go, well, why don't they do this? I'm like, because These are the different things that we do in this country, and we end up in this American bubble that we believe that this is how the world is. No, this is just America. The problem with most Americans, we can't think outside of this country.
You ain't never been nowhere.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
but you know what, Rico? You bring up
Yes, sir.
you bring up a great point, and I've never. I mean, I traveled to maybe Jamaica. I don't think I've been outside. Actually, I know I haven't been outside of the United States that much. But Vic, one thing that I do hear about when we have this discussion, and I don't know if JP want to move the conversation forward, but when we have these conversations around tips and tipping servers and this, that, and the third, da 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 da. When you go to other countries where it's not customary for them to tip,
Yeah, some people take offense to that.
and they pay them a living wage,
They do.
the service is not the same.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you, sir.
Not the same in which way?
You're not getting the same attentiveness. You're not getting the same.
Thank you.
You would have had to go a bunch of places to say that, and I can't even say I've been to contradict. I'm saying listening to people who have been overseas. No, I know a lot of people that have moved around, but
right. And you're saying wait, are you saying the people that you move that have moved around, and they go to the rest? See, most people when they go out and they talk about their experiences in restaurants overseas, they talk about, oh, shout out Chef, yo,
Chef,
yo, Chef. Yo, shout out Chef. Salute,
Why don't you come on up, Chef?
Peace and blessings,
Chef.
He probably could. I wish he was here earlier for the music.
Everybody ain't with the college.
Hey, really?
He could certainly add to that.
Shout out the Chef. Yo, but real spill though, like when you hear people talk about their experiences overseas, they don't talk about the how great the service was. They talk about the food because the focus is on the food.
Yes.
So you're not getting the same experience. See, over here we expect, because we're paying maybe $20 to $30 for a plate, and we're like, man, like we assume like that's the price point or whatever. You may assume that's expensive or not expensive. Well, I don't know. But the point being is that when you see that $20 to $30 plate, and then you're anticipating that you got to add at minimum, another $6 or $8 on top of that, then you're thinking like, well, where's this going? And you're expecting your glasses to stay full and the food to be hot and the server should be over there checking on you every 5 minutes, even though that server got a full load with 4 other tables. And if you got 2 4 tops and an 8 top, you're dealing with, what is that? 16 different personalities at one time.
Yep. Yep.
16 different personalities. And then
check me out. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
No, I was just going to say that's why some of the people who work in hospitality who have the most success have some of the disabilities that are on the spectrum. ADHD, autism, because you get to reach out those tendrils. One of the things, as a YouTuber, I have to have a whole lot of pages open so that when my mind starts to wander, I can just move on to the next thing, but I can keep going back to work, and I just keep going and keep going. As a food service worker, you have to remember all of those things, so those whose mind is already what they call neurodiverse have a better opportunity, have a better chance at it, because they already move in that fashion. So yeah, just a side thing.
Listen, if I go to a top-notch restaurant, I expect top-notch service, and I tip top-notch. And in those restaurants where there is an expectation and gratuity is generally included without your consent. Now, if you want to add on to that 18%, you're welcome, but that's going to come standard.
Where in the U.S. is gratuity included, short of a party?
If you go to a high dollar restaurant where it's 5 or 4 stars, they're not asking or leaving it up to you, especially if you're in any kind of a party, about gratuity. It's already included.
It has to.
That's my experience. I don't know where y'all at in the world.
Wait, Vic, where you at?
It's a party of 2.
That's
they cannot include a gratuity for a party of 2.
I'm sorry, hold on 1 second, Rico.
6 or 8 or greater.
I agree with you, Rico. I agree with you. I just want to set a baseline just really quick, JP, if I may. Vic, you said you're in the A.
Right.
Okay. What restaurant you're saying high dollar 5-star restaurants in the A? I'm asking what restaurants are you saying in the A specifically by name that include gratuity automatically on a party of 2?
You can go down as
Del
low as
Frisco's?
second.
Del Frisco's over there on Peachtree in Buckhead?
I don't know that.
Okay.
I know of it, but I ain't never been in there.
Okay, which one are you talking about?
I'm speaking of places like Smoky Bones, or I mean, you can go down as low as Bay Breeze or something like that on Veterans. The whole shit is not whether it's a specific restaurant. It's as a standard.
No, that's what I'm saying, bro. What I was about to add to, and I know JP has a thing to make sure it's not being a pointed conversation, and I think we're getting more into preferences and nuances on this now. But to be honest, bro, the reason why some of those restaurants function like that in Atlanta specifically is for the very same point that we've been making to you, is that when people see, because Atlanta is predominantly what? Black.
Okay.
70% black still, yes?
Correct.
Okay. When they see us coming through this the thing, bro. We'll go spend money at Compound. We'll go spend money at Magic City, right? We'll go spend money on the entrees at Houston's, but we won't tip. So some of these establishments, when they see us coming through the door, that tax is not on there because it's industry standard. If you go to Del Frisco's on P, I wish Chef would really pull up. If you go to Del Frisco's,
you know your ass is coming. We made this rule just for you.
Yeah, straight up.
Hey, look. It was a bigger point that I was making.
Okay, I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The point that I was making is if I go to these places that I know are elite restaurants where I expect elite service and I expect them to do all of the extras, then not only am I going to tip well, but I'm going to demand that level of service, or I'm going to be going to find a manager to notify them. And I know that there's going to be a manager present and he's going to handle it. And they're going to probably comp me some things and make me feel good about my experience. They have a complete system put together so that you can still contend if you need to, if you're not getting the service you need. No, but if I go over to Waffle House and the cook arguing over there with the waitress and they fighting and throwing shit in the back, and this one out there on the smoke break, and this one ain't never brought me my food back, and I can see it getting cold over there, they kiss my ass. I'm gonna take my shit and haul ass, and they gonna have to catch me on the next one. I probably won't go to that establishment no more. I try to, at frequent establishments that I usually frequent, and I try to get the same thing so they can learn me. And so that I get to know specific people. And when I go in there, they already got my food cooking. You understand? And yeah, that tip gonna be big. And I don't care what color they is coming up out of there.
Because what's your favorite restaurant in the A?
Favorite?
Yeah. Y'all keep saying, well, I don't do Waffle House no more. Shout out to Shakisha.
Shit.
I don't do Waffle House.
Nah, don't.
JP, you muted.
Okay, let's talk about that real quick.
What's your favorite, J Vic? Come on, J Vic. What's your favorite?
No, come back to me. I had to think about it. It's a lot of restaurants.
Well, I want to say this. We need to talk about, because I think that that's one of the things that Black folks need to understand. Some places that you are frequenting are not for us. They're not,
you're talking about Shakisha Clemens? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, JP.
No. Smoky Bones is, a chain owned by whomever, right? It's Restaurant Week, which Keisha said. And if you don't know what Restaurant Week is, it's your opportunity to go to some of the more fine dining establishments, so to speak, and go for like half price, or they'll have an a la carte where you can just purchase certain things on the menu, or a prefix menu where you can purchase a set menu that would normally be like $75-$80 for like $35 or $40. So it's a chance to try these things out at a moderate price, but you can try out some upscale or fine dining Black restaurants at a discount and show some love and support, or go where they employ a lot of Black people and spend your money there. So there's a way to go about doing these things, but I just didn't know if you all knew what Restaurant Week was, so since you brought it up, I thought I would share.
No, I didn't know about Restaurant Week.
Oh,
Man,
Atlanta has a dope one, bro. Oh man, you playing when they
They
do
have them
restaurant week in
everywhere.
Atlanta?
I be under a rock, yo. I ain't be
Yeah,
trying to
they
get my
like
name
Bro,
in the
when they
mix.
do, hey
but
fam,
like you
listen.
say, they got it in Chicago, they got it in
Yeah,
Atlanta, they got it
when
in
they do
DC,
restaurant week in Atlanta, Vic,
they
you
got it
gotta.
everywhere.
That's your time because they'll do like I think $25 place and you get like a 3-course meal. Sometimes 25, 35, 40, whatever. Bro, you gotta make sure you get out to try just
Raised on
something
the river.
different.
That is a good one, chef.
Yeah,
But
Raised on the
listen,
River is the
but listen,
business.
what's the problem? What's the problem is Vic is again, I got to go back to what Chef said. He was spot on, and even what JP said, it's like it's not a question of you're right. If you go somewhere and your service is not appropriate, you have a right to raise a complaint, a concern, whatever. The problem is, as Derek said, it's like I don't. I have never in my lifetime been to a restaurant where they ever did a pre gratuity on me for a party of two. That's just unheard of. But I don't go to a lot of places where, um, and I never lived in Atlanta. I used to live in Columbus, Georgia, which was south of Atlanta,
Right.
where they had to do that. And if they feel like if you was at a venue and they feel like, okay, we need to put our tip on your table before you gave it to us, then maybe they had a problem with a lot of people who look like us refusing to tip. And as Derek said, and JP said, and I know even here in DC, we go through this problem here where a lot of us got a problem fucking tipping. And I hate it when I go to a venue that my service is affected by that stereotype. So I can go into a restaurant, I'm clearly I tip 30, hell, sometimes I tip 50%. I tip ridiculously. My wife is fussing at me about the way I tip. But I'm always telling her, like, I believe in tipping, especially the bar. I go to the bar, give a motherfucker $100, don't even order nothing. Because I want my drinks coming frequently and I want them coming heavily. Seriously.
You want that gin and tonic, man.
I straight up go up to the bar, drop $100 beer. Hey, I love you. Give it to them. From that point on, and believe it or not, people laugh about it, but I sit there and tell them, like, depends on how long you're going to be there.
You say don't walk around in a scarcity mindset. But most of your people are walking around living in scarcity. So no, they're not trying to pay a big tips. They're not used to having extra. They've just barely had enough to get that experience to be in the same room as you that they don't belong in.
No, but
so yeah, that's why they made the room.
So Vic, let me ask you this: if you're in scarcity, should you really be going out to buy a pair of Jordans, bro?
Hey,
look, my mama say this.
Wait, because we aspire, right? We aspire to be like others so much and keeping up with the Joneses. This is why we go get cars that we can't afford. This is why we stunt in front with stuff that we can't afford. This is why we get Gucci, Louis, Givenchy. People can't even pronounce. They run around talking about Da Vinci. You can't even say Givenchy. Right, but you want to wear it so you can have the appearance of. You want to be seen in the restaurant to stunt in front. You can't even appreciate the experience of fine dining. Part of the fine dining experience is also knowing how to compensate those who are serving you. That's part of the experience, bro.
It is.
So if you're in a scarcity, so listen, if you're in scarcity and that's your real experience, you can't fake it till you make it. Don't sit up there and try and go out to Del Frisco.
Yeah.
Don't go to Fogo de Chao.
A lot of those people are just trying to get the experience, and they're not experienced in it. So it's not all black people. It's just black people who aren't used to these experiences. Period. They're not from that class.
I'm saying
the other class of black people like yourselves overtip. Now I don't believe in all that overtip.
Wait. Let me tell you something, Vic, and this is the truth too. Gosh, I used to work at that Copeland's in Cumberland, right?
Okay.
Cobb Parkway.
I know exactly. I had a partner worked at the Copeland's in Cumberland.
Know the owners and everything. Real good people, right? Here's the truth of the matter, fam. People who don't look like us they actually teach their children how to tip. They teach their children the importance of tipping. They give them the credit card and let them go at it.
So JB, when I told you I walked to the bar, right? And I walked to
Right.
the bar and I give the bartender $100 tip and I ain't even ordered a drink. Because you know why? I
You
already
establishing
know.
a precedent.
Let me finish. I already know this motherfucker gonna earn $100 tip because I know how long I'm gonna be there.
Right.
So what I did was, instead of me paying on the back end, I paid on the front end. Now maybe at the end of the night I might give him another 20. But I know I'm gonna sit here at this bar and I'm gonna milk this shit. But I've already established a precedent to him because he see my face. He don't have to worry about, am I gonna sit here and I'm gonna nurse beers all fucking night and leave him with $3? Because guess what? There'll be somebody that look like me that will sit at the bar all night and leave him $2. I'm letting them know that's not me. I'm just.
So
letting them
are
know.
you saying
I'm not-
you're protecting your black people's image as a whole?
No,
One by
no,
one by overpaying for beer?
No. You know what I'm protecting? I'm protecting me. I'm fitting here to get my shit, and every time I order gin and tonic, I don't want to have to keep going back to him and say, "Look, can I get a little bit more gin in here? Because this shit tastes like water." Because see,
Okay,
now
check me
when
out.
let me tell you, when I dropped him that 100, and every time he give me a GMT, I know my shit's gonna be tight because he gonna be heavy-handed. He gonna be heavy-handed with my shit, and he gonna be bullshitting with you, because you ain't left him nothing.
Nah, he
And
not. Because what I'm gonna do?
Let me tell you.
Go
what
ahead.
I know about bartenders, when you tip him up front, they get heavy-handed because they not pouring their shit.
Hey, look. You tell us how your exploits, your idea.
I'm telling you, you
Bar
can
rescue.
sit there and watch JP. If that bartender see you coming there and drop $100 bill, he heavy-handed all.
Hey, let me tell you a
Not
cheaper
always.
way to
Pause. Wait a
cheaper way
minute.
to
Hold
get
on.
it.
Hold on.
Go with it. Go with it, Jay.
It's culinary night on Black YouTube. Check it out. We got my man Chef in the house. What up, Chef?
Waiting for you
How's
to
your
come up,
spirit,
baby.
fella?
You can be
What up?
cheap. You can be
We just
cheap.
cooling, man. We lounging.
Yeah, we watching Rich Rico over there.
All I
Oh,
know is when I roll up to
Rich, hey. What they used to say, Whip Rico. I got that.
Oh, you don't know
Yeah.
nothing about that whoop Rico,
Oh,
man.
sus-
Yeah,
Hey,
Whip
come on
Rico,
now.
Nothing about that
Sussy
whoop
Rico.
Rico.
No, Rico.
Real A-Town right here, folks.
You ever
Rico
work the bar?
Slummy.
You ever
What's
work the
going-
bar, Chef?
If I ever worked the bar,
Yeah, bartender.
nah, never.
Every bartender I ever know, they tell you, they look at that tip jar and they go, "Oh, that's you," and they get heavy-handed all night.
Hey, Rico, I'm gonna tell you how to get that same service for a lot cheaper. This is what you do,
There
right?
you go. See,
For every glass he bring you, you sit something up under it. $1, $2, up to $5. Never put more than $5. But every time he bring you one, you make sure that same thing sitting up under there. And by the time he bring you that second one, he gonna know that this how this thing gonna flow. And when he bring you that last one, you leave him a fat one. And guess what? The next time he see you, he gonna be on your ass, and they gonna be heavy from then on. You'll never have to drop a $100 bill.
and I bring your second one. So you gave me $2 on the first drink. You gave me $2 on the second drink. You gave me $2 on the third drink. So now I'm up to $6.
Right.
Now I'm the $6 fooling with you, right?
Right.
But the guy down here,
So when he by the time he reached drink 14,
right? I'm at $28, right? But the guy at the end of the bar dropped a $100 bill when he walked in.
He ain't gonna put so much liquor in your cup regardless.
Stop. I'm not fucking with you because you know what happened? When I walk up to the bar and you like this, I look down at the end of the bar and I'm like, fuck you, and I run to the end of the bar. That's what you're not getting, J-Vic. J-Vic, you not.
See, you talking about in a big club where it's 100 motherfuckers at the bar. See, that's a different strategy.
Hey, wait.
You ain't getting that same service, and I know I'm gonna sit at that bar, and I'm gonna be there all night or until I'm ready to go. And every time I order a drink, he's gonna walk past you, come down to me, and get heavy-handed.
First of all, I ain't even tipping no dude that much.
You ain't got to.
Vic, but hold on, Vic.
Because guess what?
You
You don't
understand
have
bottle
his
I'm
weight.
gonna just
service,
put that
Vic.
out
You
there.
understand bottle
Yeah,
service.
tell him he
You
don't
know,
have his weight up.
you know how bottle service
He
works.
don't have his
Hey,
weight
Yeah.
up.
hey, but look,
Yeah.
while we got Chef up real quick, I gotta
He
work
don't
in the
have his
morning. But
weight
while
up.
we got Chef up, Chef, JP was asking earlier. She was trying to figure out how she can get around the YouTube copyrights because she want to be able to play music and stuff. And I said
Right.
she got to pay that licensing fee.
Yeah,
Yeah, so it's no
Is it
real way around that. You got to pay that licensing fee.
yeah,
is
it
that
is.
super expensive, Chef?
So, well, right now the companies that I know of that currently have the licensing, they're like license fee payment services where you pay a flat fee over the course of a period of time, and but those are normally for clubs and venues because the clubs that are going to have DJs playing music that's on the radio, copyrighted music, they have to. It's like a, I forgot the kind of license that it is, but it's like a flood license, pretty much that covers any of the music that's out. And then of course
Okay.
they divvy that money out to the different publishing companies.
And the
But
restaurants too.
yeah, exactly. So that's why a lot of businesses they go and they'll use, like, you ever heard of Muzak,
Yeah.
elevator music, and
Yes.
working in department stores, little cartridge. So if you Google music licensing service, what they're going to
Mm-hmm.
do is you can pay a fee. You may have some current music, but you'll have a lot of stuff from new and upcoming artists that are out, and a lot of music that's, you may not hear on the radio, but it's good music, and you'll be able to use them. And it's
And
a
Do you
vast
think that
library.
do you think that I could use the business Sirius XM? We used to in the restaurant we did that and it played popular music. Is that the same? Am I thinking the same way or no?
Well, here's the thing. No, it's not going to work because what it is, your licenses don't transfer over platforms.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So, perfect example. If you were to make a YouTube short right now, you have the option to use hot music that's on the radio, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's 15 seconds nonetheless, but you get the option to use it. Say you uploaded that short to your page and then you let it play, nothing would happen because you uploaded the short. Say you went and downloaded that short to your computer and then re-uploaded it yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would get flagged immediately
Yeah.
because you didn't do it through the short system. So your licenses, even when you have the right to use music, I could have the right to perform the music, but then I may not have the right to actually, what's called mechanicals. I don't have mechanical rights to go and reproduce or print that music. I don't have the rights to, there's new streaming rights. I don't have the right to play that music on a streaming service. So you get
Okay.
specific, and that's the thing. When you get the license, you get specific licenses for what it is.
Right.
Only
Next
reason
That
I
is
know
so
that much.
sensitive.
Yep. Talk to me.
So next
I was just
question.
gonna say, and then the other thing she asked that if I may,
Go ahead,
JP.
go ahead, go ahead, go
Mm-hmm.
ahead. Siobhan.
Okay, the other thing that she asked that since we got you here, that I wanted to get your opinion on because the whole music stuff came up around. I was making the correlation how I look at YouTube, right, and I look at YouTube really from a music industry perspective, right. So when I think about Public Enemy being signed to Def Jam, and we know Leo was there, and we know his reputation in the industry, so on and so forth. But I think that the messaging for what Public Enemy did and who they represented. I mean, even if you want to go to Stephen Rifkin at Loud, or you want to go to De La Soul at Tommy Boy. I think the
I know
message.
all of
you understand what I'm saying? But I believe the messaging that they were getting out was bigger than what those record labels represented at times. So the topic came up, or it came up around being able to maneuver in certain spaces. And what JP asked is she was seeking advice around being able to move in certain spaces when she doesn't feel protected and safe, because she believes that her message is valid, but she may or may not agree with the premise of the platform. Am I saying that correct, JP?
Yes. Well, I just not even that. I could accept the there are times when I have value that I can add. That's when I'm willing to be there, when I'm willing to show up or whatever. But when I don't feel like I'm protected on someone's platform, I don't feel comfortable going back. I want to provide value, but not at the expense of my spirit.
Right. So if I'm on the right page, what I'm going to do is be as unbiased as possible, right? One of the things that I do is, in terms of my corporate life, is I mentor people and I help folks deal with certain situations. You know, situations where it's going to be a weird conference you're walking into, you know, walking into a lion's den. You know, I feel that if you have a message that you believe in, and if you feel a certain way strongly, then you have to find a way to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. You understand what I'm saying? You have to learn about being, you have to find a comfort in being uncomfortable, because fear, FUD, FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Those are the things that will have you doing analysis paralysis, taking 4 hours to think about a move that would only take about 40 seconds to do, right? The thing is, you have to get comfortable with being uncomfortable, especially if you feel that, you know, you're going to stand on 10 toes down, 1 thou wow. Peace to brother, right? Straight up and down, though. You know, if you have something to say, then you have to be ready to face, you know, to fight the status quo. And that's the thing, you know, and that's
okay. I'm going to present the question to you the way that I presented it to the gentleman. I had a conversation with Rilla earlier, and which is how we got to this. He mentioned then that he walked into the lion's den on a platform, and it made me think. I am not a lion, and I'm not Daniel. I'm a sheep. So if I'm a sheep, how does a sheep move amongst lions without getting slaughtered?
Okay.
I got you.
Go ahead, Vic.
Dave Chappelle made this quote, right? Dave Chappelle made this quote, right? He said his mother told him when he was small, because he was very timid and he would get bullied a lot because he came from a rough neighborhood in D.C. And she said, David, sometimes you have to be a lion so that you can be the lamb you really are. And in those instances, you just gotta adapt to the room. So when you're in a room with a lot of testosterone, and you know what I mean, that man energy is high. You know what I mean? Everybody don't, even other men who aren't ready don't walk in certain circles. So a lot of times women I find themselves in places they don't belong, and then become either offended, in fear, and then they would like the room to adjust to them as opposed to exiting. And there's just certain circles where you can't go and affect that change unless you're in a part of that same energy. So when I go in a room full of killers, I don't bring my lamb, I bring my lion. But I don't not go in the room because I'm prepared to be in the room with those people. You understand what I'm saying? But if I wasn't, I wouldn't recommend going in there because it can go either way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of times who we feel we are is just a mental manifestation of the ideal that we set for ourselves, right? But I believe that our primal inner beast, our spirit beast, is different. It's different. You know, you got guys calling themselves alpha, and they may not be this and that. I don't know. In terms of how you came, you know, I seen the way you move, your thought process and everything. JP, I don't think you're a lamb. I believe you're more lion than lamb. You know what I mean? Your temperance, you know, your temperament and your demeanor and your poise and your femininity exudes flower. It exudes lamb. But Your spirit beast is tougher than that, sis.
Thank
That's
you,
just my
and
opinion.
I appreciate that, and I agree with you. But here's where I think that the rub comes in. I look like the women who have injured all the women on this platform in some way, right? Whether it was the mother who just drove at you and drove at you and drove at you until you did whatever, or the teacher, or the girlfriend, or the whomever. So when someone shoots at me, and I am capable of ducking and maneuvering without much damage, you gentlemen do not rise to the occasion of what it is that you stand on, protecting black women. Why? Because you have taken the gynocratic pill. All I'm saying is, look,
Can you explain what a gynocratic pill is?
Yeah, just a second.
Okay.
You're saying to me, hey, you are an example of femininity. You are an example of womanliness. And then what happens? Patil, patil, patil. And no one stands in front of the bullet, so I don't get hit. Doesn't matter where it is. Now, the gynochronatic pill is what I call it. The gynocracy is a term that I want to say. It wasn't coined by Dr. T.S. Johnson, but he uses it most often. I got you back, Chef. Dr. T.S. Johnson talks about how sacred masculinity, he has the Institute for Black Male Studies, and he talks about how in this fight for protecting black women taking on the feminist movement, everything that came after civil rights and up to the feminist movement, how it skewed our perspective. And that now we live in a gynocracy where our women are in power and in charge where men should be. And it's a direct result of everyone continuing to say, protect black women, protect black women this, black girl magic, blah, blah, blah. It's been going on my entire adulthood. Where before it was black family. We all remember the Cosby Show when it was black families. But that was an example to the predominant culture that did not like us, that hey, if they get families together that move like this, they could be great, wonderful, positive, and they could actually get somewhere. That's when we were coming up and we were making families that were doing something. We were building foundations, and then, right, we bought into the hype. All of this bags and whopping and dropping and all of that, that's the predominant culture selling you your BS. You want to know why? You know? Because none of us own any of it. It's the same as it was with guns in the 80s, in the 90s. Crack. None of us knew how to make it, grow it. Nobody own a poppy field over here. Where did it come from? And we're just sucking it up. And black women are doing it the most because they have no understanding of who they are, no cultural identity, no awareness. And then they feed that to their children. And so then they raise children who have no loyalty to themselves or anyone else and no standard. And so when it's time for you to fight for someone who has a standard, you don't know how to. You fight against them rather than for them. They become your enemy rather than your ally. And you tear them down rather than lift them up.
Would you give us an example, like a real life example that we could probably like just look through?
Have you heard of the Michael Craig story?
Don't know.
Okay. What about the mother in Houston who left her baby to rot in his room in the closet with his brothers?
I heard of. That's crazy spot.
Black women went to the defense of that woman. Black men were like, hey, do you see what this is? Look at some black men. Look at this, these little boys right here. But the community was like, well, we didn't see it. We didn't know. But had it been little girls, it wouldn't have been a whole year of little girls not getting fed, not being cared for. When you saw them losing weight, because you're tuned into that system, you're indoctrinated into it. You understand to move for little girls in trouble. Rico, you're muted, but it's not me, it's you. Give me a second, though. You're indoctrinated into it. So until you, like they said, you're in the matrix. You're in the matrix until someone points it out to you and says, hey, look, listen, you should be fighting for yourself first, because, and the little boys who look like you. When you do that, you fight for all of your people.
J. Vic, what are you looking for an example of?
I was looking for an example specifically of when you said you weren't protected and that a bullet was to come, that nobody would jump in front of it for you.
For what?
When
black men or black women?
No, just JP. It's her specifically. She was given. This is how all of this conversation came about.
Yes.
Because she was playing. So go ahead.
Yes, but I want to give this caveat. I want to give this precursor. Chef, I do not expect you to defend anyone or anybody. Everybody else up here is their own man, their own island. And so what I'm going to say next, if you feel like you need to drop out or whatever it is in order to respect what your own cadence, I respect that. Okay?
So, yeah, listen, I just popped in too, because right now I'm on my smartphone and I don't have any charger. And I'm laying down on the couch right now in a comfortable spot. And I'm going to probably fall out. So I just came in to just say what up, show love.
I appreciate that. I did not. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure.
No. You good. No, I appreciate. No. I'm saying, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to excuse myself, because I had a long night. If any of y'all know, I had a long night.
Hello to you.
Right.
Always.
So,
peace.
Yeah. Yeah, man, holla at me. Amanda, my phone rings all night. I'm an insomniac. I'm a light insomniac too. So long story.
That's that culinary life right there. But yes.
Yeah. So holla when you done, man.
Hey, you left me your math and that what's the name?
I already did. Yo, your phone's on do not disturb. Your phone's on do not disturb. So you already got a message.
Listen. If that was you just hit me, I didn't know who that was. Okay.
I know. You good. You'll see it when you're done, man.
I got you.
All right, y'all. Peace and blessings.
All right. Thanks.
All right.
Thank you.
Hold it down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I just?
All right.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I was going to say, J. Vic, you were asking for examples.
I think she was trying to give it just now.
Okay.
And then she let Seth move out the way so she could do it freely.
I wanted to respect him.
Yeah, I respect you respecting that.
Thank you. So Monday night, did you see the conversation with King on Monday?
Yeah, the discourse between you and King?
Yes.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I saw it.
Did you hear King specifically say, I'm sorry I had to use you as the sacrificial lamb?
I don't know if he said those words in particular. If you heard that, I didn't.
I heard it several times because I had to go back and edit the video to be able to post it. There's a short version of the video on my channel.
Right. I seen the short version. Yeah, I saw you.
Okay. What was the fight about? What was the whole thing about bringing me up there for, Vic?
Because he said, why would you come back in a place you didn't feel appreciated or respected?
Okay. Now, hang on to that thought. Okay. And remember that night I said we share viewers, right? Right. And they show up in the chat and my chat. As a viewer, I thought that I could still come back over here and comport myself with the people in the chat and be respectful to the panel. I told him that night, hey, I'm not going to cam up on your panel if you cannot control that space, because I didn't feel safe. Now, never once was anything ever said to me, Vic, ever, about me making that statement once I stopped camming up. That night, it was a hit job. It was an attack and an ambush on me, for no other purpose than to actually, in my opinion, go after somebody else. But at the end of the day, if you end everything that you do with, I'm sorry I had to use you as the sacrificial lamb, you never ever meant to say I didn't do anything wrong, and you knew it. You came for me back and watch for your likes and clicks and views. What else is there, Vic? What did I do?
I wanna know. I don't necessarily want to discuss because I didn't hear that exactly, and I'm gonna go back through that part. I was actually in the grocery store while y'all was having. I was just listening. I wasn't even on the panel or anything.
Yeah.
But I was just listening. But so a couple of things may have gotten by me, but the portion that I was more focused on, and you remember I actually came up on that same panel when you were on, and I said that I heard you get emotional when y'all were kind of going back and forth about your different reasoning, and you explained about why you even do this, and it wasn't about subscribers, and you didn't care about the entertainment portion of it, because I did recall him saying something about, oh, it's entertainment, whatever, I'm trying to bring you viewers and whatever. So long story short, the way I saw it was that there was already high tension in the room between men. It was an all-male panel initially.
No,
So,
he brought me up first, Vic.
Okay, that was before all of the shenanigans.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got my timeline
at the very beginning of the show. There was a 3-4 hour stream. I know I dropped out in like the 3 hour mark or something like that. But I'm in there. That was
a smoke show, wasn't it?
Yeah, he smoked me at the beginning, and he used me as a soft target.
Yeah, that was.
I mean,
all of that was personal.
Do that.
All that was personal, but I don't know. I don't know about the details about.
Right, but that was an assault on me for no reason. And if it was personal, you knew how to reach Darrell. You could have reached out to me the same way that Rilla just said. So no, you shot at a black woman claiming that you protect flowers. Make up your mind.
I think if there would have been a different topic, he may not even have addressed it. But it was so pointed. I think he was trying to make his point off of you to make the point, because he does that a lot. And he addressed JB on one day. He addressed Rashawn one day. It was not just you. He's addressed quite a few people in the chat directly. Now I think it's more of a marketing strategy to make the people who are in the chat feel included. So whether it's negative or positive, it makes it very interactive. So I think it's great marketing, and I don't think whatever he said to you was personal. It was just more marketing, and then you wasn't feeling it because you coming from a genuine perspective. You could give a damn about the marketing portion of it, even though you understand it. So I think you were hurt more on a personal level. He's thinking about it.
I also understand marketing. He set a challenge to me in E-Black. I understand marketing because I worked in corporate dining, for a while. So I had to be able to make sure that not only did a menu get written, did a staff get taken care of, but I also had to make sure that all of the marketing got done across social media platforms, inside of the facility, and outside into the community that we were in. So I understand marketing from a different mindset. There are different types of managers in the world. Ooh, Lord, Rico, you better wake up, because I swear for God, I am going to cut this out right now, and I'm going to draw some stuff on your face. Hey,
look, you got to get him. Please get him.
It's too late. It's too late now, sir. It's over.
Oh, you got Santa Claus.
Hold on. Wait a minute. So anyway, as I was saying, so...
This nigga about to choke. Hey, he done swallowed the damn toothpick and everything.
No, just
she got you. She got you.
Hey, you put your ass on big screen and everything, boy. You on blab, boy.
Oh
shit! She got you.
Listen, wait. To be fair, hey, I'll make you famous. But to be fair, I actually had a medicated moment on the lead attorney where I had been waiting for him for so long that I had to re-medicate, and I dozed off waiting for him. And he had to call my name. He was like, JP. I was like, I'm here. It's a 4-minute video on my channel. You should go watch it. It's ridiculous.
Oh, well, I'll definitely go watch it just for the laugh.
General supposed to have my back.
Hey, man.
I wouldn't make fun of anybody if I wouldn't do it.
I left you out there. I left a man behind. I apologize.
You ain't a street fighter.
Sorry, I got off topic, but I saw that and I was like, nope. I don't care if I forget anything I had to say. That was hilarious.
But see, that's why I told her, look, just Vic. I told her I was supposed to be here yesterday for Veterans Day, and I didn't show up, which was why I came, and I had to apologize today because I was like, fucking around with you, JP. I was so toe up from the flow up messing with you and General Boston from Wednesday night. That's why I didn't show up yesterday. Because I was so damn messed up. But
yeah,
I had to come back today, and I gotta find your page, Victor Freeze
music.
Victor Freeze music. Okay, so that's what I'm leaving out when I'm doing the search. Yeah, I gotta find you, man, because
a bunch of folks try to claim the name, but whatever.
No, man, I love the conversation we had. Like I said, I love the way you challenge me, you push me, and everything. And I ain't be with y'all asses all night tonight. But it's fun. Look, every time we come together. That's what I love about it.
Yeah, because the conversation can go from here to there. So
oh yeah,
try to cover some real ground when we get to it.
And it's so organic and it's so genuine,
right,
and authentic, which is what I love about it.
Let me say this.
I love talking shit with you and push me back.
First of all, Rico, it's too late. You already with us for the long haul, bro. It's 5 hours and 13 minutes, and you've been here for at least 4 hours and 13 of them, brother. Go ahead and just wait, here now.
Wait a minute. And brother Dirk, don't be quiet over there. We know your ass listening.
He sleep too.
Why are you calling him
he
that?
He sleep too.
Yeah. See, hey, really? That mic ain't came out. He sleep.
I wish I could find a way to buzz him.
Hey, at least really turn his camera off to go to sleep.
Right?
Nah, I'm here. Yeah, y'all ain't gonna be drawing no squigglies on my face, Joe. I'm right here.
Right, exactly, right. Right. So that's fucking unfair. Wow.
What you got to say, Auntie?
Vic, I wanted to say this to you. I didn't get to ask the other night. You said the other night that you were seeking something, that you were searching for something. That was why you were paying for the Patreon or whatever it is.
Shit.
And I think, well, I'm just curious, what is it that you're seeking exactly? Okay,
I'm glad you asked. Because I feel like I did an injustice to the Patreon.
Okay.
Because I didn't elaborate enough to say that I live a very busy lifestyle and I just got a lot going on. So I haven't had the opportunity to explore the Patreon, even though I have access to it the way that I could. He has quite a bit of material that I haven't even been through yet. So I couldn't, the gem could already be in there that I just haven't found because I haven't been through it. So it's like I've been through it all and now I'm just waiting for him to say something I hadn't heard. But
okay, but in general, what are you seeking on YouTube?
Okay, now here's the kicker, right? Most people are looking for financial advice. I got 1,000 people to tell me financial advice that have real money that I know that I trust to have my best interest in mind. So I don't need a YouTube guru to tell me that. But what I am looking at is someone who I know has gone to where I'm trying to get to and has a blueprint or a strategy that he doesn't mind sharing. So whether he's telling people about this or that and interacting with the chat and giving out cash apps, or I'm looking at his YouTube strategy more than anything else. I'm watching his movements to see how he's building his platform, how he's engaging his audience, how he's building his Patreon. Now you giving out all my game right now, trying to explain this to you, because I like to keep that kind of thing low, because people get real weird about people watching them. But the fact of the matter is, I'm studying everybody right now, King included. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I'm at.
As you should.
Can I ask you a question though, J Vic? Right? You're a young guy, so I know you're a fan of Anton. I'm gonna throw out some names. I'm not gonna stop there. You're a fan of KS, right?
You can say that.
Oh, or you're a consumer.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay. Fair
enough. More
enough.
accurate description.
Right. Fair enough. I'm not gonna poke at you. So you're a consumer, and this ain't about Anton. It's about KS.
Right.
Now his venue is not financial advice. His venue is, from what I gather, dating advice or relationship advice or whatever.
Okay.
What are you gathering from that space?
Kevin?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm asking you. I want to know, what does a young man, because as JP said, I know JP.
No, you don't. Stop doing that.
Well, okay. Well, I'm trying to follow him. I'm trying to follow
Right.
him. You asked him a question. What does he get from YouTube? So I'm just picking a few YouTube content creators, and I'm gonna go to a couple of other ones to say, well, what do you get from this space? And what do you get from this space? And what do you get from this space? So tell me, what do you get from Kevin Samuel's space as a young man, as a consumer of his space?
Mm-hmm.
What are you getting from it to fit your life, as his specialty is, I believe, dating advice?
Okay, I just want to get pushback at the argument, and then I'm gonna let it go.
Go ahead.
Drop out the young man part.
He's young.
It's not about the young or the man, because I think that if you take that out, and if you say, what, as a consumer, what are you getting from him?
Okay,
then Vic can answer just as a consumer and not pick out the part that I'm a young man, whereas he may not even be looking at Kevin for that advice or that information.
As a consumer, as a consumer, young, old, whatever, boom, 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 boom. What do you get?
Okay, let's start with the honesty first, right? Because I'm a straight shooter. I don't really like to play with words, so sometimes I just enjoy. Auntie, I'm gonna use the B word, okay? Sometimes I just enjoy watching a bitch get chomped out.
So entertainment.
Pure entertainment.
Okay.
And I because women have been so rude and disrespectful to me over time, I just enjoy seeing the shoe on the other foot. Because under no other circumstance would a woman stop.
Entertainment.
And allow a man to talk to her that way. And the fact that he's got a mute button, sound effects, and they stay and they take it and they deal with it, and it to watch, because if it was just trashing women, I wouldn't be for it. But to know that his intent is sincere and genuine, in my opinion, then I can support it, because even though he goes hard at them, he's genuinely trying to get them to the outcome that they're looking for. So I say the same thing with the other brothers. So
you're entertained by it
to a large extent.
Okay.
But that is not the primary reason. But that's to a large extent. That's why I consume it.
Okay, entertainment. What else, if anything else? Now,
as far as trying to get like some substance, if you will, some of the stats he's put out has changed the narrative on a lot of conversations, and I'm kind of an anti-stat guy, just because I feel like a lot of stats can be skewed depending on who's doing the skewing. So there's a lot of things that he said, but I don't regurgitate them. I just want to do more research on them. But they've given me another perspective on how to organize my own mind around my own approach to women. What kind of woman I should be approaching. Honestly, I found Kevin Samuel's material when I was looking for a cologne, because I noticed that older black men would not share their cologne secrets. They'll tell me everything else in the world, but they would not give me the game on the smell good. I said, damn it, I'm going to find it somewhere. Let me go Google. And I Google, smell good, blah, 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 colognes, best colognes. And he came up with a video that says all the stuff that your father should have told you. And that's how I started watching Kevin Samuels. Not about no women or nothing else. So I said, hey, man, this dude got game. A little bit. You know what I'm saying? He a whole asshole. But I can appreciate that, because you catch me on the right day, I'm an asshole. So I don't have any problem with that. Just, long as you have a good intent.
Yo, Vic, I swear that's probably one of the dopest videos I've ever seen on YouTube.
About the father, what your father should have told you?
Your daddy should have told you, fam.
And it's the truth. Some dudes is walking around with shit stains in their drawers and talking about their players.
Listen, So this is one of those things that if you're new, so I'm gonna say this. I moved to Tucson, changed my life, blah 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 blah, and then I brought my son and his friends along the way here to be able to give them a chance to start over with their lives, foundation. Right now we're a small community, but we lived in, when that first happened, we lived in my studio apartment. There were at one point 5 of us in a studio apartment. I was the only girl. I found that video on YouTube and I played it really loud. I did that passive aggressive black mama thing, and I was just like, you gonna hear this and you gonna stop smelling like this because I can't take it no more. And so yeah, he has some really great things in what he says. I watched his content not just to be able to get information that I could use to be able to talk to my son, to tell them things that I didn't know or had missed along the way, but as a content creator, I was like, I like them lights. How do you do that? I want to know. He uses a different thing. He uses, I think, like OBS and Apple or Mac or whatever. I don't even know how to work a Mac. I'm impressed by the way that his brain works. So I went on his platform to have a conversation with him. Bro, I don't need you to tell me how to be a woman. I'm all woman. I know that the people in your chat are going to feel some type of way about me when they see me. But I bet you I can change your mind before I get off of here. And what I thought was going to be 5 minutes and 1 question turned into 10 minutes and 2 questions.
So you talk to him on camera?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was what it's about. That's what being, for me, being, going out here and doing this for any other reason is to test myself every day so that I keep growing, because I don't want to to shrink up and stop moving. I have watched people who are just living through life, or letting life live them. You understand what I'm saying? You've seen them head down, going to get their scratch off ticket, and they pack up Virginia Slims and go sit on somebody's porch and talk shit, right? That is, but then know that you have an opportunity to do better, but you just don't move on it. I refuse. I have seen that torture. I have been way too close to it. So I will pour out wherever I can, whenever I can, in whatever way that I can. And I rock with the part of his message that says we got to do better. And when he said, black women, y'all need to lose some weight, dear Jesus, in the morning time, I stand in that space and I'm ready to knuckle up with any broad who tells me that she really is truly content in her big girliness, while she's still walking around with all of the extra hair and the stuff.
Do not do my big girls like that. Hey, all my big girls out there, y'all need love too.
I used to be y'all big girls. If you want love, get somebody who loves you enough to stand beside you every day that you go to the gym. Get somebody who's going to be there for you for the first 30 days to rock with you while you struggle your way to being able to do it consistently.
I'll turn into Monique. I'll turn into Monique.
Not turn into Monique in here. Don't do it. Turn into plump mama. No, sir. You got your décolletage all out, but can't nobody lay on it because y'all both gonna smother to death.
Let me derail the conversation for 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
When I was young, I had an uncle, and he had a heavier woman, and he was very skinny, and it always seemed odd, like they were like this odd couple, and I'm like, I wonder why. And one day he's a straight shooter. He just say it like he want to say it, and sometimes he say things that kids shouldn't hear, but he didn't really care too much. And one day, I don't know how it came up, but he was talking about, he said, yeah, boy, so you got to get you one like that. The bigger the cushion, the funner the pushing. And I said, excuse me? I was too young to understand then. But then I became a man. And I had my own, ideas about what I thought a beautiful woman should look like, or the right this or that. And I got to hope one of them big girls, let me tell you something, bro. They try to change your life. They try to not let you come back. The big girls is y'all real competition. Y'all worry about all these 9s and 10s. Ain't no We don't. Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you like this. I don't want no 9 or 10. That ain't nothing but a headache and a bullet waiting. But the big girls, Jesus.
JB.
Huh?
You piece of work. You piece of work.
Hey,
young man.
Hey, I'm over here with you now.
In the timeout corner, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get a new timeout
Look,
corner.
I ain't got look. No. I in Chicago, I know you saw it, right? Because I was actually arguing today. I was arguing, and some dude put up in the group. I know you seen it, Chicago. I know you seen that picture that they put.
Man, I ain't been in there.
They put a picture in the group, and all these girls were beautiful. They were beautiful, but they were all big girls.
You talking about the big girl?
You talking the Hooters joint?
Yeah. Nah.
This was like they was all in lingerie. They was very attractive in the face. They were
I saw that.
All gorgeous. And I was like, what the fuck is these cats talking about? I mean, they were beautiful girls. I mean, they were all big girls. I'm not like, but I'm like, oh, and I argued with some dude because some dude went on this whole rant about, well, if you thought about health like I thought, like, dude, seriously, I said I think about substance, and the substance of a woman is more than her size. Okay, because of what Lord knows that there are a lot of ugly on the inside women who are small. And I said, and my problem with it is you're placing all of the value on a woman's substance on her size. I said I look at character, morals, and values. And if you're telling me that substance matters about size, and you're dismissing. I'm like, look, they can all be big, but if they got good character, morals, and values, then they're women of substance.
Okay.
But
now
you're saying that they have to be small.
Hold on, you gotta stop. If you put out 10 points, ain't nobody ever gonna be able to address none of them.
Okay.
So let me say this.
Mm-hmm.
This is where the generational thing comes in. Big girls today are not pleasantly plump. They're right up there with the other girls with all of the angry vitriol and nonsense. So look, I want you to understand something.
Yes.
I want you to understand the psychology of men, right?
Mm-hmm.
Men look at other men, size for size, pound for pound. Can I take you in a fight? Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
That's
when
accurate.
you got a 335-pound woman coming at you with the rah, 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 what does she look like?
A threat.
330-pound, a threat. Not woman, just threat. That is what is happening today. So Rico, yes, in reality, there was a time when there were some plus size women who were nice and they had a morals and good character and whatever, but too many of the women today want to be Lizzo and not Patti LaBelle.
Okay, so can I say one thing? Can I say one thing, JP?
Speak ill of Sister Patty.
And no.
I'm not. I'm speaking highly of Patty compared to them.
No, but I'm going to agree with you. My problem with it is that for the exact same statistic that you give for women exists for men. And that's where my problem lies.
Wait. Go, say that.
Stop, JV. 75% of Americans are overweight.
Okay. You think that's more? You think that's more men or women? I don't know that.
That's
women. 80% of our women are overweight.
Excuse me. 75% of Americans. That means the whole fucking country, men, women, and children, are overweight. Okay. 75. America is the fattest fucking country on the planet.
Let's say all that's true.
Excuse me, it is true. Not no let's say. It's factually true. We're fucking a country full of fat fuckers. Period. Okay. So what I'm saying is, as a man, while I will admit that women, and it's not black women, this is black women, this is white women, this is Asian women, this is Latino women. Fucking Americans are some of the fattest fuckers on the planet. We're fucking cows. Okay. Americans.
Where are you going with it though?
Because what I'm saying is if that is the case, if 75% of our population is overweight, is that more? It's not normal, but it's like It is normal for America.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that I'm saying we have a
Gotcha.
problem. We have a problem that we all need to get underweight. But if that's the case, I can't be a fat ass man talking about a fat ass woman. And I'm saying the average American man is fucking overweight. Not the average American woman. We know the average American woman is overweight. But the average American man.
Do you think it's the fat men that is just trying to shame the fat women? You
No,
think that's
I'm
standard?
saying that is a problem, that we got fat ass men trying to shame fat ass women.
Nah, it's fat men that don't want fat women, but I don't think they trying to shame them.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, I think they
Let
are,
me-
because
let
that's
me-
the whole
let me-
point is
let me-
these fat ass men don't see their asses as being fat.
Okay, let me
Well,
explain
they're
to you why the
passing
problem with
aspersions,
the
which is
women
the
being
problem.
fat is the bigger issue than the men being fat.
No, it's a
Okay?
problem with them both being fucking overweight because they're both
Okay,
dying.
so we're going to
We're
push
both
back
dying.
on that, and I'm going to explain to you why and how, Rico, and then when you hear me out, you let me know what you think on the other side.
Okay.
Keisha, shout out to you. I want you to hear me out as well. I think maybe that's where we had some contention in the beginning. But let me say this, okay? Vic is also a young man whom I think at some point may have said he was looking for a more traditional woman. Now, I don't know if that means that you want a woman that's going to stay at home, but you certainly want a woman who's going to be feminine enough that if you want children, it's going to be able to live in that space and nurture your children, right?
Right, I
Feminine,
understand. That's
fit,
why I listen to
beautiful.
KS. He gave me that.
Feminine, fit,
Go
beautiful,
ahead.
whatever. Okay.
Right. So the reason why a fit woman matters in this scenario is because she is the first nurturer. She is the first feeder of your child, your family, your legacy. She is the one who's going to make sure that even you have the right meal on a regular basis to make sure that you are taken care of. If she does not have the discipline to do it for herself, how is she going to have the discipline to do it for you and your children? That is why when we say we're not trying to shame anyone. Just because it's regular does not mean that it is normal. There's a difference. And we need
See,
to
I thought we
start
was
to
gonna have a fun
understand
conversation.
that.
You want to get
I
serious
know
and
we
go into the
are.
good
Hold
shit.
on just a second. I promise I'm not gonna stay here because here's
Okay.
why. The difference between me and them is when I was fat, I was happy. I was smiling and trying to get other people to smile.
Okay.
I was still flirting with men. Hey, how you doing, handsome? Look
See?
at that.
See?
Boy, them shades right there is so nice. You don't pull them down for me so I can see your face a little bit. You have to have.
Yeah, girl.
Oh boy, you better.
But if
You have to have something
75%,
extra to
but
work
if
with. Today, the
75%,
women don't.
but if 75% of us are overweight, how is that not normal? If 75% of the population,
So which one is your premise? Is it okay or is it something we need to
It's not
change?
a
'Cause
question
we
of
understand
okay.
that that's the standard, but the question is, does the standard need to change?
So the standard is normal. Standard is if more things is true, then that's normality. So if
Healthy
75% of a
is
population,
normal. No, sir. Healthy is normal. And
So
nothing
if-
about
excuse me,
our
excuse me.
people is healthy at that weight.
No, we're not talking about our people. We're talking about the entire population. If
That's not accurate, Auntie.
75%,
That's not accurate, Auntie.
What?
If 75% of a population is 6 feet fucking tall,
That's
then
the
what's
norm.
normal?
The
6
majority
feet tall.
makes the norm. The majority
exactly.
is not always right, but it is.
It doesn't have to be right. It's just that's normal because the majority of it is a thing.
Okay. Hold on. I'm going to do this. I'm going to defer to you all because I'm not good at math in this case, right? Or what the terminology is between normal and regular, and because I've already had issues, I can't look it up. If
So
someone
all I'm
wants to
saying
look
is-
it up for me so I can say it correctly,
If you-
but what I will say is this, hold on. Just because we do something all the time doesn't mean that it's it's what's supposed to be done. There is function and then there's dysfunction.
Right. And what I'm saying is, I'm not saying 75% of America is obese. What I'm saying is 75% of America is overweight. So we look at people and we classify everybody. Oh, she big, but she look good. So people dismiss it. I'm like, but she's overweight because if the standard is off of the BMI,
If she were
body
right,
mass, if it
no,
is what it is, it is. If a thing is
Let's
a
talk
thing,
about
a
this,
thing
Vic.
is a thing.
Because you probably always been a skinny dude, right?
Who?
I've been pretty slim my
Vic.
life.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, so you ain't never been big. Let me tell you something about being big and being with somebody else who was big. When I was a freshman in high school, I'm sorry, when I was a freshman in college, shout out to the University of Tennessee at Martin, a dry county, so you'd be really upset, Rico. But I messed around with my RA, my resident advisor, right? Big dude. I'm just gonna call him big and leave the rest alone. Hey, fella, if you out there, you were all the cushion that I could take, brother.
Shout
you understand
out to
what
the
I'm
big
saying?
boys, big and
Woo
tall.
boy. Okay, but now two big people. We talked about this before over here, but y'all ain't been over here in a while. So y'all, the average Winky dude has 6 inches on it, right? Okay. If I got 3 pounds of belly, if I got 3 inches of belly, and you got 3 inches of belly,
understand the dynamic.
It's just friction at the belly button, baby. What's the point?
Hey, look, Auntie, let me tell you something. You gotta do. Listen, if you in that class like the slim dude with the big girl, you gotta learn new approaches to things. You know what I'm saying? You gotta do extra things and special things. You know what I'm saying? You can get wherever you want to go. You know what I'm saying?
but what Rico is saying is that we're running out of skinny dudes to get into them spaces. Which one of y'all gonna lose weight?
We running out of men. Period. Because either they're trading teams, okay, they're dying young, they're going to jail, or they're completely switching you know what I'm saying, their jersey and saying they playing for, you know what I'm saying, Yugoslavia or whatever.
J-Vic and JP. Okay, if we wouldn't be honest with you, probably 60% of the high school, college, and professional football teams in this country are overweight.
Hold on, who's overweight like that?
Probably 60% of your high school, college, and professional football teams are overweight.
Professional football? Okay, I got you. Go ahead.
They're overweight because of the size of them, the girth. What's required for them to do what they do based on their body mass. Now, it's great for their profession. It fits their profession. But for the normal people, a guy 5'7", the average running back in the NFL is 5'8", 210, 220. That's overweight.
That's body mass index, which is bullshit anyway. It's about body fat percentage.
Exactly. But it's still considered overweight. It's muscle, but it's still considered overweight.
You know how we feel about action steps. What is your point of order?
But what I'm sitting there saying is when we look at obesity in this country, we look at everything in totality. So everybody you look at overweight, a lot of people are there in great shape. That's not the majority of them. Probably like you could sit there and say, oh, of all the people that's 75% overweight, maybe 15% of them look like they're in great fucking shape. The other 60%, they're flabby. They're not fucking in great shape and muscular. But 15% of these overweight people, they're muscular, they work out, they're big, they're this, they're that.
Bring it home, huh?
But the other 60%, they're just fucking fat. They're fat,
right.
They're doughy, they're soft, they're everything. And that has to account in that number. So when everybody's always disparaging the women, I'm telling you for a fact, when I look in those pages or the other groups or in any group or anywhere else, it'll be a fat, soft, pudgy, beer belly, beer gut guy that'll be telling a fat, pudgy, beer gut woman, it don't matter that I'm fat, I make money. I'm like,
so your claim is hypocrite.
Yes. This shit goes.
Okay, so listen. I got you, Unc. I'm finna bring you home, right? I'm gonna bring you home. Here go your Uber right here. That's me, yo. So look, what KS is saying, right? What KS is saying now, he brings it back. He says there is not a parallel congruency for attraction between men and women. Okay. So when my man says it don't matter that I'm fat, I got money, and they quote the Biggie, black and ugly as ever. However, you know what I'm saying? The whole idea is that we acknowledge that a man is not necessarily going to be as attractive or even expected to be as attractive as his woman, because his role is different. His importance is different. His attractiveness is not based on his physical appearance. Unless it's to say you are a large, girthy man. Women like to feel protected. They don't necessarily care. That's why dad bod is okay right now.
Okay, now stop for 1 second.
Go with
Stop for 1 second, because what you said, I'm all the way with you, right, JV?
Okay.
I'm all the way with you. Who says that?
I find that to be true by natural law and not man's law or anybody else's.
Stop. You got all. I walked all the way to with you where you went. Who says that? A man.
No, because I said natural law. That means from nature. Nature says.
Excuse me. Does women say that? Do women sit there and say, "I don't give a fuck how fat and out of shape a man is"? That you know that doesn't matter.
So because you don't see that in your walk of life. A fat dude with a slim girl. You like, what the fuck?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. But let me understand. Men, we tell other men that women must look attractive. But then we also tell women, as a man, I'm like, men, J-Vic, women must be in shape and beautiful, this, that, and whatever. But then I'm the same voice that would tell a woman, oh, don't worry about what the man look like. He can look like a piece of shit as long as he got money.
It's women telling other women that it don't matter what he look like, girl, as long as he got money.
No.
That ain't the brother screaming that narrative.
What I'm saying is that's what a man's saying. That woman is over there saying, no, I want my man to be in shape too.
They'll sacrifice that.
No. We tell ourselves they'll sacrifice that. Men, we tell ourselves. A woman don't care. But women are not actually telling themselves that.
Hey, there's a woman in the room. There's a woman in the room.
I disagree.
I
disagree. I have to disagree.
Women are sitting over there saying, I don't care about this fat, pudgy motherfucker.
You telling a woman, but they go to women right here.
Go ahead.
Women also look at men as their size as based on whether or not you can protect women, right? Women are looking for protectors, security. So they may accept a big man because he looks like he's strong enough to protect them. Right?
But not
so you have to.
All the cheerleaders from my high school is married to big burly looking motherfucker. And it still weirds me out. Like, damn, out of all the dudes you could have picked, you could have had a Brad Pitt. These I'm talking about cold bitties.
But JP, based on what you saying, they ain't sitting over there saying, oh, well, I'm gonna take this little fat, pudgy little bastard over here. Like you said, I want to look at a guy that looks like he's big, strong.
You can't be short and fat. You say pick a struggle.
I don't know. I don't.
That's just real shit now. You can't
there's
be
still
short
one
and
more
fat.
out there though. You still got to remember short, fat, and angry, right? So
that's
2 out of 3, to be fair.
Okay, we got a new guest. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Welcome, fella. You missed the culinary powwow, but come on, you close.
Better late than never.
What's going on? What's your name, brother?
Can't hear you.
Hold on. Yeah, you're muted, babe.
I'm mute, brother. Let's try it again.
There you go.
There you go. Struggle streaming. What the
There we
phone
go.
is this? My name is Jason.
What the phone? What it is?
What's up?
Peace.
Chilling. Got some painting to do, so I'm procrastinating. I figure I have this conversation, so I don't have to start painting yet.
All right.
Okay.
Tell
us, what do you think of what you heard so far?
What I've seen so far in my life is always when women are bigger, they get more accessories. That's when they start getting more invested in the clothes they wear. That's when they start getting more invested in the makeup, more invested in the wigs and everything else. I saw this from my mother. I saw this from women in my family. And as I left the country and saw Black people in other places, I started to realize that women who don't have the weight are naturally happy and they don't have all those accessories. A lot of the women, once you're comfortable in your body, you don't need so much to add to your facade. And then when I come back to America, then I notice that a lot of our Black women, they live in the facade, in the idea of what they are portraying, and the idea of what they are trying to sell, and what the idea of what they are trying to show. And Black women and Black men will kill each other when that facade is tested, or when that facade has been disrespected. I think when you lose the weight, you truly lose a lot of the anger and a lot of the willingness to give a fuck about what people say about your appearance, because when you are already comfortable in your body, there's not really anything anyone can say to you. Not so much to the degree that you've gone overboard and now you're a vanity asshole. But once you are literally in your frame, and this is also the point that you made, sir, about a lot of people in NFL or college football are considered overweight. Well, in reality, that is true, because your body is not supposed to be that muscular.
Exactly.
Your body is supposed to be how Native Americans kind of had it, where it was very low, lean, lots of vegetables, and the average man is really not supposed to be even pushing close to 200 pounds unless he's over 6'2" or 6'3".
Who is this? Where are we getting these stats?
It's true.
Science.
It's the truth. When you travel the world, you will see that the average men do not eat the way that we eat in America. The average women do not consume the way women consume in America. And it is all part of the programming, where it's normalized in America first, and now America can push the narrative for the rest of the world. What is normal, when it actually should be the other way around. The other way around should be the world telling America how to get healthy, but America doesn't listen. America's the popular kid, so America gets to shape the narrative. So now America is saying, oh, it's normal to be this weight. It's normal to be this fat. It's normal to eat this food. And it's pushing it to the rest of the world.
Hey, what country you in, bro?
Germany.
That's perfect. Let me ask you one question.
That's why we the fattest motherfuckers on the planet.
Hey, I just want to ask him one question.
Says garbage.
Listen, my cousin just told me the other day. She said, hey, have you seen this new commercial? I haven't seen this yet. You're actually in the country that she was referring to. So I wanted to ask you, is it true? She said that Germany, and I heard Norway or Sweden had one as well, but Germany has a program, like they used to have the Feed the Hungry program for Somalians and stuff like that back in the day. They said they have one Germany has one for America. Is that true? Where they said feed hungry Americans and they're donating and creating the whole thing?
I think that was a troll post, but I did see it online. I think it's somebody trolling. It's too funny to be. Germans aren't funny. So I don't see, no, they're not. So I don't see that as something that they push, because I saw the thing on Facebook and I was like, okay, that's fucking hilarious. That's not from here. But again, even if it was true, it doesn't matter, because please believe, if you ever go to Japan, you'll see some of the most racist kind of commercials. Like, wait, what? But over there, it's normalized. So really, worldwide, you can always find a reason to be offended. You can always find a reason to be upset. I think it's actually the easiest thing in the world to do is to be offended, or it's the new black. Detach, watch less, and work out.
You gonna drop that $100 in JP super chat? She been a gracious host. She been a gracious host. You drop it at the bottom.
I wanted to listen. I wanted to go. I even let you drop I even let Vic drop a B bomb.
That wasn't my idea.
Listen, Rashawn said it. I'm gonna co-sign it. I appreciate everybody co-signing it. Let me go ahead and find the banner.
I expect the goddamn video.
Okay, hey, look. Hey, they be talking that shit when it's time to come out of their pocket.
Yeah, they trying to
big spender.
Ain't they?
Okay, so seriously though, Rilla, thank you so much. You have been up here this whole time. What the fuck? I truly appreciate you coming up, but I have to say this. Your girl is struggle streaming and on a budget, and I have the 6-hour plan, so we're about 9 minutes away from it. So I just want to say thank you guys so much. Oh my God, 5 hours somewhere between
Is it?
14
Yeah, that's the longest
to
I've seen you
25, 30 views. I
Oh,
really
shit. You
appreciate
should've
you
been
guys.
2
Yeah,
days ago.
I
Hey, you know what it
normally
is,
only
man.
go like 2 hours, so
We
you guys
always
are
do this
amazing.
shit when Just Vic show up.
It started with you. What you talking about? Saucy and
Okay,
spicy. Go ahead, Villa. I know you got to get out of
saucy.
here.
Okay, I love you. I'm out.
No,
Peace.
say Chicago. Go ahead.
Before you
No,
go,
no,
I
no.
think you gotta let Rilla have the last
Rilla,
word.
Rilla,
He's
close us out, yo.
He's like Kevin
Close
Smith.
y'all out.
You know, he's gonna say something.
Yeah, you ain't
Rilla
been
like
saying
to
that for the
say.
last minute.
Ended.
Make your last
Wait,
thought.
what the funk say?
I said you're
I'm
like
here.
Silent Bob. Like we gotta let you have. the
Oh
last
nah,
word.
man. I'm reading the room, man. I'm letting Unc get his off, man. Unc is in rare form off that gin and tonic. He on that Bombay and Sapphire, man. Listen,
Hey, that gin will have you saying some. That gin will
Tangeray,
man.
Tangeray, baby,
Look,
Tangeray.
hey, Unc over there, talking slick and swallowing spit over there, man. I'm good.
Hey, on that note, I'ma holla.
Rock.
Y'all stay up now.
Peace. No.
Go ahead, Chicago.
Go ahead, Villa. I just wanted to say thank you. So I know you've been here this whole time with me and
No.
Rico. So go ahead and get your stuff together. You said you had to go to work, so I
Oh
really
yeah,
appreciate you
yeah.
staying.
I'm used to doing this on Thursdays, so you know it's usually Thursday for me, and then I gotta be back to work in the morning, 6-7 hour sprint. So it's all good. I do appreciate you inviting me into your space and giving me the opportunity just to have the conversation. So I do appreciate that. I like the different perspectives, and you know, I don't care if it's 1 or 100,000 over here. You understand what I'm saying? I'm gonna show up and show support because the energy and the vibes are real, right?
Thank
And
you.
there's good conversation happening, and we got so much work to do out here. So
You do.
I'm riding with you 10 toes down.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you so much, Rilla. You have a great and blessed night. Hug all the people that you need to. Kiss them all and tell them that JP said I send them my best too.
Hey,
And
look,
you know what I'm doing now? I'm asking people how's their spirit. I think I told you that. I love that you say that. I am asking
Yeah.
people that.
that is
Thank
a
you.
good catchphrase, right, Chicago?
1000%. It
Yeah,
gets
I
right to the
love it.
point.
I love it. And thank you for coming up again. Let me just take one more minute to sit there again. and
Don't
say,
do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Don't
We
do
got
it. Don't do it.
6.5 minutes left.
OG, don't do it. Don't do it. I
family
appreciate
is
you.
family.
Rilla, I'm
Look,
sorry
that's
about the
big to me.
Bears. I'm sorry about the Bears joke, but your Bulls are looking good this year. So
Yeah, no, don't be sorry about the
Heat.
Bears. Don't
I
be
ain't
sorry
got
about
time
the
for you,
Bears.
man.
Enjoy
I ain't
the
messing
NBA
with
for the
you.
first time in the last 10
Let's take-
years. Your Bulls are
Man,
finally looking
listen,
good.
I just said I'm not messing with you, man.
This is right. Here y'all go.
You over there with beer and bratwurst, man. Enjoy that.
Get them with the funk. Get them with the funk.
Hey. You should see them little German dressed black babies. But anyway, we'll talk about it another time. Peace and blessings.
Oh Lord.
Always look.
I'm
Be
showing
safe.
love.
Thank you, brother. Nothing but love. Oh.
Peace to you, family. Peace to you. Peace to you. I
I
gotta make it to Hurt. I gotta make it to the Mecca and Herzo. I gotta go to the Adidas
He
headquarters in
got the
Herzo.
throwback Chicago jersey jacket. That's the next time you're gonna win a championship. Y'all be wearing that shit again, Derek.
Look, you see in my avatar them all 3 iterations of the D Rose 3s right there.
Oh,
You see how I'm giving it up.
D
Don't
Rose
be sitting
ain't
up there
bringing
acting like
nothing.
D Rose ain't balling up in New York, man. Don't do
He
that.
ain't bringing nothing to Chicago either.
You bugging. You bugging. Wait a minute. You in DC?
Yes, sir.
Boy,
Leave me and my mumbo
You
alone.
You better sit down
The
somewhere.
Wizards?
Alright, listen,
Leave me
y'all
and
better
my
stop. Y'all
Mumbo
gonna be in
sauce
here until it's just
You
gonna go
and
off,
that
y'all.
Mutombo sauce. You
You
ain't
don't
that
even have a
Mutombo
football
sauce.
team even have a name yet?
It's 5
I'm
minutes
gonna
left.
watch
I'm
the
just gonna let them
football.
talk until the stream go off, y'all. Go ahead, fellas.
I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
JP.
I
No,
know
it's all right.
you
Go
every
ahead.
time she got my
Unc
mumbo
over here.
sauce.
Unc over
The
here
Washington
talking
Maroon
all crazy
Riders.
with that
What is
Mutombo
y'all name
sauce,
in
man.
Washington now?
I
Y'all
knew you was
changed
coming.
y'all name from the Generals to the Bullets. What is y'all now? The Wizards? What are y'all? Y'all got all types of name changes.
Agent Zero?
The Mages.
Y'all ain't got no. Your football team is just the Washington.
Put some respect on Washington name.
And my last name
No.
is Washington.
It's all love. It's all love. I do
I
gotta dip
can't
out,
say a
y'all.
whole lot.
I appreciate
Yes.
y'all.
Yeah.
Thank you. Peace.
Peace.
Appreciate
family.
it.
Peace.
I haven't watched basketball really since
Well, the
Kenny
way my
and Shaq played together.
Basketball, we
See now
doing
you
good.
you just stomped right on top of the narrative. I have not
was the
watched
narrative?
basketball since Penny and Shaq played together.
Girl.
With the exception of
Orlando.
I
Dion
had a
was
girlfriend for a brief moment who liked to watch basketball, so I would try to watch it with her, but it's too many doggone games. But yeah, pretty much not since Penny and Shaq have I paid attention to basketball, and that's because Penny was from Memphis.
You originally
Peace and
from
blessings,
Memphis?
Rilla. You have a good night. Yep,
Are you
I'm originally from Memphis. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I didn't know you was a Memphis girl. Okay. Well,
Yes,
so
sir.
what was your original topic?
Yeah,
that we
she
started?
the only skinny girl. From
Nothing
Memphis
at all. We ain't
in
gonna talk
life.
about it ever again.
Okay. So we good? What the fuck?
Yeah, we're fantastic.
Are we good?
Oh, always, sir. You and Elda.
You got a page?
What? D-Rose
Yeah,
from
what the fuck
Memphis,
is this?
yay.
That's your page.
You don't want to stumble on my channel. They'll change it. Well, you gonna get.
Right,
Your family
Keisha.
will
Shit, I'm gonna
everything.
subscribe now. I'm always looking for trouble.
Oh, okay. Go.
Oh yeah, that reminds me, J Vic. If you do music, you need to help me get some music.
You
What
do
the
that?
funk sucks, and he won't make me no
So you
music.
be on,
I need somebody to make me an
so you in
opening
Germany, right? Matter of
sound.
fact, I actually, believe it or not,
You see how
all
these
this
men? This is
time-
how men do you. They just ignore you. They in your
Okay,
house
so
and they
hold
just
on.
ignore
Don't
you.
be in this
You
stream
can't
yet.
even
I
have
hear
nothing to
you,
say at all.
John.
You know what's gonna happen?
Where-
I'm gonna let
where
y'all
you
keep
at,
going. I know
Suzanne?
exactly how long my outro is. I'm gonna just play my outro when it's time to
son's
go.
over there in Frankfurt, and me and the wife be coming over in a
JP,
couple
I
of
got
months.
some beats for you. Just let me know what kind of beats you want. I've always said that once you
You
want
already know. Whatever.
near
Go ahead.
Frankfurt?
Y'all got a minute and a half.
What the fuck? You near Frankfurt?
No, I'm
I know
right
what-
outside Berlin.
I don't know. I just know Germany.
Berlin is like the most popular city in Germany. Berlin.
Okay.
How you
I
gonna
know
ask
what
for a point of
Frankfurt
reference
is.
and you don't even know a point of reference?
I'm asking them. I was like, how fucking far is
Okay,
it?
Berlin. It's the capital of Germany.
Like, how far from
that's where-
Frankfurt is it? Is it like, how far from New York to LA? I'm asking.
It's maybe a 3-hour drive from Frankfurt to Berlin.
Okay. All right. So I that's why I was
Germany's
just
pretty small.
Is
all
it?
good.
It's small.
Yeah,
It's a
Germany's
small
not
country?
huge. I mean, compared to
Okay.
America.
I thought it was big.
We got 10 seconds. Oh, she about to
I
cut us
thought it
off.
was
No, you
big.
don't.
Okay.
Not yet. You in the
Look,
last minute, and I'm getting ready to drop you though.
Funk? What's your page? What the funk?
What
Y'all can
the
get
funk
that
is
behind
this?
the scenes.
Or you just put in what the funk?
Peace and blessings,
put
everybody.
in
Thank
that.
you so much for showing up for another fantastic chat. I promise
Always.
to show back up next Wednesday. I might even be here on Monday because you guys have been so great and awesome. You rocked
better
with me
stream
for
it.
almost 6 hours. Peace and blessings. Keep your spirit up, and I will see you in the streams.
Tell Daryl I'm looking for his ass.
Uh-oh. You gonna want to box?
Well, I really just wanted to see if it was gonna let
I'm
me
still
keep
dancing.
going, and it did. Oh my God, it's still live. I didn't end the broadcast. It's just supposed to shut off in 6 hours, and it
I'm
didn't.
trying to dance. I was about to start doing my sexy dancing. We on live. You about to have me
Oh.
blast. Oh man.
Everybody now knows that you have a sexy dance because there's 10 people in here still watching. Because I was just gonna see if it was just gonna cut off. It's supposed to. Maybe there's like a 5-minute warning or whatever. But
It's just for you, JP. You know.
because I am special. Look it. Thanks to Struggle Streaming, I figured out how to be able to use my Bluetooth headphones and one of my microphones that's an open mic. So now I've got to get, all of the other stuff together. But now I know what to put in my Amazon wish list so I can be all fancy dancy.
I I just ordered something and it should be coming in the next 3 days. I ordered a Bluetooth. I'm switching this light out, and I'm putting a different light up, but it's also a Bluetooth. So that way I can literally just speak how I speak in here, and it'll all be connected. So it'll be super easy, and it'll also change lights too. So.
Oh, see, I'm jealous. I like lights. But your lights are always like wah wah. Like it messes with my sensory overload. I'm like, oh, I can't. And then with the music too, I don't think we got the same type of autism, brother.
No. I have like I said, I have way too many colors, and I don't, as much as I've worked in crazy light restaurants, I don't think I'm on the right type of spectrum, because I'm literally in heaven in that. I'm just like, okay, this makes sense.
You're on the spectrum. No, okay, all right. But anyway, thank you.
I double down. I'm like, give me autism and I'll take more until I get to the other side, you know? Give me ADHD and I'm doubling down on it. I'll take 2 of those, please.
You know what? I think I'd probably take 2 autism over 1 fibromyalgia. I'll take an autism and a diabetes over a fibromyalgia. Okay, this is bad jokes. I'm cutting this part out. Y'all, thank you very much. Keisha, I know, child. I'm going to cut it off before anybody else come back here and encourage me to start saying some more ridiculous stuff. Hey, and see, the puppy has spoken. And by the way, she drank a whole bottle of tea while I was doing this.
JP, this is JP uncut right now, so you can say what you want.
This is listen, I thought that was what I was doing the last 5 hours. You ain't seen y'all. You know what? 3rd Saturday. Next Saturday, I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna go late, and I'm gonna just go ahead and I'm gonna do one of them what I did with Adrian, but maybe I'll talk about myself. All right, I promise, Keisha, we leaving. Peace and blessings, y'all. We are truly out this time. I'm not gonna pay the intro twice. I'll see y'all later.
Good night, Keisha.